Chen Mu stared across the cafeteria table at Lin Feifei, and impossible words floated over her body. Her name was followed by a brutal inventory: fake purity, a silicone-filled nose, anemia, 34B, a navel piercing, a pregnancy of 3 months and 6 days, and a small lump. He snapped his gaze left, then right. Labels covered everyone. A moment earlier, the cafeteria had been normal. Now it was a dazzling wall of private information. The density made him dizzy, and his mind emptied beneath one impossible conclusion. Something had gone wrong with his eyes. Room was already watching them. Lin Feifei was Yanbei University's celebrated white moonlight, pure, gentle, and apparently untouched by romance. For her to choose an unknown freshman's table was unprecedented. Students whispered about Chen Mu's luck, while envy tightened the circle around them. Lin Feifei had started cautiously. With her own chopsticks, she lifted one piece of meat from Chen Mu's tray and ate it, all while watching him through watery peach blossom eyes. To the crowd, it looked like a shy confession. To her, it was only a test. Chen Mu's thoughts snapped back to the previous night. What if the thing he had dismissed as a hallucination had been real? Had his eyes actually mutated? Before he could reason further, the labels crowded his vision again, leaving him with questions and no explanation. His eyes turned sore and dry. A sharp pain stabbed through both temples, and hot blood ran from his nose. Chen Mu wiped it in alarm. The watchers misunderstood instantly. They jeered that merely sitting opposite their goddess had made him lose control, and some threatened to finish him. Then Feifei's eyes brightened. She believed the nosebleed proved she had chosen correctly. A green first-year who had barely met real beauties, handsome enough to suit her needs and naive enough to become a perfect sucker. Her shy, love-struck expression only grew more convincing. While Chen Mu wiped his nose, Lin Feifei took his chopsticks, lifted another bite, and deliberately closed her pink lips around both food and utensils. The cafeteria erupted with a collective wow. Envious boys went red with anger, ready to turn this supposed romantic victory into a fight. Chen Mu finally came back to himself. Everyone else saw the campus goddess offering an indirect kiss. He saw the labels: false purity, concealed alterations, and a pregnancy already 3 months along. Whatever reaction Lin Feifei expected, gratitude was no longer possible. He chose to reject the performance outright. Chen Mu slammed the food tray into Lin Feifei's face. Then he offered no further explanation. He stood, grabbed his backpack, forced his way through the stunned crowd, and disappeared from the cafeteria, leaving the university's adored beauty and everyone who worshipped her to absorb the insult. Only after Chen Mu vanished did the cafeteria explode. Lin Feifei burst into beautiful, streaming tears. Girls rushed to comfort her while furious boys cursed him. Within minutes, the incident hit the campus network. Chen Mu became the legendary titanium owl, weirdo, and students were already planning to block him. At afternoon, Chen Mu hurried from the cafeteria into Yanbei University's lecture hall, backpack still with him. He had barely crossed the room before he felt it. Almost every student was pointing, whispering, and tracking him as if an alien had just walked into class. The cafeteria scandal had beaten him here. Chen Mu slumped over the desk, but his racing mind was nowhere near the coming lesson. During the walk from the cafeteria, he had tested his changed eyes. Labels appeared over every person he examined, yet ordinary objects revealed nothing. Whatever had happened to him, the ability was specifically tuned to people. Gift came with a price. Looking too long made his temples throb, his eyes ache, and his nose bleed. He could not tell whether he had mutated or whether something from the meteor shower had entered his eyes. The only safe conclusion was that reckless, repeated use would punish him. Even so, excitement outweighed fear. With one glance, Chen Mu could learn a stranger's basic information, and secrets that person would never willingly reveal. Superpowers were supposed to belong in novels, yet this one was undeniably his. If he controlled the strain, it could become an extraordinary advantage. And 4 larger male students closed around his corner seat, one in front, one behind, and one on either side. The arrangement was too deliberate to misunderstand. Chen Mu had become notorious for humiliating Lin Feifei, and these men had come to make sure he paid for it after class. Chen Mu focused on the most openly hostile one, Zhao Jia, a strongly built basketball player with a history of fighting. The labels were merciless. They exposed his hostility, severe bad breath, and an intimate measurement of only 5 centimeters. Before Zhao Jia even spoke, Chen Mu instinctively covered his nose. Zhao Jia demanded to know what the hell Chen Mu was staring at. Still pinching his nose, Chen Mu muttered that now he understood what a pathetic private part looked like on Zhao Jia. For one stunned beat, Zhao Jia could not answer. Then embarrassment ignited into fury. Zhao Jia surged to his feet and swung an arm back. He had fought often enough to trust his strength, and Chen Mu had humiliated him in front of a packed room. Chen Mu raised his hands to protect his face. Against 4 bigger opponents, taking a beating seemed inevitable. Student on Chen Mu's right grabbed Zhao Jia before the blow fell. Class was about to begin, the hall was nearly full, and any fight now would be broken up immediately. He told Zhao Jia to wait until class ended. Zhao Jia ground his teeth, pointed at Chen Mu, and sat down breathing hard. Relief did not mean surrender. Chen Mu had learned to restrain himself only after entering college, when earning money and repaying his adoptive parents began to matter more than reckless fights. But if these four insisted, he would fight. He gripped his pen and prepared to risk everything rather than submit. Bell rang before anyone moved. Zhang Beifeng, the advanced mathematics professor, entered, and the lecture hall instantly fell silent. Chen Mu slowly relaxed his hand. For the next 2 hours at least, nobody could attack him. The 5 students lowered their heads and settled into a strange imitation of harmony. Subject was advanced mathematics, and Chen Mu, fresh from high school and still ambitious about scholarships, listened with genuine interest. Zhang Beifeng appeared to be in his 50s and taught with the ease of long experience. For a while, equations replaced the threatened beating as the center of Chen Mu's attention. Curiosity finally won. Chen Mu squinted at Zhang Beifeng and the labels appeared: Professor, solid expertise, osteoporosis, severe atrophic gastritis, coronary heart disease. Each entry revealed something consequential, but the final label was immediately useful. Zhang Beifeng was eager to find a representative for advanced mathematics. Chen Mu's eyes lit up. College called them course representatives rather than subject representatives, but the function hardly mattered. What mattered was that the professor wanted one, while Chen Mu needed a legitimate way out of this surrounded seat. Before the lecture had even ended, he had found his escape route. Chen Mu had found an escape route, but the labels around him offered even more. The boy on his right was Zhang Jun, ruthless, hostile, carrying a dagger, nursing an injured knee, and hiding hepatitis. Then came the dangerous secrets: Lin Feifei's pregnancy, an intimate tattoo of her name, and his betrayal of Zhao Jia. The student on Chen Mu's left was Liu Bing. The one behind him was Su Lin. Both were Zhang Jun's lackeys. Before Chen Mu could keep searching, pain speared through his temples. He shut his eyes and rubbed them until the pressure slowly receded. Chen Mu could not tell whether the change would improve or grow worse. A hospital eye examination suddenly sounded sensible. Zhang Jun only sneered. Even if Chen Mu's entire body hurt, he said, there would be no escape today. To Zhang, humiliating Lin Feifei after he had pursued her for 2 years was unforgivable. When the opening for an advanced mathematics representative arrived, Chen Mu acted before the 4 students could stop him. He raised his voice across the lecture hall. He would volunteer. More than that, he wanted to be Professor Zhang's class representative. Zhang Jun, Zhao Jia, and the 2 lackeys stared at him as if he had gone mad. Intrigued, Zhang Beifeng left the podium and approached. The surrounding students instinctively lowered their heads. When he asked Chen Mu's name and reason, Chen answered without civility or hesitation. Mathematics was the one subject in which he had earned a perfect college entrance score, and he genuinely loved it. Gasp traveled through the room. A perfect score explained Chen Mu's confidence. Zhang Beifeng's eyes lit up, and he invited Chen to continue the conversation in his office. Chen grinned, pulled out his backpack, and glanced at Zhang Jun trapped by the professor's presence. Zhang could only step aside and let him pass. Chen Mu was not satisfied with merely postponing the danger. As he passed Zhao Jia, he casually left a small note on the desk, then followed Zhang Beifeng out. Behind him, Zhang Jun struck the table in fury. Liu Bing and Su Lin reassured him that Chen Mu could not escape forever. They would settle it that night. At the desk in front, Zhao Jia picked up the note with suspicion. Its claims were brutally specific. Zhang had told Lin Feifei about Zhao's intimate size, tattooed Feifei's name in a private place, and gotten her pregnant. Zhao looked from the paper to the man he had considered his closest friend. Zhao Jia pointed at Zhang Jun and exploded. Had Zhang really told Lin Feifei that he was only 5 centimeters? Had he tattooed her name in his crotch? Was he the father of her unborn child? The accusations crashed through the lecture hall one after another, each more explosive than the last. Students who had not yet left went rigid. 5 centimeters, a private tattoo? Lin Feifei, their supposedly pure white moonlight, pregnant. Zhang Jun was hit hardest. The sudden exposure emptied his mind so completely that he forgot to deny anything. That silence was more convincing than an answer. Zhao Jia understood. His best friend had betrayed him behind his back, and Lin Feifei's strange looks had never been shyness. They had been naked contempt. Humiliation, romantic jealousy, and broken trust hit at once. His blood surged to his head, and one hand closed around the switchblade hidden in his pocket. Zhao Jia lunged. He slammed bodily into Zhang Jun and drove the switchblade forward like lightning, screaming that Zhang had ruined him. Zhang's fury vanished into desperate pleas for help. Students gasped and screamed as desks jolted around them. In a heartbeat, Chen Mu's would-be attackers had turned the lecture hall into chaos. While the lecture hall behind him descended into chaos, Chen Mu was already seated at Zhang Beifeng's office computer. His escape had worked, but the price was becoming the freshman advanced mathematics representative, collecting homework, entering data, sending notices, and doing every other odd job the professor needed. There was one quiet advantage. A representative who came close to passing could expect the professor to find a couple of helpful points. Chen still disliked the time sink. Worse, hunger gnawed at him as he typed. Then an ambulance siren drifted across campus and his hands stopped above the keyboard. Crisp, melodious voice spoke behind him. Zhao Yashi had come to see Professor Zhang. Chen turned and was momentarily overwhelmed by her strikingly full figure before forcing his gaze up and collecting himself. The reserved young woman stood there without glasses, waiting for an answer. Zhao hurriedly asked where Professor Zhang had gone. Chen admitted he did not know. He was only the new representative called in to work. If her business was urgent, she could wait on the sofa. She thanked him, blushed, and sat down with the careful stiffness of someone unused to imposing. Her purpose impressed him. Zhao was an engineering major whose mathematics emphasized applications and left her theoretical foundation comparatively weak. She wanted to audit advanced mathematics to strengthen it. Chen silently gave that seriousness his approval, then buried himself in the professor's data again while she waited. Before long, Zhang Beifeng returned. Zhao remained seated, apparently unable to make him out from across the room. Chen leaned back and whispered that Professor Zhang was here. She sprang up, blushing as she hurried to greet him. Beautiful, Chen decided, but so myopic without glasses that her earnestness became adorably dorky. Zhao explained that she wanted to audit his advanced mathematics course, and Zhang agreed. Universities encourage students to cross departmental boundaries, so an engineering major seeking deeper theory was hardly a problem. With permission secured, Zhao concluded the conversation, while Chen returned his attention to the unfinished work. The ambulance had come for two students Chen knew too well. Zhang reported that Zhang Jun had been stabbed several times, but the blade was short and the wounds shallow enough that major trouble was unlikely. Zhao Jia, meanwhile, had been taken away by emergency medical services. Chen immediately pressed for that second name and status. Zhang asked how much work remained. Chen said he was almost done, and his stomach answered with a loud rumble. He admitted lunch had not filled him and asked for anything edible. Zhang opened a desk drawer and produced a large bag of dried plums. Chen's eyes lit up as he accepted it. As Zhang walked toward the sofa, one hand closed over his stomach. Chen noticed immediately and asked whether he had a stomach ailment. Zhang laughed it off. He only felt uncomfortable occasionally, perhaps because lunch had been too hard. Chen did not accept the reassurance. He urged the professor to get examined. Chen explained that his grandfather had once dismissed the same recurring discomfort. By the time he finally sought help, it was severe atrophic gastritis. It later became stomach cancer, and he died within a few years. Chen awkwardly insisted he was not cursing Zhang, only reminding him not to ignore the warning. It was already past 7 when Chen Mu finally finished Professor Zhang's work and dragged himself home. He lived alone off campus, in a fully equipped one-bedroom apartment of barely 40 square meters. Small as it was, the place spared him the exhausting politics of dorm life. The apartment existed because of a woman Chen had never met. His biological parents had never been beside him, but a mysterious person surnamed Jiang had supported him through childhood and university. She had only told him to call her Aunt Jiang. Chen had not grown up in luxury, yet Aunt Jiang had given him the chance to reach university in peace. His answer was simple: study hard, learn how to earn money, and repay her kindness with his whole life. That goal now shaped how he looked at his strange new ability. Reflection could wait. Chen was starving badly enough to feel frantic. He tore through the kitchen and cooked a huge pot of instant noodles, then added 2 arm-thick sausages, 3 bags of bread, 7 or 8 cucumbers, and an entire tub of yogurt. 40 minutes later, a week's worth of dinners was gone. Chen expected relief. Instead, he judged himself only 70% full. A growth spurt could not reasonably explain this. Then, after he cleaned the dishes, a crushing wave of sleepiness rolled over him. Before sleep claimed him, Chen returned to the practical question. He needed time to understand what his eyes could do and a way to make them earn money. Private investigator, perhaps. If his vision could expose secrets, catching cheaters ought to be profitable. At 7:50 the next morning, Chen rushed into the nearly packed lecture hall and claimed his usual corner in the back row. Zhang was teaching again, or so Chen expected. As the new class representative, he could not afford to be absent. Every conversation circled yesterday's knife attack. Zhao Jia's 5-centimeter humiliation had become a campus meme. Even juicier was the question of whether Lin Feifei was pregnant and whether Zhang Jun was the father. The scandal had swallowed the story of Chen smashing a tray into her face. That part suited Chen perfectly. What troubled him was how far events had gone. He had expected Zhao Jia and Zhang Jun to trade blows, not leave one man in the hospital and the other in police custody. If Zhao ever returned, he might still come looking for Chen. Someone took the seat beside him. It was Zhao Yashi, the reserved engineering student whom Zhang had allowed to audit advanced mathematics. Chen's mood lightened, and they began to talk, until his phone suddenly rang with Professor Zhang's name on the screen. The call lasted only a few sentences. Chen lowered the phone and told Zhao the class was canceled. Zhang's stomach had become upset during the night, and he had gone to the hospital early that morning. Zhao's anticipation collapsed into immediate disappointment. Chen walked to the front, took up a piece of chalk, and wrote that Professor Zhang was unwell and the morning class was canceled. The room exploded in cheers. The boys nearest the door did not even wait for an explanation before racing out. Zhang Xinyan stopped Chen with a coquettish challenge. Was he really the representative, or was this fake news? Chen asked whether he would risk joking about his own immunity card, then advised her to stew the entire Pacific Ocean if eating fish could make her smarter. Girls howled with laughter and urged Zhang to hit him. Then someone revealed why she never would. On the first day, Zhang had called Chen the most handsome boy in class. Zhang flushed and drove the gossipers away while Chen retreated to his seat, unsure whether to laugh. Zhang's call had not merely canceled class. He needed Chen, his representative, to come to the hospital and handle materials for the shared lecture classes. When Zhang learned where Chen was going, she insisted on helping. Chen could not firmly refuse her kindness, so they left for City Central Hospital together. At City Central Hospital, Chen Mu was not alone. Zhang Xinyan had insisted on coming to help. Tall, high-ponytailed, and dressed in her usual denim, his outgoing classmate made companionship feel unusually easy. Together, they found gastroenterology and waited outside for 40 minutes. At last, Zhang emerged beside his wife, Luo Yuan, wearing a forced smile. He handed Chen a USB drive and told him to print its documents for every class. Chen accepted it, then casually asked about dietary restrictions and volunteered to remove the acidic dried plums from Zhang's office. Zhang tried to send him back to school, his face turning paler. Chen refused to be brushed aside and demanded the truth about what the doctor had said. Zhang, already crushed by the possibility of cancer, wanted no discussion, least of all with a student he had barely known before yesterday. Zhang tugged at Chen, silently warning that a frightened patient did not need interrogation from a non-doctor. Chen still would not yield. He turned, pushed straight into the consultation room and forced the issue. Zhang followed. Zhang came behind them while supporting Luo. Inside, the doctor had been drinking tea while a young man sat at the computer. Once the patient and family followed Chen in, the door was closed. Director Sun finally explained. Zhang likely had a highly differentiated adenocarcinoma, supposedly caught early, with a high 5-year survival rate after prompt intervention. Chen immediately asked whether gastroscopy and pathology had confirmed any of that. Sun had reached his conclusion through experience and wanted Zhang admitted before the gastroscopy. Challenged by a student, the self-proclaimed clinical expert lost patience. He refused to waste another word and ordered Chen out. Chen narrowed his eyes and activated tag vision. Labels flooded Sun's body, Director Sun fuping. Quack, representative of a conscienceless person, rheumatic shoulder and neck pain, moderate to severe gastric ulcer, prostatitis. The contemptible expert was hiding plenty of ailments of his own. Remaining labels were worse: 12 fabricated papers, fabricated academic credentials, bribed the hospital president with 8 cases of Maudai. Even Sun's flashy accessory was priced for him, Herm's belt worth 30,000. Chen relaxed. His eyes had given him exactly the leverage he needed. Chen began with a test. If Sun was such a gastroenterology expert, why had he not cured his own moderate to severe gastric ulcer? Sun froze. Chen then praised the director's flashy Herm's belt and named its value, more than 30,000. Sun instinctively covered it and slammed the table. Chen did not stop. He called Sun a quack, named all 12 fabricated papers and the false academic credentials, then asked whether bribing the hospital president with 8 cases of Maudai truly made him feel safe. Each exact accusation struck harder than the last. Sun was instantly petrified. Chen no longer needed an answer. The man's silence was answer enough. He turned his back on the disgraced director and moved to Zhang's side, making it clear that his professor should not remain under this supposed expert's care. Supporting Zhang toward the door, Chen gave him a concrete alternative. Go immediately to Peking Union Medical College Hospital and request a gastroscopy directly. Sun's guess was not trustworthy, and Chen did not believe Zhang truly had stomach cancer. The frightening diagnosis now had to be checked somewhere else. Outside the hospital, Chen kept arguing until Zhang Beifeng and Luo Yuan accepted the obvious. A cancer diagnosis demanded more than one doctor's experience. They would go to Peking Union Medical College Hospital and check again. Chen watched their car pull away before finally breathing freely. When Chen turned around, Zhang Xinyan was studying him as if he were a monster. How had he known about the fake papers, false credentials, and Herm's belt? Chen claimed he had glimpsed the belt and bluffed about the rest. Her flat look asked whether he expected anyone to believe that. Chen said he had to print Zhang's materials and tried to leave alone. Zhang called after him. He warned that the bus would be crowded and even mentioned gropers. She was utterly undeterred. She wanted to see which idiot would dare and matched his pace toward the bus. Back at school, Chen worked through Zhang's printing errand with Zhang still beside him. The drink in his hand was so sweet it nearly sickened him, but her enthusiasm did not. He understood what that attention probably meant. The problem was that understanding and accepting it were very different things. Chen had lived alone since childhood, more lone wolf than willing boyfriend. He had encouraged himself to try dating after university began, yet accepting a girl's advance still required preparation. After a long silence, he looked at Zhang, and Tag Vision opened a private dossier he had never asked to see. Labels listed everything. Zhang was 1.72 meters tall with 1.2 meter legs, European-style eyes, 9-head proportions, intimate body details, virginity, no body hair, mild enteritis, and anti-wolf spray. Then came the entry that stunned him most, Chen Mu's little fangirl. Her feelings were no longer a guess. Chen scratched his head and looked away. Knowing Zhang's secret only made her initiative harder to face, so neither spoke until the printing was complete. Even with the mood turned strange, Zhang never withdrew her help. She took part of the heavy stack, and together they carried everything back to Zhang's office. From Zhang's office, they called the representatives of every class sharing the large lecture. One by one, students arrived and left with their portions. Chen and Zhang sorted, counted, handed over, and called again until the final stack disappeared. By then, it was already past noon. With the work finally settled, Chen and Zhang ate together. She pursed her lips, but the joy spreading across her brows betrayed how pleased she was. She happily lowered her head to her food. Watching her, Chen's own mood grew brighter, and for the first time he felt a tiny spark of passion. And Chen noticed a grain of rice stuck on Zhang's chest. He wondered whether to tell her and stared one beat too long. A burning sensation suddenly struck his eyes. He tried to blink it away, only to see the fabric of her jacket beginning to turn transparent. Did not stop at the jacket. In Chen's vision, the t-shirt faded next, followed by the layer beneath it. He was dumbfounded. The intimate body-shaped tag he had read earlier now made humiliating sense. His eyes were not merely labeling secrets anymore. They were seeing through physical layers. Chen hissed and clutched his temples as sharp pain shot through his head. 2 hot streams ran from his nose. Zhang sprang up, pulled tissues from her bag, and wiped the blood, then teased that if he wanted to look, he should simply look instead of getting a nosebleed. Chen felt more wrong than Dewey. What had he been thinking? Nothing. A few minutes later, Chen Mu's nosebleed had stopped, and the sting in his temples was finally fading. Relief never came. His heart only beat faster as he accepted what had happened. His eyes had evolved again. They could now see through physical layers, and he had no idea whether the mutation would ever stop. Worse, the vision had gone straight through Zhang Xinyan's clothes. Chen Mu could not bring himself to meet her eyes. Zhang sat opposite him with a flushed face, certain the nosebleed meant something far less supernatural. Silence settled over the table. She kept eating while he brooded over his mutating sight. After finishing her meal, Zhang wiped her mouth and gently reminded Chen to eat. They still had 2 major classes that afternoon. He answered absently and managed only a couple of bites before his phone rang. A few sentences into the call, his expression darkened. Chen stepped away, spoke briefly, then returned with a helpless look. He had to go to the Student Affairs office, the school's student work department. The Lin Feifei dispute had spread across the campus network, and the authorities now wanted it resolved. Zhang stared at him in shock. Lin had actually taken the matter to the school. In the Student Affairs conference room, 4 people awaited him. Lin Feifei wore her familiar pure, charming expression, now seasoned with grievance and sorrow. The venom in her eyes appeared only when she looked at Chen. Across the table sat Deputy Director Li Tao, Publicity Secretary Zhou Gang, and Lin's counselor Yu Linjian. Li Tao said Chen's behavior had created an appalling impact. The campus network was full of posts and Lin Feifei had suffered serious harm. Chen glanced at her. As if she had received a stage cue, her eyes reddened and she folded over the table, crying. He could only stare. Did she truly need to perform this hard? Chen said he had not acted without cause. Lin had suddenly taken the seat opposite him, eaten his rice and dishes, then used his own chopsticks until they were covered in her saliva. Shouldn't he have been angry? Li Tao had expected an apology. Instead, Chen's blunt inventory left the room momentarily dumbfounded. Room treated Lin's behavior as the clumsy expression of a crush. Chen refused that exemption. Who decided that liking someone granted permission to eat their meal and use their tableware? If he approached a beautiful woman in the cafeteria, ate her food, and answered her anger by claiming a crush, would that suddenly make it acceptable? Yu Linjian finally reduced the issue to one point. Whatever Lin had done, hitting someone was against the law. Chen accepted that he had acted impulsively. What he would not accept was empty moralizing or the claim that the slap itself had been undeserved. If the exact situation happened again, he said, he would still do it. Lin Feifei stared at him, furious and baffled. She was treated like a pure, unattainable white moonlight wherever she went. She had not even known Chen before this. So why did he find her so repulsive? His rejection did not make her retreat. Instead, it stirred an unwillingness to lose. Li Tao turned toward Lin Feifei, ready to answer. The conference room door suddenly slammed open hard enough to startle everyone. A middle-aged man and woman rushed inside with 2 teachers scrambling behind them. They demanded to know who had hit their daughter, spotted Chen, and charged toward him. Lin could only blurt, "Dad, Mom." Confrontation continued without a break. Lu Manhua's voice tore through the crowded conference room. Lin Feifei's face supposedly cost 20,000 yuan a month to maintain. and if the food tray left one scar, Chen could not compensate them even by selling his home. Shanghainese accented Mandarin came so fast and sharp that Chen could barely distinguish anything except a repeated "nong." It felt stronger than a tightening spell. With his head aching under the verbal machine gun fire, he stopped trying to understand and activated tag vision. Scan paid off immediately. Lu Manhua's labels identified her thin lips and priceless 0.6-carat red diamond earrings, then exposed the real prize. She was cheating on her husband. The parents' tags also supplied blood types, A for her and O for Lin Yuandong. Meanwhile, the mediation had become so chaotic that Deputy Director Li Tao somehow cracked his own head open. Chen could only wonder whether the day was cursed. A security guard supported the injured administrator and helped him out as spectators packed the corridor. Publicity Secretary Zhou Gang drove the spectators away, shut the door firmly, and faced the parents with a dark expression. This was a school. Either they accepted mediation or they could call the police and take the dispute to the station. Lu snapped that they should call the police. Horrified, Lin Feifei tugged at her mother, pushed both parents into their chairs, and demanded to know who had invited them. Their behavior was only humiliating her further. Lu brushed her objection aside. Lin Yuandong ordered Chen to apologize and pay for the damage to his daughter's reputation, or face the police. Chen said nothing. The adults mistook his silence for pressure working. In truth, his mind was racing through the affair and the A&O blood types. Chen scanned Lin Feifei again, this time asking the vision for the fact he wanted. A new label appeared. Blood type B. His curiosity sharpened into certainty. An O-type father and an A-type mother should not have a B-type daughter. Lin Feifei chose a graceful retreat. In a soft, innocent voice, she told her parents and Zhou Gang that she would not pursue the matter. Her approach had been wrong, she admitted, but her feelings for Chen had been sincere, and she did not regret them. Chen was speechless. Zhou Gang looked at Lin with pity. Lu Manhua seemed to think her daughter hopeless. Lin Yuandong alone rejected the retreat. He slammed the table, rose, and declared that his precious daughter could not simply swallow such an insult. Chen did not apologize. He looked calmly at Lin Yuandong and asked for a private word outside. The request stopped the father short. Chen repeated it without explaining, protecting the secret while making it clear that the next exchange was meant for Lin alone. Lin Yuandong instinctively looked to his wife. Lu rolled her eyes and reminded him that he was the head of the family. If Chen wanted a one-on-one challenge, she could hardly take his place. He looked next to Zhou Gang, who was equally unwilling to rescue him. Chen watched the supposedly tough general manager search one face after another for help. Then he calmly moved toward the door, drawing Lin Yuandong after him. The public argument paused behind them. Outside, Chen would finally explain why the family's blood types did not add up. Just outside the conference room, Chen Mu led Lin Yuandong into a quiet corner. Lin remained guarded, expecting a demand for compensation. Chen, however, had brought him out here to discuss something far more dangerous than money. Instead of answering, Chen raised his right hand and solemnly counted the earthly branches on his fingers. Lin's expression sagged into open disdain. Was this student really trying to fool a financial boss with a cheap fortune-teller act? Chen's expression turned serious. He asked whether Lin had type O blood. Lin froze, that was correct. Chen pinched his fingers again and identified Lu Manhua's blood as type A this time. Lin's eyes widened. And Chen quietly wondered why Lin Feifei was type B. Lin shook. An O-type father and an A-type mother should produce an O or a type child, not B. He did not know Feifei's blood type, but he understood the implication perfectly. Lin had enough worldly experience not to trust a stranger immediately, yet the suspicion struck an existing wound. His marriage was already trapped in humiliation. Anxiety caused impotence, his wife's scolding deepened it, and the cycle repeated without relief. Chen glanced at Lin's wrist and offered a cruel comparison. Lin's life was like that gleaming watch, impressive outside, worthless underneath. Lin sneered. Did this student even recognize the luxury brand he had just called fake? Chen focused and consciously requested three things: model, price, and high imitation details. His evolved eyes answered. The watch was a Patek Philippe Complications Series 5205R001, quoted at 510,000, and the display began listing its flaws. First, the moon phase stars were flat and printed, not 5 hand-carved reliefs. Half a star was even missing. Second, the calendar spacing was 0.3 millimeters too wide, and its font was modified Song typeface. Third, the annual calendar adjustment button was only a decorative indentation. Pressing it produced no feedback. Chen calmly recited the model, the 510,000 quote, and every defect. Lin's face changed, and he instinctively tucked his wrist into his sleeve. If Chen could expose a sophisticated counterfeit at a glance, then his warning about Feifei could be real too. Lin's eyes reddened. In a hoarse, urgent whisper, the man who had entered the school demanding submission now begged Chen to point out a way. Chen said nothing. That silence forced Lin to find the price himself. With a sudden flash of understanding, he solemnly admitted that his daughter had been wrong and promised to make her apologize and compensate Chen for his mental distress. Lin immediately took out his phone to discuss compensation. Chen stopped him. This dispute had been mediated by the school leaders. He reminded Lin he was only a student. Then Chen turned and walked back toward the conference room. Chen pushed open the door and resumed his original seat without expression. Lin followed close behind, every head turned toward them. Zhou Gang looked from the calm student to the visibly altered general manager, unable to guess what had happened outside. Lin cut Zhou Gang off and announced with grave formality that his own side was at fault. Zhou Gang froze. Lin Feifei stared in confusion. Lu Manhua rejected the reversal outright, springing up to demand whose fault he meant. Lin slowly turned toward his wife. His stare was so ferocious that Lu's protest died under it. Veins stood out across his forehead and neck. For the first time, both mother and daughter looked genuinely afraid of him. Lin pronounced each word with terrifying clarity. Lin Feifei was at fault. Then he ordered her to apologize. Feifei stared at the veins standing out on her father's neck, certain that refusing him now could bring a slap. Lin Yuandong's demand hung over the conference room. Feifei looked desperately to her mother, but Lu Manhua slammed the table and sprang up instead. Before she could finish asking whether her husband had lost his mind, Lin thundered at her to shut her mouth. The entire room froze. Several seconds passed, and Feifei still did not move. Lin marched toward her and pointed directly at her face, demanding to know whether she had heard him. With her mother offering no protection and a slap suddenly seeming possible, Feifei hurriedly promised that she would apologize. Feifei hurried in front of Chen and gave him the solemn words the mediation had demanded. She admitted she was wrong and apologized. Then she tried to explain herself. Teasing him had been her misguided way of getting to know him. Chen listened without offering her an easy response. Feifei blinked and added one last qualification. She did not regret having a crush on him. Chen was struck speechless. Even after being forced to apologize in front of everyone, this girl had somehow turned the humiliation into another confession. He could only marvel at how extraordinary she was. With his daughter finally finished, Lin hurried to Chen and treated the apology as official. He completed the promised compensation as well, transferring 50,000 yuan. For Chen, that was no token gesture. Hidden information and a few carefully chosen words had just produced a genuinely substantial payday. Lin wanted to meet again, but only after he had handled certain matters. Chen understood the hesitation and readily agreed to make an appointment later. Lin repeated his agreement with almost excessive eagerness. The supposed financial entrepreneur had gained not only compensation, but a useful future connection. Chen put away his phone and politely asked Zhou Gang whether he could leave. The secretary was so stunned that Chen had to call him a second time. Zhou finally checked with Lin. When Lin immediately declared that he had no objection, Chen turned and swaggered out of the conference room. The moment Chen was gone, Lin's accommodating smile vanished. He gave Zhou a curt farewell and walked out without sparing Lu or Feifei a glance. Mother and daughter could only look at each other in bewilderment. Whatever Chen had told him, it had changed their family before their eyes. Chen hurried away from the administrative building laughing. He had passed himself off as some kind of financial entrepreneur while being a mess of trouble himself. Still, he knew exactly what Lin meant by handling matters. A secret DNA test to learn whether Feifei was biologically his, followed by divorce and a fight over the assets. Lin's family crisis was no longer Chen's problem. His own eyes were. They were still mutating, and each new effect arrived before he fully understood the last one. The money proved the power's value, but not its safety. Chen needed food, control, and a less dangerous way to test what it could do. Convenience store offered the first practical answer. Chen went inside and bought chocolate, nuts, dried meat, and other high-calorie snacks, packing everything into his backpack. With 50,000 yuan newly transferred to him, he felt exhilarated enough to splurge for once instead of measuring every small expense. As Chen turned away, the lottery shop next door caught his eye. He stopped, blinked, and abruptly ducked inside. There were no customers. The owner sat behind the counter scrolling on his phone and barely acknowledged another student, while Chen's attention immediately settled on the scratch-offs beneath the glass. The owner did not bother greeting him. Chen hardly cared. A scratch-off hid its winning interface beneath a removable coating, exactly the kind of physical layer his evolving vision might penetrate. The thought struck him all at once. Could X-ray vision identify a winning ticket before he scratched it? Standing before the same counter, Chen Mu tried to contain his excitement and asked what scratch-offs the shop carried. The owner lazily named 4 series without looking away from his phone. Only one answer truly mattered. New Year's Good Fortune 2026 offered a top prize of 1 million yuan. Ticket looked lavish, festive red, 8 galloping horses, golden clouds, and blazing lanterns. Then Chen heard the price, 50 yuan each. That was enough to feed him for 2 days. Still, testing his eyes on anything cheaper would mean giving up the only jackpot worth this risk. Chen asked the owner to take out the whole set. The man gave him a sidelong look. Lottery tickets were chosen by luck, not by staring. Chen persisted, claiming he merely wanted to find the one with which he had an affinity. The excuse was thin, but it gained him access. At first, Chen could only keep trying. With every attempt, the sensation of activating X-ray vision became clearer. 7 or 8 grueling minutes passed before the coding finally seemed to separate into layers. Beneath it, the prize information emerged, faint and unstable but visible. Layered perspective truly worked. Chen held his breath and worked through the tickets one by one. The longer he maintained the vision, the harder his temples throbbed. Hunger surged through him, his jaw locked, and veins began to rise. Yet somewhere in that stack was 1,000,000 yuan, so he refused to release his focus. A steady flip of tickets finally pulled the owner away from his phone. One look nearly made him jump. Chen's eyes bulged and his face twisted with effort. The owner begged him to choose randomly and stop before he dropped dead in the shop. Through clenched teeth, Chen managed one command: quiet. And Chen suddenly laughed. His face had turned blood red, his eyes were bloodshot, veins stood out across his forehead and neck, and blood slipped from his nose. The owner broke into a cold sweat and wondered whether to call emergency services. Chen barely noticed. He had finally found the ticket. Chen selected that ticket and committed the 50 yuan. When the coding came away, the printed result confirmed exactly what layered perspective had shown him. He had won. Not a minor return, but the grand prize, 1,000,000 yuan. His reckless experiment had just become his first true windfall. The owner suddenly screamed, "Ow, ow, ow!" Chen, startled, snatched the winning ticket close and retreated several steps. After everything his eyes had put him through, he was not letting anyone touch it. For one absurd second, he wondered whether the man had simply gone crazy. At last, the owner found words. 1,000,000. Chen had truly won 1,000,000. He rushed over, seized Chen's hands, and poured out congratulations, then declared he needed some of that impossible luck for himself. The same man who had mocked Chen for buying one ticket now looked ready to worship him. Only then did Chen finally breathe. He had really won the lottery, 1,000,000 yuan. Laughter rose from him in waves, but so did the urge to cry. For a poor student who measured 50 yuan in days of food, the number was not abstract anymore. His life had just changed. The owner abruptly released him, vanished into the shop, and returned carrying supplies. Before Chen could understand what was happening, a banner appeared outside. This station had sold a 1,000,000 yuan winning scratch-off. Then the owner lit firecrackers. The deafening celebration announced Chen's private fortune to everyone nearby. Students quickly gathered beneath the dazzling banner, demanding to know who had won 1,000,000. When the owner returned inside, they surged after him and packed the shop. Chen stood among them with the winning ticket still in hand. His first fortune was real, and thanks to one overexcited shopkeeper, so was his worst concern: no privacy. Students did not merely surround the lucky winner. They fought to touch him, grabbing Chen Mu's hand and squeezing as though fortune had to be wrung out by force. By the time he finally broke free, that hand had turned purple, and several enthusiastic boys had nearly crushed his bones. Shop owner helped clear a path and hurriedly explained the precautions and address for claiming the prize. Chen escaped with the ticket, only to hear the owner shouting after the crowd, "Pay first before you scratch!" A chill ran down Chen's spine. He quickened his pace before anyone created another disaster. Outside, Chen checked the time. It was almost 4, too late to reach the provincial lottery center and complete the claim. The 1,000,000 yuan would have to remain a promise for one more night. He decided to go home first and return tomorrow, walking toward the school gate with barely contained excitement. Just before the entrance, Chen stopped. 7 or 8 men were scattered beneath the trees outside, some sitting, some standing, 2 smoking on the curb. Nothing openly identified them as a threat. Yet the arrangement felt wrong, and the excitement of his windfall instantly gave way to a cold, watchful unease. The instant Chen neared the gate, both smokers looked up, crushed out their cigarettes, and stood together. Chen stared. They stared back. That tiny synchronized movement was enough. He connected them to Zhao Jia, whose legal trouble might remain manageable if he confessed, compensated Zhang Jun, and avoided a determined prosecution. If Zhao Jia had sent them, their likely question was obvious. How had Chen known those hidden secrets? Chen refused to supply the answer or risk a beating. He paused beside the security booth, turned, and hurried back into campus. Behind him, one man made a call. Soon the whole group followed separately, pretending innocence. A dozen minutes later, Chen reached the library, climbed to the 3rd floor, and slipped into a study room. He found an empty seat, set down his backpack, and finally exhaled. Fighting those men would be absurd. His first pot of gold was almost within reach. He would not gamble his safety before he could claim it. Before he could open a book, his stomach growled. The hunger was no ordinary missed meal. Holding X-ray vision long enough to find the winning ticket had drained him badly. Chen pulled out his emergency snacks and ate with his head down, ignoring the strange looks from nearby students as beef jerky disappeared piece after piece. While eating, Chen reconsidered his grand plan. If X-ray vision could scan scratch-offs, why not sweep every lottery station and buy financial freedom? Because his body had already answered. Until he solved the energy drain, sustained use was impossible. Forcing it might cost him his eyesight. Chen deliberately curbed his greed. Conspicuous meal drew the attention of Zhao Yashi, the reserved engineering student Chen had helped in Professor Zhang's office. Their hesitant conversation turned personal. Still eating beef jerky, Chen said his parents had died when he was very young and strangers had raised him. Zhao Yashi immediately apologized. Chen only smiled. He was used to it. Zhao Yashi watched him in silence, then softly suggested he stop eating snacks and let her treat him to dinner. Chen looked up, genuinely surprised. She explained that he had helped her in Professor Zhang's office, so a meal was only fair. Her face reddened as the practical excuse exposed how nervous the invitation made her. Chen accepted, but warned her that some mysterious second growth spurt had given him an enormous appetite. Zhao Yashi covered her mouth and laughed. No matter how much he ate, she said, he could not eat her out of house and home. Chen told her to be prepared, then instantly packed away every snack. Free dinner outranked beef jerky. He agreed to go at once. Chen packed quickly while Zhao Yashi gathered an astonishing spread of books, stationery, electronics, a water bottle, lip balm, and little trinkets. Then Chen noticed car keys in her hand. His eyes lit up. "You drive." Zhao Yashi nodded with a bashful smile, opening an unexpectedly convenient route away from campus. Outside the library, Zhao Yashi's car proved as unexpected as its owner. A wine-red Volvo X30, compact but unmistakably an SUV. Her family had spent more than 200,000 yuan on it for college. Chen Mu admired their generosity and felt the familiar ache of someone who had never known that kind of family warmth. Once they were moving, Zhao Yashi blushed and warned that her driving was only average. Chen laughed that she was already ahead of him. He had passed his test but could not afford a car. She answered without condescension. After graduation and a good job, she promised, buying one would become easy. And she offered the most awkward example possible. Someone at their university, she had heard, had just won 1,000,000 yuan at the campus lottery booth. Chen went silent. Focused on the road, Zhao Yashi missed his expression and cheerfully concluded that life was full of variables. Hard work would bring them everything eventually. Chen finally asked whether she spoke to everyone this way. Zhao Yashi immediately worried that she had been talking too much. No, he said, she was simply very gentle, like a girl made of water. Her blush deepened. She bit her lower lip, too shy to find an answer. After Zhao Yashi parked, they entered the restaurant and chose a corner in the first-floor main hall. When the waiter offered her the menu, she passed it straight to Chen. He warned that he truly would not be polite. She gave him permission anyway, with no idea how literally he intended to take it. Chen ordered gyu, baoru, stir-fried meat slices, dai san xian, soybean paste eggplant, mixed vegetable salad, and stir-fried tofu. Before he could go farther, the waiter stopped him. That was already too much for two people. Chen calmly replied that they could finish it. The waiter just as calmly told him they could not. Waiter said this restaurant watched overconfident customers fail every day. Chen answered with a proposition. If he finished everything, would the meal be free? The waiter narrowed his eyes and asked whether Chen was a mukbang streamer. There was no camera, however, and neither Chen nor the quiet Zhao Yashi looked like performers. Convinced Chen was no professional, the waiter advised them to order only 2 dishes. Chen ignored the advice and pressed the single point, free or not if he cleared his order. The waiter's pride finally caught. Fine. If Chen finished every dish, the waiter would pay for the meal from his own pocket. Zhao Yashi nudged Chen at once. A joke was not worth making himself sick, she whispered. Nobody could finish that much safely. Chen told her not to worry and patted her arm. His confidence did not reassure the waiter, but the gentle contact made Zhao Yashi's concern feel more personal than the wager around them. While they waited, their talk returned to transportation. Zhao Yashi told Chen to contact her after evening classes. She would drive him and she would not accept payment. If he mentioned money again, she would be angry. Chen accepted with delighted gratitude and called her a real pal. Zhao Yashi huffed. Who was his pal? He was hopeless. Zhao Yashi stood and walked away. Chen called after her loudly enough that she spun back, blushing, and whispered that she was going to the restroom. As she hurried off, Chen finally noticed 2 little canine teeth in her mock-fierce expression. Somehow, even her anger was cute. He could not help smiling. Chen was still enjoying the prospect of free rides when the waiter returned with the first dish. The gyu bao ru hit the table, and Chen's expression froze. That was not a plate. It was practically a wash basin, heaped with meat like a mountain. The waiter walked away wearing a half-smile that said the real wager had only begun. Rest of the dishes arrived almost at once, each absurd plate heaped like a mountain beside the wash basin-sized gyu bao ru. Zhao Yashi returned from the restroom, saw Chen Mu staring at the feast, and burst into delighted laughter. His expression alone made the waiter's ridiculous wager worthwhile. Chen was not thinking about the wager. Every use of his evolved eyes demanded more energy, and even this banquet no longer looked sufficient. Yet the energy trapped in food was useless if his stomach could not contain it. He could not solve supernatural hunger by eating until he burst. A cow's stomach would not be enough forever, neither would a camel's. Chen followed the problem to its only useful conclusion. Sooner or later, he needed another source of energy entirely. Before he could pursue the thought, Zio called him back and told him simply to eat. Zio whispered that the bet did not matter. They could pack whatever remained, but he must not make himself sick for a joke. Her earnest concern brightened Chen's mood. He promised he was not that foolish, and they began eating and chatting until the last trace of awkwardness between them started to disappear. Harmony ended when a shirtless, drunken man crowded Zio and demanded her WeChat. Her refusal only drew him closer. He took a drag from his cigarette and sneered that she must be looking down on him. Chen's smile vanished. He shifted between the stranger and Zio. Floor manager hurried between them and warned the man to leave the young couple alone. Liu cursed him away. Then his three companions rose together, dragged the manager aside, and laughed that adding a WeChat contact was no great matter. Surrounded by three large men, the manager fell silent. So did every other diner. As Liu advanced, Chen narrowed his eyes. The labels appeared at once: Liu Qiang, network fugitive, carrying contraband drugs. Then came impotence, mixed internal and external hemorrhoids, and gouty foot. The comic details could wait. The fugitive label could not. Chen drew Zio backward and scanned the room. He remembered a police car in the parking lot. An officer might be eating here. Tag vision swept over every diner until it found Zhang Xinyan. Chen called for him, turning a room full of passive witnesses into a place where Liu could finally be arrested. Three companions tried to block Zhu's path. He answered by drawing an identification card from his pocket and ordering them aside. They retreated in perfect unison. Zhu reached the shirtless brute, told him to put down the beer bottle, and identified himself as an officer of the Municipal Police Bureau. Liu set down the bottle and turned to leave. Chen stopped him with 4 words. His name is Liu Qiang. The drunk froze and stared back with reddened eyes. Zhu searched his memory, compared the fuller, distorted face with an old wanted photograph, and found more than 90% similarity. It was him. Zhu pointed at him and declared him under arrest. Liu's answer was immediate. He spun and ran for his life. Before he had gone far, a beer bottle whistled through the air from behind. Chen's throw struck the back of Liu's head with astonishing precision. Glass crashed, and the drunken fugitive pitched into the aisle. Zhu looked back once at Chen, who merely dusted off his hands, then lunged onto Liu. The restaurant erupted for a moment, but the trained criminal officer quickly subdued the thoroughly drunk fugitive. The wager meal sat abandoned amid the aftermath. Chen and Zio now had to accompany the police and explain exactly what had happened. 20 minutes after Liu Qiang's capture, Chen Mu and Zio Yashi sat inside the Municipal Police Bureau. Chen carefully recounted the restaurant incident. When the statements were complete, both witnesses signed their names. In the lobby, Zhu Zhengyang soon approached Chen with open suspicion. Did Chen know him? Chen said no, even as the faint label over Zhu identified him as one of Yanbei City's 4 great constables. Chen improvised that he had heard the 4 great constables' exploits and seen Zhu's photograph. Zhu clicked his tongue. Recognizing that photo amid a crisis suggested remarkable mental fortitude. Chen accepted the compliment and promptly asked to leave. Zhu's next question was harder. How had Chen recognized Liu Qiang? Chen blamed a wanted poster. But it had appeared only 3 years ago, and even Zhu had recognized merely 80% of Liu's altered features. Rather than defend the impossible memory, Chen coughed and asked whether catching a fugitive counted as merit. It did. Liu was a municipal-level wanted criminal, and his unexpired bounty would bring Chen a reward of 20,000 yuan. Departing suspect Wang Jiankun sneered at the title of 4 great constable and asked why Zhu risked his life for a few thousand yuan a month. Zhu answered that insufficient evidence did not mean Wang was innocent. Zhu warned Wang to watch his step. Next time he would personally lock him away. Wang pointed at him, cursed him for being so annoying, and swaggered toward the exit with a cold, sinister look. Behind Wang came his cold-faced lawyer, Kaio Yan, wearing glasses and a white office skirt. Zhu asked whether defending such a man hurt her conscience. She paused only to say she dealt in facts, not accusations. Kaio walked away. Zhu's face turned livid and he drove a fist into the wall. Watching from the lobby, Chen blinked, then looked toward Wang before the man could pass through the exit. Labels exploded into view. Wang Jiankun, general manager of Kaiankun Trading Group, organized crime, mastermind of the Zhao Huangzhuang massacre. In an instant, Chen knew Zhu's suspicions were not merely justified, they barely scratched the surface. Nearly 100 labels crowded Wang's figure. Most were trivial, but the examples were startling. Facial nerve damage, severe fatty liver, an embarrassing 6-centimeter measure, and a Uofusen red Earth-Kinnan Agarwood bracelet worth 12 million. And Chen found what mattered. One label marked a chip implanted beneath the skin of Wang's buttocks. Another marked drugs hidden in his rectum. These were not distant accusations. They were physical evidence Zhu could search for now. Chen concealed the truth behind a claim of divination. Zhu, already desperate for movement in the stalled case, demanded the exact result. Chen blinked and answered plainly, Wang Jiankun had something hidden in his butt. In his butt, Chen clarified, either inside the rectum or beneath the skin of the buttocks. Zhu fell silent and remembered Wang's peculiar request during an earlier interrogation on a hot day, a soft, fluffy seat cushion. Wang had sat on that cushion until his butt was drenched in sweat. Perhaps he had been protecting exactly what Chen described. Then Chen casually pointed toward the exit. Wang was about to leave. That was enough. Zhu reacted on impulse and raced after Wang before the suspect could disappear. Chen had handed the stalled investigation a narrow opening, while keeping the impossible truth about his eyes to himself. As soon as Zhu was gone, Zhao leaned close with a strange expression. Was Chen's divination really genuine? Chen merely shrugged and said he did know a little, preserving the mystery rather than giving her a real answer. And Chen smiled. For example, he said, her physiognomy revealed that she was a virgin. Zhao Yashi's face turned red instantly. Whatever she had expected from his secret, it certainly was not that. Chen Mu pulled Zhao Yashi away from the police bureau and left Wang Jiankun to the professionals. If Zhu Zhengyang followed the grotesque clue, the investigation might accelerate. If not, Chen trusted that the police would catch Wang eventually. 20 minutes later, Zhao dropped Chen at his apartment complex. She drove away wearing a peculiar expression, still muttering over one impossible question. Could he truly recognize a virgin at a glance, or had he somehow guessed her secret? At night, Chen could not sleep. Tomorrow he would finally claim the 1 million yuan prize, perhaps 800,000 after tax. For someone whose childhood sponsorship had been calculated down to the minimum needed to avoid starvation, the sum felt almost unreal. Excitement was not the only thing keeping him awake. His eyes had consumed plenty of energy, and the interrupted Northeast Chinese dinner had never filled him. At 11:30, hunger won. Chen got dressed and headed downstairs for a late-night snack. Outside, most families were asleep and the complex was nearly black. Yet Chen suddenly stopped in shock. The darkness was not hindering him as it should. His evolving eyes had acquired another useful function. He could see through the night with startling clarity. Chen finally ate until the crushing hunger subsided. Back in bed, relief spread through him, but his thoughts kept circling the change in his eyes. Somewhere between wondering what else they might become and savoring a full stomach, he drifted to sleep. Early the next morning, Chen took a taxi to the provincial lottery center with his mask and hat pulled tight. Staff verified the ticket and had him complete the prize claim registration form. A 1 million yuan prize required little ceremony, only formal deductions and processing. 2 hours later, the bank notification arrived. After taxes and donations, Chen's balance had risen by more than 700,000 yuan. The number was thrilling, but it did not feel like carefree spending money. It looked more like a chance to settle an old debt of gratitude. Chen took a taxi back to school and arrived near noon, already having missed 2 morning classes. Wondering whether a teacher had blacklisted him, the newly wealthy student did nothing extravagant. He bought 2 cafeteria dishes and chose a quiet corner to eat. Fragrance reached him as someone sat opposite. Chen looked up, saw Lin Feifei, and immediately lowered his head in disgust. She had arrived polished like a doll, wearing a fitted pink tracksuit with her long hair newly curled and hanging loose. To Chen, that only made the interruption more annoying. Lin persisted with her sweet public approach, but Chen refused to play along. His deliberately outrageous response, that she could call him daddy, made him choke on his own food while the surrounding students erupted. To them, he was not resisting manipulation. He was arrogantly humiliating their campus goddess. And Lin selected a slice of lotus root with her chopsticks and slowly extended it across the table. With clear eyes and a pitiful, timid expression, she softly asked whether he wanted it. The intimate little offering was perfectly staged for every student watching. Chen took a breath, stood, lifted his tray, and walked away without accepting the lotus root. Lin watched his back, pouted, and let tears gather in her reddening eyes. That was all the audience needed. Accusations flew. Perhaps he had pursued her, used her, and then abandoned her. Lin lowered her head and wiped away the tears. Inside, however, she was not brokenhearted. She was furious that Chen kept spoiling her game. Calling him an infuriating show-off, she silently vowed to keep locking horns with him until she finally managed to hook him. For the afternoon lesson, Chen Mu walked into his Yanbei University classroom. The cafeteria spectacle had arrived before him. Heads turned, whispers followed him toward the back, and everyone seemed to have an opinion. Chen ignored them, dropped his backpack beside his usual lastro desk, and folded himself over the tabletop for a nap. Someone took the seat beside him, bringing a faint fragrance with her. A nudge forced Chen to lift his head. It was Zhang Xinyan. Without easing into the subject, she asked what was really happening between him and Lin Feifei, then placed her phone directly in front of him. Camera had caught the worst possible instant. Lin holding out a lotus root slice with a timid, pitiful expression, while Chen sat opposite her. Beauty filters blurred the cafeteria until the two of them seemed enclosed in their own tender little world. The image looked less like evidence of a quarrel than a carefully staged confession. Keeping her voice low, Zhang asked whether he truly had something going on with Lin. Chen casually answered that he did. The color drained from Zhang's face. She hesitated over the words, then forced herself to ask the question she actually feared. Were the two of them dating? Chen sat upright, stretched, and told her she needed better eyesight. He was not dating anyone. By saying something had happened, he meant the day he had slammed a food tray into Lin's face. Zhang's confusion vanished. She broke into a relieved smile, and Chen added flatly that he was not blind enough to date Lin. Zhang still could not understand how anyone faced with Lin Feifei's beauty and figure could bring himself to answer her with a food tray. Her commentary became so blunt that Chen had no useful reply. He slowly raised one thumb in acknowledgement. This girl was fierce. With that, the conversation finally died. Bell brought in their English teacher and homeroom advisor, Yang Wenqing. She was an unmarried woman in her early 30s and the class's undisputed campus fashion leader. That afternoon, a thin blazer framed a neatly tailored satin slip dress, while pointed heels gave every step a crisp, confident rhythm. Yang's classes were always full. Her sense of style drew attention, and her standard British pronunciation made the lesson genuinely pleasant to hear. Chen enjoyed English class too, though he admitted to himself that English was not the attraction. Between watching the teacher and listening to her voice, the entire period slipped past unnoticed. The instant the bell rang, Chen began packing. He had barely lifted a book when a hand came down and pinned it to the desk. The boy seated directly in front had turned around. With a gloomy expression, he told Chen to wait. He had something he wanted to ask. Chen needed a moment to place the familiar face. Then he remembered. Liu Bing had been among the lackeys who blocked him with Zhang Jun's group a few days earlier. Chen frowned and asked what he wanted now. Liu did not explain. He merely darkened his expression and ordered Chen to sit down. Before Liu could get whatever answer he wanted, Yang Wenqing called Zhang Xinyan forward. She needed Zhang and a suitable partner. Zhang blinked once, looked from the teacher to the confrontation, and immediately saw the opening. No further search was necessary, she announced. The perfect partner was already sitting beside her. Zhang grabbed Chen's hand and praised him as absolutely multi-talented. Chen could only stare. He could not even sing in tune. Yang accepted the recommendation and summoned them both. Triumphant, Zhang stuffed Chen's books into his backpack, hauled him away, and cocked an eyebrow at Liu as if asking who was tough now. Liu watched them go with a dark face. Chen had escaped him again. With no better option, he pulled out his phone and made a call. Meanwhile, Zhang led Chen through the girls' seats. Whistles erupted. Someone yelled for Yanyan to score a home run, and her fearless expression turned bright red before they finally caught up with Yang. Still carrying his backpack, Chen followed Yang Wenqing with Zhang Xinyan beside him. His gaze swept over their fashionable teacher, and tag vision exploded with private details. Aromantic peach blossom eyes, milky white skin, a navel piercing, a peach blossom tattoo, and even the fact that she was still a virgin. Remaining tags were even wilder. A perfect 36C figure, legs measured at 1.2 meters, a 700-year-old jade pendant, maximum-level ancient fist technique, and a side business in antique jade. Chen wondered whether martial arts explained the explosive strength in Yang's posture, and his imagination promptly ran away with him. Inside her office, Yang explained the real assignment. Yanbei University would hold its annual freshman orientation party next month, and every class had to contribute. She chose Zhang because the Northeast girl had been raised with rich cultural opportunities and was reputedly skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Zhang accepted gladly. Yang asked Chen what talents he possessed, since Zhang had advertised him as multi-talented. Chen answered with a helpless silence. Whatever Zhang had promised in the classroom, Yang now treated the two students as the pair responsible for the task. Chen's eyes drifted while he searched for a way through the awkward conversation. From where Zhang stood, Chen was not studying an antique. He was staring openly at their teacher's cleavage. Zhang's irritation flared. Yang noticed the same fixed gaze, covered her chest, and turned cold. She was already preparing to strip this shameless student of his new position before he could embarrass the class. Before Yang could speak, Chen's expression became strangely devout. He slowly raised both hands, pressed his palms together, and closed his eyes as if worshipping. Yang stopped short. Zhang's anger collapsed into bewilderment. Neither woman could decide whether his behavior was an apology, a performance, or something even stranger. Possibility stirred in Yang's mind. She looked down and lifted the pendant. It was carved as guanyin. If Chen had been staring at that, the prayer suddenly made sense. Zhang pushed him and demanded an explanation. Chen lowered his hands, but his attention remained fixed on the jade rather than on either woman's accusation. Pendant was no trinket. Yang's family had deep scholarly roots and real expertise in antique jade, and this 700-year-old piece was priceless. Since she began wearing it, she had never fallen ill, her luck had surged, and she had secured an English teaching post at Yanbei University while still young. To Yang, it was an amulet. Chen looked up at Yang and activated X-ray vision. The visible carving and cord fell away into translucent layers. Deep inside the ancient jade, he found something neither woman could see, a minute trace of liquid-like substance. From it, a lustrous field continually evaporated through the pendant. And Chen noticed the crucial part. The field was not merely brushing past him. His evolved eyes were absorbing it. He did not know what the substance was, but the energy flow was unmistakable. Excitement surged through him as an old problem. The dangerous hunger created by using his sight suddenly seemed solvable. And studied the tiny inclusion again, checking rather than trusting his first rush of excitement. The conclusion held. Once ancient jade generated this liquid-like material, it became precious food for his eyes. Ordinary meals might no longer be his only option. For the first time, he had a practical direction for solving his power's escalating energy demand. With complete seriousness, Chen told Yang that her jade was producing a faint energy field. Her peach blossom eyes lit instantly. She leaned forward and asked whether he could truly feel it. Chen nodded. Yang swallowed her excitement and murmured that she had never expected this, while Zhang looked between them with no idea what either was talking about. Yang explained that the field was an invisible, intangible, volatile substance. Antique jade specialists called it jade smoke. She quoted the old image. In Lanshan, the sun warms the jade and brings forth smoke. What sounded metaphysical to Zhang was concrete to Chen. Yang had just supplied a name for the energy his eyes were drinking in. Excited, Yang held the pendant out and leaned close so Chen could examine it properly. Chen stared straight at the jade, absorbed in its hidden reservoir. Unfortunately, the visible arrangement looked almost exactly as improper as before. Zhang could only watch the two of them in mounting suspicion, a misunderstanding that would not end when they left the office. Past 3 that afternoon, Chen Mu and Zhang Xinyan emerged from the administration building as newly appointed performance partners. Their walk already felt more familiar than before, but Zhang had carried one stubborn suspicion out of Yang Wenking's office with her. Zhang demanded the truth. Had the pendant and jade smoke all been an excuse for staring at teacher Yang's chest? Chen was stunned by her bluntness, then raised an eyebrow. Even if he had stared, he asked, what business was it of hers? Chen waved goodbye, but Zhang flushed and stomped after him. When he pointed out that she was not his girlfriend, she rushed forward and blurted that if he wanted to look, he could look at her. Teacher Yang, she insisted, was forbidden. Then Zhang heard herself. After a long beat, Chen muttered that Zhang's 34B could not compare with Yang's 36C, then walked off. Zhang froze. How could he know either measurement? She charged after him, but her phone rang mid-shout. As his back receded, the light in her eyes only grew brighter. Half an hour later, Chen arrived at the Municipal Police Bureau and found a small commendation waiting. He received the Righteous Act prize and 20,000 yuan in cash. Most leaders treated him as a lucky student and went through the motions. Only Zhu Zhengyang watched him seriously. Once the procedure ended, Zhu led Chen into a small conference room and shut the door. His expression made Chen expect bad news. Although speaking against protocol, Zhu said he had to warn him about what Chen's intervention had set in motion. Police had found exactly what Chen predicted: poison meant for suicide and a chip containing extremely important incriminating evidence. Wang Jiankun was now detained. Chen's contribution was enormous, but it could not be publicly acknowledged. The case was too dangerous, and the Bureau would not deliberately pull a student into it. There was one problem. Before Wang's detention, his personal lawyer, Kaio Yan, had seen Chen whispering with Zhu. Zhu described her as exceptionally intelligent. Even without public credit, that brief encounter might let her connect Chen to the discovery, which was why his warning could not wait. Conversation then took an unexpected turn. Zhu said Chen might have real potential for criminal investigation. Chen blinked and asked where he had shown that. Zhu's answer was the Wang Jiankun incident, the feat Chen had disguised as absurd finger divination. Wang had hidden poison and implanted evidence beneath his skin. Zhu reasoned that such preparations must have changed his gait. Therefore, Chen must have noticed the tiny abnormality and made a bold inference. To Zhu, that meant Chen's observation and reasoning might already surpass veteran criminal investigators. Zhu called Chen a natural criminal investigator and made the offer concrete. If Chen was interested, bureau leaders could speak with his university principal. He could remain in school and come train whenever he had time. Zhu waited, his appreciation and anticipation completely undisguised. Chen fell silent. If this worked, his future might finally be secure. More importantly, what profession could fit his mutated eyes better than criminal investigation? He stopped hesitating, took a breath, and told Captain Zhu, "Let's try it." Zhu's face lit up. He slapped the table and exclaimed in triumph. Chen Mu's answer left Captain Zhu ecstatic. Wang Jiankun had resisted veteran investigators, and an ace lawyer had guarded every weakness. Yet Chen had exposed the fatal flaw in passing. To Zhu, that kind of specialized insight was exactly what criminal investigation sometimes needed. Zhu soon returned with the bureau leader responsible for criminal investigations. In a crisp uniform, sharp-eyed and unsmiling, the man offered Chen his hand. "Jiang Minjuan." Chen shook it modestly and addressed him as Director Jiang. Jiang said the bureau had no basic objection to Zhu's proposal, but approval did not mean blind trust. He immediately assigned a first test. Several suspects had been caught after pedestrians were robbed at night. Chen would observe them and identify the perpetrator with no reference information. The observation room already held several officers and the victim, an old woman over 60 with silver-white hair and age spots. She had faced the robber, but failing eyesight and unreliable memory left her unable to choose confidently. Beyond the observation window, 5 men stood in the neighboring interrogation room and everyone looked disreputable. Zhu whispered that police already knew the answer. Chen only had to analyze it. A nearby officer smiled and warned that failure would be normal. Zhu snapped at him to shut up. Chen ignored the banter and examined the 5 men one by one. To everyone else, they were merely 5 suspicious faces. To him, the differences were decisive. The colleague mistook his silence for confusion and offered him another chance. Chen pointed to the second man. He was an meat delivery worker. His face might look unpleasant, Chen said, but he was actually a good person. The easy certainty of that first correction wiped the colleague's smile away. He moved to the middle man, a pimp. Then Chen indicated the second man on the right. That one was a punk who looked fierce but was actually a coward, the sort who would slip away the moment a fight became real. First man on the right was guilty of something, but not this robbery. Chen identified him as a thief and added one impossible detail. The phone in his hand was not his. Another convincing suspect vanished from consideration. With all 4 alternatives accounted for, Chen pointed to the first man. Therefore, it is the first one. He did not hedge or ask for confirmation. He simply looked back at the officer who had offered him another chance. The colleague was dumbfounded. So was Zhu. Zhang Xinyan alone broke into a cold sweat. Chen had not only selected the robber, he had exposed the other 4 with terrifying precision. Zhang stared at him, thinking what none of them could explain. Even he could not see how Chen had done it. And minutes after Chen Mu shattered the lineup test, he was escorted into Zhang Xinyan's office. Zhu Zhengyang came with him, along with Su Liang, director of the Municipal Police Bureau's political department. The 3 officials took separate positions and fixed their attention on Chen. Chen's last performance had been too shocking to dismiss. He had found the true suspect almost immediately, analyzed the other 4 men, and been right about every one of them. Su Liang's pleasant surprise sharpened into a private conclusion. This student might be a criminal investigation genius. We even wondered whether Chen could one day surpass Yanbei City's 4 great detectives. That made caution more important, not less. Extraordinary talent could become rigid and brittle if nobody checked it. Su shot Jiang a look. There was still another question, so ask it. Jiang drew a breath. You solved the first question perfectly, now for the second. Chen nodded, then Jiang gestured to himself. Observe me carefully and analyze me. Su blinked at the strange choice. Why make the examiner himself the subject? Jiang never took his eyes off Chen. He was clear-headed, had never met the student, and had no relationship or prior interaction with him. Whatever explanation might excuse Chen's knowledge of the lineup, an accurate reading here would be much harder to fake. Chen focused. His eyes deepened, his expression turned solemn, and even Jiang felt a chill beneath that gaze. Then the tags appeared, far more than Chen expected. Zhang Xinyan was one of Yanbei City's 4 great detectives and an exceptionally skilled undercover actor. More tags crowded into view. Jiang was righteous, upright, uncorrupted, and fiercely loyal. He had earned full marks in Sanda and was an expert marksman. But beneath those honors came the damage, a heart pulse injured by repressed emotion, a gastric ulcer, cirrhosis, and the lingering effects of a gunshot wound in his leg. And Chen found the tags that changed everything, chronic poisoning, and a remaining lifespan of exactly 2 months and 7 days. Another read, raising a tiger. Jiang had adopted the daughter of a former gang boss. The separate facts locked together in Chen's mind with an ominous possibility. The weight of it pulled Chen out of the thrill of discovery. Seeing another person's secrets could change his own mood. Zhu tapped him lightly, bringing him back. Chen withdrew the ability, but one final glance confirmed the contradiction. Jiang looked completely normal while the tags said he had barely 2 months left. How could he answer? Saying everything would expose Jiang's family secret in front of the political department director. Worse, Chen's revenge theory was still an inference, not proof. He did not want to harm Jiang, especially after seeing the brightest tag of all, a man of righteousness and national fortune. Chen therefore spoke around the dangerous secrets. He described the courage at Jiang's core and said that Director Jiang truly faced death without fear. Su treated the phrase like an overpolished piece of ideological praise. Zhu immediately bristled at that easy dismissal. Give it a rest, Zhu shot back. Su might be good at ideological work, but the front line was different. When someone faced an enemy's muzzle or butcher knife who was truly without fear, police officers had parents, understood pain, and valued their own lives like anyone else. They charged anyway, Zhu continued, not because fear vanished, but because responsibility sat on their shoulders. If the police retreated, ordinary people would die in their place. That was courage, knowing the danger, feeling the fear, and moving forward because someone else needed protection. Zhu coughed, his older face flushing, and called Zhu a hothead. Zhu insisted he was only telling the truth. Then he patted Chen's shoulder and assured him that describing old Jiang that way was acceptable. No one noticed that Chen had not been speaking metaphorically. "No," Chen said. He looked quietly at Jiang. "Director Jiang truly is like that?" Zhu asked what he meant. Chen answered with the one truth he could no longer conceal: Jiang was terminally ill. If Jiang already knew his condition, then he truly was facing death without fear. Zhu froze. Zhu was dumbfounded. Jiang alone reacted like a man whose locked door had been kicked open. His whole body trembled, his face drained pale, and he stared at Chen in shock. Chen read the answer in that reaction and pressed him. So Jiang did know about his condition. Zhu grabbed Chen, demanding to know what terminally ill meant. Chen started to explain. Jiang cut him off with a deep shout. He turned, opened the office door, and ordered both Zhu and Su outside. The second test had stopped being an evaluation. It was now Jiang's most private secret. Zhu Zhengyang started to protest, but Jiang Minjuan's second order came out deeper and sharper. "Get out now." Zhu looked to Su Liang. Su was just as confused. Neither could mistake Jiang's temper, so both men stepped into the corridor, dejected. The office door slammed behind them. Jiang advanced with a frightening stare. Chen did not retreat or lower his eyes. For a long moment, neither man spoke. Then the impossible happened. Jiang, the veteran detective, felt fear first. He broke eye contact, turned away, and reached for his water cup. After a sip, Jiang fired off questions. What had Chen seen? How had he known? Had he studied traditional medicine? Chen answered with a question of his own. Jiang already knew how sick he was, didn't he? Jiang stayed silent, but the cup trembled in his hand. Chen pressed harder. Jiang did not have much time left. Jiang spun around. Such a condition could not be read from a face. Did Chen know him? Had he investigated him? Chen truthfully denied ever meeting him before, then hid the real answer inside a ridiculous story. Strangers had raised him, and an old man had taught him unorthodox tricks. He had simply calculated it. Jiang rejected the explanation, but Chen's purpose was not to make him believe in fortune-telling. He warned that even firm convictions could be warped by years of influence and emotional attachment. The danger surrounding Jiang's adopted daughter remained a suspicion, not a proven accusation. Yet Jiang could no longer ignore the choice before him. What he decided would determine his fate. Chen gave Jiang a final nod and turned for the door. The rest could not be decided for him. Jiang had to choose what to believe, whom to trust, and whether to act. Chen left the office with the warning unresolved behind him. Zhu was still waiting in the corridor. Su had already gone. The moment Chen emerged, Zhu hurried over and asked what had happened. Chen only thanked the captain for appreciating him and said that perhaps he was not suited to the job after all. Then he left despite Zhu's efforts to make him stay. Whether Chen stayed at the bureau no longer depended on his talent. It depended on Jiang. If Jiang chose his daughter, Chen's place there was finished. If Jiang chose to live and investigate the danger, an opportunity might remain. There was no point wasting energy now. Chen would wait. He left the municipal police bureau, hailed a taxi, and went home. Chen had barely arrived home when Zhao Yashi called. She had expected him to contact her so they could leave school together and had waited for a long time. Chen hurriedly thanked her, explained that an afternoon matter had taken him away from campus, and assured her that he was already home. Once the call ended, Chen collapsed onto the sofa. The exhaustion was not merely physical. Seeing hidden truths meant carrying secrets that were never his to bear. At least the evolved sight was not always on. He could deactivate it whenever he chose. Without that control, constant exposure to everyone around him would have been unbearable. Next caller was Zhang Xinyan. In only a few hours, she had already drafted a plan for next month's welcome gala. She ordered Chen to come discuss it and sweeten the demand by offering dinner. Chen clicked his tongue at her impossible efficiency. Zhang merely said she had handled such things since high school. Practice made perfect. Zhang insisted that finalizing the plan early meant they could execute it sooner. Chen surrendered and asked where to meet. The top-floor reading room of the school library, she answered, and hung up before he could finish protesting that he had to return there again. Exasperated but laughing, Chen accepted it. The gala was their teacher's assignment. It had to be done. 10 minutes later, Chen reached the school library and climbed to the top-floor reading room. He expected a practical planning session with the same bold classmate he knew from campus. Then he spotted Zhang waiting in a quiet corner, and his heart skipped before he had even reached her. Transformation was startling. Zhang wore a snow-white spaghetti-strap dress, and instead of her usual high ponytail, her long hair rested loosely over her shoulders. A smile touched her lips. Affection shone openly in her European-style eyes as she waved him over. Chen could only wonder how the fierce northeastern tigress had turned into moonlight. An ominous premonition settled over him. Chen Mu crossed the quiet top-floor reading room and finally reached Zhang Xinyan's corner. He still wore the same campus clothes and carried the same backpack, but Zhang had plainly dressed for more than paperwork. Standing beside her, he suddenly felt awkward. At 1.72 meters, Zhang's fit, long-legged proportions were hard to ignore. Her loose hair and white dress only sharpened the effect. Yet it was her natural European-style eyes, constantly curved with amusement, that unsettled him most. She looked charming and entirely too pleased with herself. Chen narrowed his eyes. Did she know she smiled like a fox? Zhang answered triumphantly, what if she was one? Had he forgotten saving a fox on the snowy mountain? Chen corrected her, the creature he released was a braised duck. Zhang giggled, then perhaps she was that duck. As Chen sat down, he asked whether she could possibly be cheekier. Zhang solemnly replied that she was both cheeky and destitute. Her ancestors had been poor peasants for 8 generations. He had no answer. Satisfied with her victory, she finally announced that they should discuss business. Zhang handed him the tablet. Every gala detail she could imagine was already organized there. Chen stared at the dense plan and admitted she was a professional. This was far beyond him. He would be the labor force. She could tell him what to do, and he would do it. Zhang still wanted feedback. Chen offered only, "It's pretty good." When she challenged that feeble response, he flashed a thumbs up and declared the plan absolutely stunning, worthy of total admiration. Zhang rolled her eyes at the exaggeration, but she was not finished recruiting him. Zhang's persuasion continued at close range. Chen grew hotter by the second and feared what would happen if she kept talking to him like this. Retreat became the safest option. He hurriedly agreed to support the gala. Zhang's eyes brightened at once. Then what program would he perform? Dance? Chen could not dance. Then Zhang wanted a song, but he was tone-deaf. Crosstalk or a skit, perhaps with a partner. He lacked the humor for those two. Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief. Cornered again, Chen smiled quickly and offered the one act his eyes could guarantee: magic. Magic made Zhang's eyes light up. Chen proposed remote object guessing. He would turn away while she sealed an item inside a box, then identify it without looking. Zhang laughed that such a trick required a shill and volunteered. Chen dismissed that immediately. He needed no assistant and challenged her to test him now. Now Zhang truly did not believe him. She snatched up her small bag and dumped its contents onto the table with a clatter. The astonishing spread of unfamiliar gadgets petrified Chen for a moment. Then she ordered him to turn around, selected one item, and stuffed it back inside the bag. When Zhang said it was ready, Chen turned back and focused on the bag. To ordinary sight, its contents were concealed. To his evolved eyes, the cover was only another layer. His guesses tracked the hidden cosmetics, lipstick, lip balm, perfume, closely enough to erase Zhang's smug certainty and make her demand another round. Zhang was no longer merely evaluating a gala idea. She was determined to expose how Chen did it. She gathered another object and challenged him to continue. Chen only smiled. "Sure, let's go." The quiet planning session had become a private contest, and the next item was already waiting. The contest continued exactly where it had left off in the library. Zhang Xinyan hid one personal item after another inside her small bag. Chen called a claw clip a hairpin, old blotting paper toilet paper, and a blister pad an oversized band-aid. His vocabulary infuriated her, but each answer still identified what the concealed object actually did. Last item was a heat patch, and this time Chen used the correct name. That was when Zhang finally saw the pattern. However badly he named the earlier objects, he had still guessed everyone. She demanded the secret behind his magic. Chen refused. A trick stopped being magic, he told her the moment he explained it. Zhang pouted, lowered her face, and looked up through tear-bright eyes, somehow turning the bold northeast tigress into a picture of wounded innocence. Chen nearly surrendered. Instead, he pointed behind her. She found her own performance reflected perfectly in the dark window and realized he had been watching and teasing her. Laughing in outrage, she sprang toward him. Zhang caught Chen's head in both hands and kissed him. He went rigid, heartbeat hammering, every thought erased. Then heat flooded his eyes. His vision pulled through the window, over the treetops and past birds in flight until even an airplane's navigation lights burned clearly in the dim sky. The impossible distance lasted only a moment. Pain stabbed through his temples, his body shook, and blood ran from his nose. Zhang hurried back with paper, wiped the blood beneath Chen's nose, and carefully supported his head while stopping the bleeding. As he recovered, she blushed and blamed the nosebleed on his embarrassment. Then her confidence faltered. Could they still be normal friends? Chen shook his head. When she searched his face for what that meant, he answered softly, they should date. Zhang said yes. The answer left Zhang even redder, her eyes soft and watery as she stayed close to him. Chen, still dazed by the kiss, the mutation, and the sudden change between them, tried to understand why she had acted now. Zhang's response was blunt. If she had waited any longer, someone else might have taken him first. Chen could not imagine who would be competing for him. Zhang told him to stop pretending and demanded to know about the baby-faced, notably curvy girl. He immediately supplied the name Zhao Yashi, which only made him look guiltier. Zhang pounced on the slip. She had not named anyone, yet he knew exactly whom she meant. Chen protested that he had only just met Zhao Yashi and that nothing ambiguous had happened between them. Zhang did not care enough to hold a trial. She rested her head on his shoulder and declared that she had made the first move, so he belonged to her now. No one else was allowed to take him away. Chen smiled and finally stopped holding himself apart. He wrapped both arms around Zhang's soft, slender waist. Her blush deepened until she could no longer speak, and neither of them tried. They simply held each other in the reading room corner. Only then did the wider silence become obvious. Everyone else had already fled rather than endure another mouthful of the new couple's sweetness. A little after 9 that evening, Chen Mu and Zhang Xinyan wandered across Yanbei University with their fingers interlaced. Dinner was already over, but neither wanted the date to end. They had no destination and needed none. Walking together was enough. At the female dormitory, Chen stroked Zhang's hair and finally told her to go inside. She secured a promise of breakfast first. Even after releasing his hand, she looked back every few steps, while Chen remained there until she disappeared upstairs. Walking alone, Chen tested the mutation born from that rush of emotion. The darkness offered no resistance. When he concentrated, his vision leaped beyond the campus to aircraft in the night sky, resolving navigation lights and even blurry faces behind their windows. And pain stabbed through his head. Chen recoiled and shut the ability down at once. The result was exhilarating and alarming in equal measure. His sight could now cross a terrifying distance, but even a brief extreme-range test demanded a price. Next morning, Zhang emerged from the dormitory and threw herself straight into Chen's arms. The girls watching nearby rolled their eyes, then reconsidered his infamous clash with the campus beauty. Chen might lack tact, but a boyfriend this openly devoted clearly was not chasing other girls. In the cafeteria, they fed each other between bites and enjoyed every second of their new closeness. Then Chen's phone rang. His strange expression after the short call wiped away Zhang's smile. The president of the university wanted Chen in his office. Chen admitted he did not know the reason, though he suspected good news. They hurried through breakfast. A few minutes later, he sent Zhang ahead to class and rushed across campus, reaching the principal's office 20 minutes afterward. Inside waited Lu Bing, president of Yanbei University. Two familiar officials sat with him: Jiang Minjuan of the Municipal Police Bureau and Propaganda Secretary Zhou Gang. The moment Chen saw Jiang, the mystery vanished. His possible police career had become official business. Jiang watched him calmly. Chen considered the choice, blinked, and nodded. He accepted. When Lu asked him to confirm it, Chen answered a second time without retreating. Yes, he would accept the joint cultivation arranged by the university and police bureau. Lu made the consequences clear. The school would not obstruct Chen's development. Instead, it would work with the police bureau on a specific training plan. In return, throughout all 4 university years, Chen would periodically report to the bureau and perform assigned tasks. Chen understood. Lu and Jiang sealed the arrangement with a handshake, each calling Chen's selection an honor. Then Lu turned to Zhou Gang and ordered the propaganda department to act immediately. Zhou agreed, but inwardly reeled. How had a student recently condemned over a cafeteria scandal become the police bureau's prized recruit and helped crack wanted criminal and anti-gang cases? With the university police partnership settled, Chen Mu and Jiang Minjuan left the administration building and walked side by side across campus. The official meeting was over, but Jiang's long silence made it clear that his most difficult request was still to come. Jiang admitted he could not understand Chen's extraordinary insight or what other methods he possessed. Even so, he called that ability precious to the country. He wanted Chen to have a platform, display his talent, and serve the people. Chen solemnly promised to try his best. Then Jiang sighed that he had no chance left. His hope was that Chen could still shine in the police system, provided his methods were not opportunistic. Chen said nothing. The warning sounded professional, but the resignation beneath it was painfully personal. Jiang finally explained. 15 years earlier, while undercover, his target had an only daughter who was just 3 when her father was shot. The man had trusted Jiang without reservation and had even saved his life. To Jiang, the child had always been innocent. Chen asked directly whether Jiang had wavered. Jiang smiled and said no, not once had he abandoned his basic beliefs. Duty and feeling had simply existed together. Because the child was innocent and his affection was real, he adopted her. Chen answered without condemnation. He understood. Jiang had meant to conceal that past forever and let his daughter escape it completely. She proved too intelligent for that. She learned the truth. Now he wanted Chen to meet her. Chen accepted the sensitive errand, though the real purpose of the meeting would remain hidden behind a cover story. Chen hurried back to class and found Zhang Xinyan waiting with a seat saved for him. He had once looked down on couples doing that in study rooms. Now, racing over to claim the place beside his girlfriend, he finally understood the appeal and felt absurdly pleased with himself. Zhang seized Chen's hand and asked whether the news was good or bad. Good, he assured her. He had helped the police catch a wanted criminal. Her alarm spiked at the thought of a fight, so Chen quickly clarified he had only recognized the suspect. Police leaders believed Chen had rare talent, so the bureau and university would cultivate him together. Better still, the bureau would pay every expense for all 4 university years. The price was equally clear. After graduation, Chen had to work for them. Zhang stared at him, stunned by his prospects. Zhang's amazement did not stop her from catching Chen's attention wandering. She firmly turned his face aside, transforming the grand career announcement into intimate teasing. Then Professor Zheng Beifeng took the podium. He and Chen exchanged smiles, and Chen immediately knew the professor was all right. For the next 2 hours, Chen listened to the lecture while he and Zhang traded small touches beneath the desk. low whispers, and suppressed laughter. Their new relationship was settling into something easy and sweet, and neither seemed eager for the class to end. Near the end of class, Chen's phone buzzed. Jiang had fixed the time and place for him to meet his daughter, but unbelievably had disguised it as a blind date. Chen stared at the message in horror. Then he felt danger beside him. Zhang had already read it over his shoulder. At noon, with the lecture finally over, Chen Mu walked toward the cafeteria with Zhang Xinyan tucked against his side. The blind date message no longer hung over them. He had explained it with a careful mixture of truth and concealment, enough to calm the storm. Chen had not relied on words alone. Behind an empty corner of the lecture hall corridor, he pulled Zhang into a passionate kiss. By the time they emerged, her face was blazing and her heart still fluttered, but the crisis had been thoroughly settled. At the cafeteria entrance, Zhang abruptly stopped. Lin Feifei had just stepped outside. Lin froze too, staring at the supposedly single Chen Mu with another woman wrapped intimately around him. In an instant, the warm walk became a three-way standoff. Students recognized two names already burning across the campus forum and began to gather. Chen did not retreat. He tightened his arm around Zhang and told her to keep going. Zhang answered by clasping his waist with both arms and resting her head against his shoulder. Unable to separate them with surprise, Lin changed tactics. She performed wounded innocence while exposing Chen's poverty and the fact that he had no parents. The students' attention swung toward him. What sounded like concern was, to Chen, a calculated public humiliation. Chen judged the act for what it was, a malicious attempt to play victim while weaponizing his private pain. The moment Lin mocked his orphanhood, every remaining pretense vanished. In his mind, the feud was sealed. If she wanted a public spectacle, he would finish it publicly. Chen began with apparent reasonableness. If Lin truly liked him, fine, but she should first have her cauliflower warts treated. Lin shrieked that he was talking nonsense. Her panic was so immediate that the entire entrance fell silent, every pair of eyes turning back onto her. Chen told her that illness was something she knew in her own heart. Then he pointed toward her stomach. The baby was 3 months old. He understood why she wanted a convenient man to take the fall, he said, but she was not even worthy of choosing him. Students stared between them, stunned. Was that reaction an admission? Earlier rumors suddenly seemed credible. Lin Feifei was pregnant, 3 months along, and might also have a sexually transmitted infection. Chen had offered no proof, but her terror was doing the persuading for him. Chen refused to give Lin any more attention. He turned back to Zhang and calmly separated Lin from the misunderstanding involving her father. There had never been a romantic possibility. Behind them, Lin realized what the crowd might do with the scandal, snapped awake, and bolted away. The instant Lin disappeared, the silence broke. Students erupted into discussion and the campus story flipped completely. Chen was no longer the center of attention. Lin Feifei was. The pure, untouchable, white moonlight image they had admired collapsed at the cafeteria doors. Inside, Chen and Zhang found a corner and sat down to eat. Zhang still looked distracted, so Chen gently told her to stop overthinking. He had nothing to do with Lin and never would. Zhang said she knew. After all, he had once smashed a meal tray into Lin's face. When Chen asked why she still looked down, Zhang pouted and said she was frustrated, not with him, but because he had been wronged. Then her restraint vanished. She furiously condemned Lin's pathetic victim act and admitted she had wanted to slap her on the spot. Chen could only stare, then smile. Her outrage was almost comical, but the warmth beneath it struck him hard. Other than Aunt Jiang, no woman had ever made him feel protected like this. Watching Zhang fume for his sake, Chen felt love surge wildly through his heart. Afternoon class continued, but Chen Mu and Zhang Xinyan remained wrapped in their new romance. They claimed the back corner again. During the break, Zhang pushed him down onto her lap, and they whispered and traded small gestures beneath the desk while their unsurprised classmates looked elsewhere. After school, they wandered the streets, shopped, and sampled snacks until after 9. Chen escorted Zhang back to her dormitory, then returned to his rental alone. Tomorrow was Saturday, and he already had the ideal order: handle Zhang Minjuan's problem, then date Zhang while hunting ancient jade. Saturday dawned clear and cloudless. Chen rose early, washed his hair, applied skincare, and changed clothes. Having a girlfriend made his old casual habits feel unacceptable. Properly prepared, he checked Zhang Minjuan's message and found the address, a coffee shop on the pedestrian street. Chen identified the direction and let his eyes reach. Heat gathered behind them as his vision surged across the city. The sensation was exhilarating, almost true clairvoyance, and his heartbeat accelerated with the distance. But the greater the range became, the more physical energy the ability consumed. Before leaving, Chen turned his attention to Zhang. When he asked to see her, his phone buzzed with a photograph of long, bare legs and neatly painted pale pink toes. He protested that he had asked for her, not one enormous pair of feet. Zhang merely giggled and told him to make do. And a second photograph arrived. Zhang had taken a private selfie in the camisole and underwear she wore in bed. She called Chen a pervert, but entrusted the image to him on one absolute condition: no one else could ever see it. Flushed and overwhelmed, Chen saved it, looked away, and checked his nose in alarm. Chen finally reached the coffee shop Zhang Minjuan had chosen. Waiting there was Zhang's adopted daughter and Chen's arranged meeting partner, Zhang Xiao. He approached, confirmed her identity, and settled opposite her, carrying into the meeting the suspicion that she might be connected to Zhang's poisoning. Zhang Xiao was genuinely beautiful, with short hair and a face that reminded Chen of an actress. Yet the resemblance ended at warmth. Her face ran cold, and even her naturally affectionate almond eyes held a persistent alienation, silently warning everyone to keep their distance. Chen activated tag vision. Zhang Xiao's name appeared first, followed by perfect affectionate almond eyes and an IQ of 150. Then came ambition, ruthlessness, a perfect waist-to-hip ratio, and a goal that erased any thought of an ordinary blind date. She intended to control a black empire. Remaining entries were even more dangerous. Zhang possessed master-level pharmacology. Tag Vision also identified her as a virgin, revealed a concealed spider lily tattoo, named Spider Lily as her partner, and diagnosed congenital emotional deficiency. Chen stared at the calm woman while the hidden profile assembled into something chilling. IQ of 150 meant Jiang could make an ordinary person look foolish. More importantly, a ruthless pharmacology master had every tool needed to administer poison without detection. Chen thought of Zhang Minjuan's chronic condition and reached a grim conclusion. Whatever hope Jiang had placed in his adopted daughter was no longer reasonable. At the pedestrian street coffee shop, Chen Mu and Zhang Xiao lifted their cups and drank in perfect sync. When she set hers down, Zhang asked the question behind the entire blind date. Why was a freshman already letting her father arrange meetings like this? Chen knew an IQ of 150 made lying pointless. He answered without ceremony. Director Zhang considered him outstanding and wanted him as a son-in-law. Zhang immediately asked the obvious follow-up. What exactly made him outstanding? Chen shrugged and offered his great virtue, unwavering loyalty. Zhang made him repeat it, then flatly declared that she disliked jokes and loyalty alone gave her no reason to choose him. Her seriousness only encouraged Chen to try a sharper kind of provocation. Chen suddenly went expressionless and looked deep into Jiang's eyes. He claimed he could see through people's minds. When she made him repeat that too, he pointed out that she clearly heard him every time. At last, disdain cracked her mask. Jiang invited him to prove the claim on her. Chen said there was no problem, but he would never invade an ordinary person's privacy. He reserved that treatment for criminals. The barb was nearly invisible, and so was her response, one slight twitch of the brow. Chen called Zhang Minjuan from the doorway and gave his conclusion first. Zhang Xiao might suffer from congenital emotional apathy. The answer came in a hoarse voice. Zhang already knew. That confirmation startled Chen almost as much as the condition itself. Chen could not understand why Jiang had allowed the situation to proceed. Zhang Xiao was not merely knowledgeable about drugs, she was a top-tier expert. Chen then supplied two more warnings from her hidden profile, an IQ of 150 and a ruthless temperament. Chen asked whether Zhang Minjuan knew Spider Lily. He did not even recognize the term. That made the mystery worse. Chen was certain it meant something special to Zhang Xiao, yet the father who raised her had never seen her show any interest in the flower. And Chen let the tattoo slip. Zhang Minjuan instantly demanded to know how he had seen his daughter's butt and what he had done to her. Trapped by knowledge he could not explain, Chen scratched his head and cautiously claimed he had deduced it. Jiang was not remotely convinced. Soon Zhang Xinyan came rushing toward Chen like a young swallow returning to the forest. He valued how wholesome and unpretentious she was. No obsession with brand names, no elaborate manicure, only clean, neat nails with at most a little polish. Soft, fragrant warmth filled Chen's arms. He caught the 1.72-meter-tall Zhang Xinyan and spun her around, privately grateful for his own 1.8-meter height. They shared a quick, light kiss at the entrance, hailed a cab, and headed straight for the antique market. Cab ride delivered Chen Mu and his new girlfriend, Zhang Xinyan, into Yanbei City's famous antique market. They wandered hand in hand through a space larger than 10 football fields, packed with second-hand goods, antiques, jade, and emeralds. It was their first visit, and amid all that noise and glitter, nearly everything looked genuine. More than half an hour later, Chen recognized the problem. If he inspected this endless market stall by stall, his nose might bleed dry and his temples burst before he found any treasure. He needed a shortcut. First, locate someone honest enough to guide them. Chen activated tag vision and instantly regretted it. Dense labels erupted across every seller, customer, and stall. Countless fragments of information crashed into his sight until dizziness rolled through him and his head felt ready to split. He forced one rapid sweep through the pain. Then a familiar name stopped him, Yang Wenqing. Relief turned into excitement. Chen shut the ability off, caught Zhang by the hand, and hurried through the crowd, calling back that he had seen teacher Yang. Zhang barely had time to process why they were suddenly running before he led her to their teacher, who was examining merchandise at a stall. Yang dismissed the item she had been considering. She could see nothing good in it. Then she remembered Chen's claim that he could feel ancient jade's energy field. Chen confirmed it, but admitted that using his sight was exhausting. Could she point him toward a shop likely to carry genuine goods? Yang pointed toward the far end of the market. The establishment there was simply named Shop, and in her judgment it might be the only place around with genuine stock. That was enough for Chen. At his eager request, Yang returned the stall's item, waved for them to follow, and became their guide. On the way, it became obvious that Yang belonged in this world. People throughout the market knew her. Chen also saw a different side of his teacher. On campus, she dressed with mature, fashionable charm. Today, she looked simpler and more conservative in a fitted gray tracksuit, white sneakers, and a ponytail. Shop's entrance sat Guan Yang, bald, small-eyed, wearing a floral shirt and an enormous jade Buddhist amulet that looked extremely valuable. Yang greeted him as Brother Yang. The instant he recognized Teacher Yang, his eyes widened and he sprang up with unmistakable enthusiasm. Chen quietly decided this man deserved watching. Guan invited them to look, then laid down his warning. Chen and Zhang could not touch. Even a tiny piece damaged here would cost more than they could compensate. Teacher Yang, however, could do anything she liked. Yang smilingly refused the privilege. Break one treasure, she joked, and even her family would be ruined. Yang ignored Guan and took over as guide. Her command of antiques was startling. She discussed the collection as if she knew every piece by heart. The grandest story belonged to a jade Buddha, locked behind anti-theft glass and supposedly stolen from Empress Dowager Cixie's tomb before passing through the underworld into Guan's family. Excited by the story, Chen slowly activated layered perspective. The cabinet and Buddha separated into translucent structural layers until he could examine the object's true nature. His anticipation collapsed. There was no special energy, no convincing antiquity, nothing. It was not even as old as Yang's pendant. The celebrated tomb treasure was absolutely fake. Chen was about to switch his sight off when something at the edge of his vision caught him. Beyond the worthless Buddha shimmered a wonderful, dense fog of mingled colors. He froze, then slowly turned his gaze toward its source. Inside this shop full of grand stories and fakes, something real had finally answered his eyes. Marvelous mist from the lower cabinet came from nothing grand. It surrounded a small gray jade artifact, curved and jagged like an ancient key. Black impurities crowded its interior. To an ordinary buyer, it looked ugly. Through Chen Mu's layered sight, it looked priceless. More important, the smoke was astonishingly dense, roughly 10 times stronger than the field around Yang Wenking's pendant. Chen's delight surged. He had entered the shop hoping to understand ancient jade. Now he was staring at exactly the kind of energy source his hungry eyes needed. Guan Yang caught that look immediately. With a half-smile, he opened the cabinet, placed the jade on the counter, and asked whether Chen had taken a fancy to it. Yang frowned. She had explicitly warned both students never to reveal interest in front of this smiling profiteer. Yang stepped closer, took one look, and dismissed its quality. If Chen wanted matching jewelry with Zhang Xinyan, she urged him to buy a concentric lock instead. Two halves, attractive, and, she stressed the word, cheap. Chen only smiled and lifted the ugly jade for a closer examination. The closer the jade came, the better Chen felt. Its slowly volatilizing smoke flowed into his eyes, bringing immediate, unmistakable comfort. That response erased any doubt. Whatever collectors thought of the impurities, this artifact was useful to him, and he intended to leave with it. Guan waited for Yang to bargain, then offered a rock-bottom price on one condition. A new hotpot restaurant had opened outside the market. Would Teacher Yang let him treat her? Yang's deepening frown said she had expected exactly this. Give him an inch, and he immediately reached for more. Before Yang had to answer, Chen simply said, 30,000 it is. Both adults stared. As Yang protested that this was not how one bought antiques, Chen interrupted gently, nudged a football-sized stone near his feet, and asked Guan what it was. His eyes narrowed. This second object looked beautiful to him. Guan lazily called it a jade raw stone, then brightened enough to claim it was authentic old H-Pack in black wuxia. His price was 100,000. Yang kicked the stone herself. If the provenance were real, she asked, why would a merchant like Guan leave it piled in a corner? Yang turned the lesson toward her students. Gambling on raw jade could make someone rich or poor in a single cut. Sometimes that cut might as well nail the coffin shut. Chen acknowledged the warning, then innocently asked what a stone like this should actually cost. Yang studied him with growing suspicion. Yang dissected the exterior like an expert. Its tiny green patch was withered and dead. A trader's ghost's wink, teasing buyers with the promise of full green while perhaps hiding only a fingernail-sized spot, dry white flesh, or worthless base. Chen listened, the corner of his mouth quietly curling. Asked again, Guan offered a fake smile and dropped to 20,000. Yang rose in outrage. The stone was not even attractive enough for decoration. It was standard brick material, useful only for teaching apprentices what never to buy. When Guan demanded her price, she answered without blinking, 300 yuan. Yang told Chen not to pay a cent more. He smiled, promised to listen, took Zhang Xinyan's hand, and turned for the door. The move abandoned not only the 300 yuan stone, but also the 30,000 yuan jade artifact. Guan was left holding the key-shaped piece as both customers walked away. Guan hurriedly called after them, asking whether Chen no longer wanted the artifact. Chen turned back with perfect seriousness. He trusted teacher Yang's 300 yuan judgment. If Guan refused that fair price, then Guan was dishonest, and buying the other jade from a dishonest merchant would only get him ripped off. Trap closed cleanly. Guan could not preserve the lucrative jade sale while rejecting the worthless-looking stone at Yang's price. The bargain settled, 30,000 yuan for the key-shaped artifact and 300 for the football-sized raw stone. Chen had hidden one treasure inside the purchase of another. Bargain settled, Chen Mu scanned Guan Yang's payment code. 30,000 yuan bought the ugly key-shaped jade artifact. Another 300 bought the football-sized raw stone. Yang Wenqing pressed a hand to her forehead. She had warned this hopeless kid enough, now he could learn for himself. Chen immediately asked Guan to drill the key-shaped jade and thread it on a string. The moment it hung against his chest, relief settled over him. Its strange jade smoke flowed steadily toward his evolved eyes, giving him the constant nourishment he had been searching for. Yang finally pointed at the pendant and asked whether he truly liked it that much. Chen answered candidly. It contained the same jade smoke she had described, only at least 10 times stronger than hers. Yang stared. She could not sense anything from such an ugly piece. Chen joked that perhaps the piece was simply too ugly for Yang's discerning standards. It was packed with impurities. As material, it might be worth only 300 yuan. But it was useful to him. That distinction left Yang studying the pendant instead of dismissing it. Yang knew jade smoke could form only in jade that had existed for a very long time. The impurities ruined its appeal to collectors, but they did not erase its age. For archaeology, the ugly pendant could be another matter entirely. She fell silent, weighing what Chen had found. Guan Yang had heard enough to become alarmed. Had he sold too cheaply? Had he misjudged the piece? The unscrupulous merchant leaned into the conversation and demanded to know what was 10 times stronger. Yang tried to brush him off, but Guan invoked their father's friendship and kept pressing. Yang began with the old line about jade giving off smoke, then translated the poetry into science. Ancient jade was like a sponge made of stone. Buried for thousands of years, its invisible crevices absorbed groundwater vapor and mineral ions until a pocket of paste slowly fermented at its core. That paste was not stagnant water. It volatilized constantly, though almost impossibly slowly. In Yang's words, the jade was breathing. What it exhaled was invisible to ordinary eyes, but certain special constitutions experienced it as a field. That field was the smoke preserved in the ancient verse. Rather than explain himself further, Chen picked up the football-sized raw stone and asked Yang where it could be opened. She reminded him of the interlocking lock he had considered, but Chen no longer wanted it. Holding the 300 yuan stone firmly, he said he trusted his own judgment. Yang accepted that a 300 yuan failure would not ruin him and led Chen and Zhang Xinyan outside. She invited Guan to watch the excitement. He refused, ducking behind his counter without even showing his face. Yang frowned back at him, hoping the merchant would not cause trouble. Yang soon found a cutting shop. 6 or 7 people crowded around the machines, jeering whenever a cover closed and dreaming of sudden riches, though real winners were rare. At last, Chen's stone was fixed in place. The boss lowered the cover and called out his practiced lucky slogan. Switch snapped on and the machine roared. While everyone waited for the hidden cut, Chen took Zhang Xinyan's hand and asked what she wanted carved to wear. She smiled sweetly and chose a lock, a natural match for the strange key now resting against his chest. Machine hood rose, resolving the suspense with a complete bust. Spectators leaned in, saw nothing, and immediately drifted away. Yang Wenqing merely smiled. She had expected it. So had Chen Mu. He marked a new line and told the cutter to try again, carefully without going too deep. Again and again, the hood opened to disappointment. Yang finally advised Chen to stop before nothing remained. Instead, he drew one last line and calmly named what was inside: Icy Emperor Green. When the cutter promised 3 kowtows if that happened, Chen raised his phone and made him repeat it for the recording. Next result erased the cutter's contempt. He removed the stone with sudden care and hurried to Chen, explaining that it needed a finer machine. By his estimate, the hidden core was as large as a big red date, and it truly was icy-grade Emperor Green. Chen left the technical judgment to the cutter, asking only that enough jade survive for a pendant. The cutter guaranteed it and carried the stone toward another machine. Yang and the returning spectators streamed after him as the words "Icy Emperor Green" raced beyond the shop. People poured in demanding to see the Emperor Green, asking whose stone it was and whether the owner would sell. The shop dissolved into chaos. Chen Mu and Zhang Xinyan were shoved to the rear while the saw kept ringing, each fresh exclamation around the cutter swelling toward a roar. With her palms sweating, Zhang asked whether Icy Emperor Green was truly valuable. Chen said value did not matter because he was not selling. He would carve her the lock she wanted. Otherwise, he teased, where could he insert his key? She flushed, called him shameless, then caught him trying to trap her into explaining why. As the cutting reached its triumphant end, Yang's shock curdled into fear. She knew jade gambling and understood what this circle could do around a rare windfall. For a student, becoming rich overnight was not simply fortunate. In her judgment, the danger outweighed the benefit. Before Yang could finish worrying, Chen answered the entire shop. The stone was not for sale, definitely not. When the shouting and pushing continued, he stopped arguing, put the green safely into his pocket, caught Yang's eye, and signaled that it was time to force their way out. Yang opened a path, and the three of them squeezed free and ran until the uproar fell behind. Only after they were safely distant did the shop begin to empty. Even then, excited voices kept circling the same impossible subject. A rare piece of icy emperor green had truly appeared. Guan Yang rushed into the shop demanding to know who had uncovered the emperor green. The cutter recognized him and cheerfully supplied the answer: Teacher Yang's two students. Better yet, he had heard that their winning raw stone had been bought from Guan Yang's own shop. Guan Yang could not answer. His vision went black, the shop spun around him, and he dropped to the floor. The startled cutter shouted his name, then accused him of coming over to stage a scam before urgently calling for his wife to dial 120. Past noon, safely across from the antique market, Chen Mu sat at a restaurant table with his girlfriend Zhang Xinyan and their teacher, Yang Wenqing. The excitement of uncovering Emperor Green Jade still had both students absorbed. Yang finally lowered her voice and asked them to stop for a moment. The fortune in their hands could not remain an afterthought. Chen spared her the awkward explanation. He already understood the problem and answered with complete certainty. He was not selling the jade. He intended to have it carved into a pendant and give it to Zhang. For him, the promise mattered more than the price. Yang could only stare. This was icy Emperor Green worth tens of millions, and Chen spoke as if giving it to a new girlfriend were perfectly ordinary. Questions crowded her mind, about passion, permanence, and what would happen if the relationship failed, but she had enough tact not to voice them. Zhang had already sensed the same danger. She genuinely loved the jade, not merely its brilliant color and rarity, but the sincerity behind Chen's offer. For a moment she turned it in her hands and let herself want it. Then the price intruded. A gift worth tens of millions was not something she could accept simply because she was in love. Zhang carefully set the jade aside, tugged Chen's sleeve, and told him to sell it after all. Her hesitation made clear that this was not a rejection of him or his promise. It was a refusal to let a new relationship carry a gift so disproportionate that its value could overwhelm everything the gesture was meant to express. Chen put an arm around Zhang's waist and agreed. He only wanted assurance that she did not think he had been bragging or making a promise he could not keep. Zhang lightly scolded him for even imagining that. She was not some foolish supporting character from a romance novel. Chen laughed, delighted that they understood each other. Across from them, Yang finally relaxed. Even if Chen somehow found another Emperor Green stone one day, this particular piece was too valuable to become a casual girlfriend's pendant. Yet relief quickly became envy. Chen had offered everything without reservation, and Zhang had answered temptation with calm judgment. They looked, Yang had to admit, like a remarkably well-matched pair. Yang had chosen not to marry for reasons she considered practical. Her family possessed astonishing wealth, and once a man learned that, she could never be sure whether his affection was genuine. Refusing marriage altogether had seemed cleaner. She could live freely and expect nothing from men. But watching these two students made that certainty feel less absolute than it had that morning. And himself made the change harder to dismiss. At the start of school, he had applied to Yang for financial aid, an orphan who had survived through other people's support. Now he possessed a mysterious ability to produce astonishing value, yet remained ready to give that value away. Whatever Yang's unanswered questions, she accepted the jade when Chen entrusted it to her, wrapped it carefully in paper, and secured it inside her small bag. Yang joked that carrying merchandise like this made her feel pressure. Perhaps someone would target her outside. Chen casually replied that a master of ancient fist technique who could take on 10 people had little to fear. Yang froze. Chen froze a heartbeat later, realizing he had exposed knowledge she had never given him. When Zhang asked what he meant, he coughed twice and insisted it was only a joke. Once the dishes had arrived, Yang moved them onto safer ground. Chen would accompany her to her studio that afternoon, where they would put the jade's consignment in writing. He agreed immediately. Zhang would instead return to her dormitory and contact classmates about programs for next month's orientation party. Chen promised that once the studio business was finished, he and Yang would come find her. With everything settled, the three ate and chatted about safer subjects. No one mentioned the stone or the massive wealth again. Yang especially refused to ask what an orphan student might do after suddenly receiving tens of millions. She was afraid that an answer she disliked would change how she saw Chen. For now, she chose trust and carried his wrapped jade toward the formal agreement waiting that afternoon. An hour after the trio settled their plan, lunch ended. At the restaurant entrance, Zhang Xinyan took a taxi back to school to handle the orientation party preparations. Chen Mu left in the opposite direction, riding with Yang Wenqing toward the studio that would turn his extraordinary jade into a formal consignment. Verbal promise was nowhere near enough for a treasure like this. The written agreement had to define who handled the jade, which auction house would receive it, and what commission the studio earned after a successful sale. Chen could not help wondering how much a date-sized piece of icy emperor green might bring. If the jade sold for more than 10 million, Chen would finally be financially free. Yet his first thought was not luxury. He could give the money to Aunt Jiang, who had supported and raised him for more than a decade. That debt included affection and upbringing. No price could truly measure it. More than an hour later, Yang turned onto a pedestrian street inside the Third Ring Road. Her studio occupied a small two-story building and dealt in antiques and jade. She rarely needed to visit because a dedicated manager handled its daily affairs, but her unexpected arrival immediately drew that manager's attention. Yu Li greeted her as Sister Yang and asked why she had come without calling. Yang skipped the pleasantries and ordered him to draft the agency agreement. The valuable stone required careful handling, and the paperwork could not contain mistakes. Then she took Chen upstairs, leaving Hugh to prepare it. In the privacy of her office, Yang returned to Chen's earlier slip. How had he known she practiced ancient fist technique? Chen's heart sank. Smart people were troublesome. An ordinary lie would never satisfy her. He sighed, lifted a hand, and prepared to bluff her with another solemn-looking divination. Before Chen could say a word, Yang waved him off. A knock followed. She returned behind the desk and called for the visitor to enter. Yu Li brought in the document, ending Chen's dangerous performance before it began and shifting the room back from hidden powers to ordinary business. Yang told Hugh that once the agreement was settled, he would take charge of the consignment. She introduced him to Chen as a capable partner in the studio. Hugh immediately bowed, offered his hand, and greeted him as Boss Chen, courtesy that made the actual client sound far older and grander than he was. Chen corrected him at once. He was no boss, merely teacher Yang's student, and only a freshman. Hugh froze, looked to Yang for confirmation, and struggled to connect that ordinary student with icy emperor green. Yang dismissed the miracle as good luck and sent the still disbelieving manager back out. As Hugh walked away, Chen's evolved sight filled in the hidden profile. Hugh was Yang's die-hard admirer, a little handsome, lust-driven, born into wealth and kept an excellent body fat percentage. One more label made the combination stranger. Despite the lust-driven tag, Hugh was still a virgin. And Chen noticed the treasure on Hugh's wrist, a high-quality 9-eyed DZI bead bracelet worth 10 million. Before he could digest that, the final tag landed even harder, a spider lily tattoo hidden on Hugh's buttock. Chen had seen that exact marking associated with Zhang Xiao. Could Hugh be the person Zhang Xiao called her spider lily? Chen refused to jump to that conclusion. Hugh's labels, especially the odd combination of lust-driven and virgin, did not prove the relationship. He filed the mystery away. The agreement was completed, and then Yang abruptly created an entirely different problem. She wanted Chen to become class monitor. Chen could barely follow the leap. The counselor had already arranged for Gu Jing to be monitor. Replacing him now would make Gu Jing furious, and the counselor would assume Chen had gone behind his back to overturn the decision. Chen wanted no part of a position guaranteed to attract trouble from both sides. Yang only smiled and asked whether he was afraid. Her authority as homeroom teacher outweighed the counselor's. If she named Chen monitor, then monitor he would be. Gu Jing could make plenty of noise, she admitted, but he had no cohesion. Giving him the class would mean endless trouble. Chen was the only choice. Chen's face fell. He wanted the freedom to mind his own affairs, not manage an entire class. Gu Jing would never accept the replacement, and the counselor would believe Chen had used the homeroom teacher to override him. Yang had pushed him straight into a pit of fire. If only he had never provoked her. An hour later, Chen Mu left Yang Wenking's studio looking utterly defeated. The appointment was no longer a private threat. Yang had posted it directly in the class group chat. Chen Mu was now class monitor. Nobody could overrule the homeroom teacher, and Chen could already feel Monday's storm gathering. Not long after Chen disappeared, Guan Yang burst through the studio entrance, shouting for teacher Yang. Hugh Li hurried out to intercept him, but Guan had no patience for announcements. Claiming he had known Yang long before Hugh did, he shoved past and charged straight upstairs. Yang looked up in surprise as Guan invaded her office. Before explaining himself, he pushed the pursuing Hugh back outside and shut the door. Then he leaned toward Yang, lowered his voice, and demanded to know where the icy Emperor Green Jade had been taken. Guan appealed to their old acquaintance, but panic showed beneath the familiarity. That stone could not be allowed to disappear for 300 yuan when the jade inside was worth tens of millions. He wanted it back. Yang's expression only grew colder. Chen's consigned jade was not Guan's to reclaim, and she ordered him out. Hugh had heard enough. He told Guan that when Sister Yang said leave, he should leave. Wealthy enough not to fear a stone dealer's status, Hugh grabbed his arm. Guan panicked, tore free, spun around, and reached for Hugh's throat while cursing him. Guan never reached Hugh's neck. Yang strode in, seized both of Guan's arms, and borrowed the force of his lunge. One pull, a turn of her right hip, and a trip of the foot sent him sailing through a perfect arc. He struck the floor with a bang and screamed. For one speechless second, Hugh could only think that Sister Yang was impossibly cool. Yang looked down at Guan and warned that whatever he wanted from the stone, violence in her studio would not work. He scrambled up and fled, then, safely outside, turned back to curse them and promise revenge. Elsewhere, Chen had returned and gone to meet his girlfriend, Zhang Xinyan. Within minutes, she came racing down toward him, excitement written across her face. The unseen struggle over his jade remained behind at the studio. Chen's immediate concern was simply seeing her and finding dinner. Zhang did not slow down. At 1.72 meters, her joyful pounce felt less like a delicate swallow returning home and more like a savage charge from a northeast tigress. Chen caught her, barely. His mutated eyes had consumed so much energy that he had lost significant weight, and her impact nearly toppled him. Nestled against him, Zhang asked whether he had come to find her the moment he returned. Chen said yes, tightened an arm around her waist, and offered to buy dinner. She volunteered to pay instead. The jade had not been cashed out, she reminded him, while his stones had already cost more than 20,000 yuan. Chen laughed and pinched her cheek. There was no need to ration dinner money. A few days earlier, he had bought a scratch-off lottery ticket and, as he put it, accidentally won 1 million yuan. Zhang froze. For Chen, the announcement sounded almost casual. For her, it was another impossible fortune appearing from nowhere. He asked him to say it again. A scratch-off, the grand prize, then recognition struck. Everyone at school had spent 2 days talking about the mysterious winner. Was that really him? Chen simply answered yes. The jade fortune had already been overwhelming. Now the campus rumor was standing in front of her, smiling. Zhang stared at him as if he had stopped belonging to the human race. Between the priceless jade and a 1 million yuan lottery prize, she murmured that she was beginning to feel inferior, almost genuinely inferior. Chen blinked at the strange expression, then broke into a smile. This dramatic, honest girl was far too entertaining. Past 7 that evening, Chen Mu and Zhang Xinyan sat outside a seafood stall near their school. Typhoon shelter crab, mantis shrimp, garlic scallops, and spicy river snails crowded the table. The aroma was irresistible. Yet while Chen admired the feast, Zhang barely seemed present. Chen urged her to eat, then lowered his voice. Was this still about his prize? Zhang hesitated before admitting the truth. Being with him had once carried no pressure. Now 1 stone could sell for tens of millions, and that unimaginable money made their relationship feel awkward. Chen told her he had never seen that kind of wealth either. His parents had not been there while he grew up. Aunt Jiang sponsored and raised him, but the money only kept him fed. Before college, he had not even possessed pocket money. Sudden fortune had frightened him too. Then Chen offered the 2 reasons he could remain calm. First, money gave him a way to repay Aunt Jiang's long support. Second, he believed he had found the trick to jade gambling. If that ability was real, financial freedom could be earned again. Tens of millions no longer felt irreplaceable. Zhang simply stared, her eyes hot with infatuation. The mysterious tag calling her Chen Mu's fangirl had been painfully accurate. Chen laughed and reminded her that she had chosen this seafood stall. At last, she smiled, picked up her chopsticks, and began eating with real enthusiasm. As they feasted, Chen noticed another change. His body no longer demanded absurd quantities of energy. The ancient key-shaped jade was working. Volatile essence inside it could now fuel his evolved eyes. For the first time in days, eating was simply eating, not survival but pure enjoyment. Dinner stretched for nearly 2 hours. Between them, 5 beer bottles emptied beside the demolished feast. Zhang matched Chen almost evenly and emerged with only rosy cheeks and watery eyes, leaving him secretly impressed. Afterward, pleasantly warmed and reconciled, they wandered the October streets without any hurry. Their wandering became playful, then charged. When Zhang moved ahead, Chen chased her and wrapped both arms around her waist from behind. Neither needed to keep talking. Instead of ending the evening, they headed for a nearby cinema, each understanding that the movie was only an excuse to stay together longer. 2 hours later, the film ended, though neither could have explained its plot. They had spent the screening lost in separate versions of the same thought. The movie had only killed time. Outside, it was nearly 11, and returning to the dormitory was no longer possible. By the roadside, Chen looked at Zhang. She answered with a shy nod. That was enough. They hailed a taxi, rode 20 minutes to his residential complex, and walked hand in hand to the rental without speaking. Chen unlocked the door, and they crossed the threshold together. The instant the door shut, both hearts seemed to race at once. 2 hours of restrained anticipation broke loose. Zhang wrapped her arms around Chen without hesitation and kissed him passionately. They clung to each other through the living room, the nervous silence of the journey replaced by breathless urgency. Kiss carried them from place to place until clothing began to disappear. Zhang's thoughts dissolved into sensation. She could not have said exactly when they reached the bedroom. Chen was just as overwhelmed. Whatever confidence either had shown outside vanished before the reality that this was a first time for them both. Zhang felt fear and pain, but also a fierce emotional release. Chen was clumsy, sweating, and close to losing his nerve because he had no experience either. They struggled through the awkwardness together. When they finally succeeded, restraint collapsed, and their first night crossed into overwhelming passion. A long while later, the passion of Chen Mu and Zhang Xinyan's first night finally subsided. They remained pressed together beneath the covers, eyes closed, saying nothing while their breathing slowly settled. For Chen, the warmth of holding his new girlfriend felt almost too good to disturb. Eventually, Zhang murmured the question neither of them had prepared for: could she become pregnant? They had used no protection. Chen stiffened and admitted that he had nothing at home. It had been his first time too, and in the heat of the moment, inexperience had left him with no plan. Chen's first answer was earnest and hopelessly naive. If she became pregnant, he would support her. Zhang nearly laughed. She had not married him, they had only just started dating and both were freshmen. Affection did not magically give them the means to raise a child. Chen could only ask what they should do. Zhang softened. She probably was not in her fertile period, and if worry remained, she could take the pill the next day. Chen apologized. Instead of scolding him again, she stroked his head and pulled him against her. Surrounded by her warmth and scent, he wished they could stay that way forever and slowly fell asleep. Morning exposed the physical aftermath on the bedding. Chen did not feel disgusted. Instead, his mind absurdly supplied the elegant old phrase, "fallen red," and he smiled at his own sentimentality. One look at himself ended the poetry. He climbed out of bed with a single urgent conclusion: he needed a shower. At the doorway, Chen ran straight into Zhang returning to the room. She shrieked, covered his eyes, and insisted he was not allowed to look, then rushed past him, climbed onto the bed, and buried herself beneath the quilt. Chen could only marvel that last night's boldness had transformed into morning shyness. Chen told Zhang she could keep resting while he washed, then emerged 10 minutes later dressed and ready to buy breakfast. Asked what she wanted, Zhang said, anything. The moment he accepted that answer, her blushing face appeared from the quilt: tofu pudding, tea eggs, and if possible, a hand-grabbed pancake. Chen stared at the growing order. This was her definition of anything. Zhang rolled her eyes, vanished beneath the quilt again, and refused to answer. Smiling, Chen left the apartment. Outside, the air was cool and a fine drizzle was falling, so he opened his umbrella and walked to the nearby breakfast shop. While Chen waited for the order, a fly buzzed across his vision. His gaze caught it, and the frantic target abruptly seemed to slow. Its movement became trackable in extraordinary detail, as though its speed had been divided again and again. Acting before he could question the sensation, Chen lifted a hand toward it. The instant Chen shifted his gaze, the entire shop returned to normal, and a real fly was trapped in his hand. He blinked at it in disbelief. Around him, the waiting customers stared. From their perspective, this student had simply raised one hand and snatched a buzzing fly out of the air. It looked impossible. Embarrassed by the attention, Chen quickly threw the fly into the gutter outside. But the catch disturbed him. If his eyes merely changed how he perceived speed, how had his hand kept up? Had his nerves and muscles become fast enough to act on that perception? His body did not otherwise feel enhanced, and no explanation fit. Chen was still searching for a logical mechanism when the owner brought out the packed breakfast. He abandoned the puzzle for the moment, paid quickly, and left before the customers could question him. Outside, the drizzle had strengthened into heavier rain. Carrying Zhang's breakfast beneath his umbrella, he headed home with a new ability to test. Under the steady rain, Chen Mu headed back toward his residential complex with Zhang Xinyan's breakfast in hand. His thoughts remained fixed on the fly he had caught. If his eyes could slow motion that drastically, he needed another test, and a flock of sparrows was already weaving low between the pedestrians ahead. A strange sensation returned before Chen consciously called for it. The sparrow's speed collapsed. Every wingbeat crawled through the air more than 10 times slower than normal, yet its feathers and even its eyes remained perfectly clear. Startled by the precision, Chen watched the bird drift toward his waiting hand. Chen closed his hand and caught the sparrow. The moment he shifted his gaze, the street returned to normal speed, and the bird began flapping wildly in his grip. A little boy shouted for his mother to look. Faces froze around Chen. Mortified by what he had done in public, he released the bird and hurried away. Director Zhang's call replaced one problem with another. After asking whether Chen had time, he gave him 20 minutes to reach the Municipal Police Bureau and said he needed help with 2 matters. Chen grumbled at the meaningless courtesy, but he had accepted the joint training. If his abilities could do something useful, refusing now would be a waste. Chen hurried into his rental and stopped short. Zhang Xinyan was already awake, freshly showered, and cleaning the room despite her soreness. When he clumsily asked whether she hurt, she blushed but smiled. Yes, she admitted, yet she liked the lingering feeling, and she had already put his bedsheets into the washing machine. Chen claimed he had wanted to keep the sheets as a memento. Zhang called the idea gross and scolded him for being ridiculous. He defended himself with a grand line about fallen red becoming spring mud to protect flowers. She immediately corrected his misuse of the poem, called him an illiterate, and pulled him toward the sofa to eat. As they ate, Chen asked whether her parents had a special nickname for her. Zhang hesitated, then confessed that in the Northeast they simply called her Big Sun. The unexpected answer caught him completely off guard, but the small family secret made their hurried breakfast feel even more intimate. Their teasing turned to the coming night. Chen swore that he only wanted to hold Zhang and sleep beside her, nothing more. She made him remember that promise and mockingly warned him not to try any shameless loopholes. Chen's silence betrayed how little faith even he had in his own confident claim. Deadline struck Chen all at once. He grabbed several steamed buns, said Director Zhang's request was probably urgent, and promised to call when he finished. Zhang followed him to the door with one serious warning. He was still a student, not a police officer, so he had to be careful. Chen reassured her and hurried toward the bureau, newly eager for both the assignment and the evening after it. Exactly 20 minutes after leaving the apartment, Chen Mu reached the municipal police bureau. Zhang Xinyan was already waiting. With barely a greeting, the deputy chief ushered him inside and explained that he needed Chen's help with two matters. Zhang had assumed a university student would be free on Sunday. Chen, caught between amusement and disbelief, pointed out that Sunday was exactly when he might have a date with his girlfriend. Zhang stopped so abruptly that Chen nearly walked past him. Chen asked whether having a girlfriend had somehow become illegal. Zhang only looked more disturbed. According to the information the bureau had verified, Chen should not have one. That answer sharpened Chen's suspicion at once. Why were the police investigating his private life? Zhang denied investigating him. The bureau had to verify Chen's information for its joint training program with his university. Chen then explained the discrepancy. He and his girlfriend had confirmed their relationship only yesterday. Zhang wiped his face, shelved the subject, and promised to revisit it later. Beyond the observation glass was a woman under interrogation. Zhang explained that her trafficking gang had already been captured, but two children were still missing. Zhang had hidden them herself, and none of her accomplices knew where. Every useful answer now depended on the one prisoner refusing to speak. Police could apply other methods, Zhang said, but those methods required time. The children might be moved before then. Worse, Zhang knew what awaited her and had turned silence into revenge. Even if she died, she wanted the police to bear the guilt of failing those children. That was why Zhang had thought of Chen. He did not know whether to call the young man's gift observation, deduction, or fortune-telling, but he asked Chen to try to find a weakness. Zhang also removed the burden from him. Failure would not make the missing children Chen's responsibility. Chen first assessed the woman herself. She was thin and dark-skinned with a pockmarked face. She looked about 40. Her long, narrow eyes held open malice and ruthlessness, giving no sign that ordinary sympathy or pressure would make her yield. Chen narrowed his eyes and activated tag vision. The first labels supplied her name and nature. Zhang Xinyan, ruthless, inhuman, illiterate, ringleader of a human trafficking ring, antisocial personality. In a few silent seconds, Chen knew exactly what kind of prisoner the police were facing. More entries followed, each distinct. Mild heart failure, early-stage breast cancer, 3 types of sexually transmitted diseases, and mild paralysis of the right leg nerve. Then came drugs hidden in her anus. Amid that grim catalog, one label did not describe her body at all: Hongshan Temple Charity Kindergarten. Chen's eyes lit up. The apparent weakness was not an emotion he could exploit, but a place the police could investigate: Hongshan Temple Charity Kindergarten. He gave Jiang the name, transforming an impossible interrogation into a concrete lead and a destination for the next move. At the door, Chen added one last detail. Like Wang Jiankun before her, Zhang Xinyan had drugs hidden in her anus. Jiang turned back in shock. Chen hurriedly clarified that he meant an officer should conduct the search, not that the deputy chief should check personally. That was not Jiang's concern. He had never told Chen the prisoner's name. How then did Chen know she was Zhang Xinyan? Chen had no answer. Jiang ordered him to wait and hurried away, leaving Chen to realize that one careless slip now demanded another lie to protect his secret. Chen knew he would have to cover this lie with another. Necessary or not, the truth about his eyes could not escape. With no explanation ready, he glanced back at Zhang and muttered that hiding drugs in the anus seemed to have become an absurdly consistent criminal trend. Only minutes after leaving Chen with his exposed lie, Zhang Minjuan returned. He pulled Captain Zhu Zhengyang out of the interrogation, set the field team moving, then waved Chen over. They were going to Hongshan Temple Charity Kindergarten, and appropriate or not, Chen was coming. Zhu's vehicle led the convoy. Zhang followed in his own car. On the road, he delivered the first result of Chen's lead. The kindergarten's legal representative was Master Xiaoshan, a registered nun also known as the Goddess of Mercy who bestows children. Her real name was Liu Li. And came the connection that made Chen sit up. Liu Li was Zhang Yuning's mother. Chen objected that Hongshan Temple was a monk's monastery. Zhang explained that the large semi-tourist site housed both monks and nuns, separated in accommodations behind the scenic area. That part, at least, was legitimate. Real impossibility was legal. Liu Li had supposedly died of cancer 6 years ago, and her household registration had long since been cancelled. Jiang sighed. Zhang Yuanying and her dead-on-paper mother both had major problems. Chen's strange kindergarten lead was no coincidence. It had exposed a hidden family operation. Jiang finally returned to the loose thread Chen had feared. Nobody had told him the prisoner's name, so how had he known Zhang Yuanying? Chen pointed at his eyes and claimed he had glimpsed the name while Zhu flipped through the file, from all the way inside the observation room. "Prove it," Chen pointed at a distant top-floor window and announced that he could see a man touching his female secretary's thigh behind the glass. Jiang's forehead practically filled with black lines. Faced with a student who could not stay serious for 1 minute, he abandoned the question in disappointed silence. Much later, Jiang tried the harder question: how had Chen obtained the kindergarten's name? Chen shrugged and said that part really was divination. An old man had taught him to read faces, bones, the 5 elements, in every direction. He had doubted it as a child, but repeated successes changed his mind. Chen reminded him that the earlier reading of his condition had been accurate. Jiang admitted disbelief was not the issue. The truth was simply hard to accept. He turned toward the window, preoccupied. Chen sensed that this worry had drifted away from Zhang Xinyan and toward some other private burden. More than an hour after departure, 3 vehicles reached the suburban kindergarten. The grounds were compact and outwardly unremarkable. Zhu led his officers straight inside. As promised, Jiang and Chen stayed outside, where Chen could observe without being exposed as part of the official operation. Jiang checked the interior search by walkie-talkie, but the 2 missing children were still unaccounted for. His restraint began to fray. Nothing could be allowed to happen to them. He ended the transmission, leaving Zhu's team to search while his attention shifted to the one person outside who might see what they could not. Jiang knew Chen was observing, but not how. How could one young student keep reaching conclusions that trained investigators missed? Chen stepped onto the street for an unobstructed view of the compact grounds. The arrangement became almost absurdly symmetrical. Chen studied the kindergarten, and Jiang studied Chen. Chen activated X-ray vision. Walls and floors separated into restrained, translucent layers as he swept the entire kindergarten. Usually, sustaining this depth of sight carried a punishing cost. Today, the ancient jade against his body fed his evolved eyes enough energy to keep the search going slightly longer. He already knew where to look for rot. Zhang Yuning's tags had named this kindergarten, and her mother, dead on paper, had resurfaced as its child bestowing none. No reasonable person could call that coincidence. While seconds bled away, Jiang's fear for the missing girls became harder to hide. Chen suddenly asked what the 2 unfound children looked like. Jiang snapped out of his anxiety and answered at once. Both were 6-year-old girls. One was very thin, and her front teeth had fallen out recently, leaving a gap that would show when she smiled. The other girl, Jiang continued, had a pair of unusually large, prominent ears. Chen sent his sight back through the 4th floor. Thin child, missing front teeth. Second child, unmistakable ears. 2 small figures occupied a room nested behind the surveillance room. His tension broke into a relieved chuckle. Chen reported the exact location: 4th floor, surveillance room with a small room hidden inside and an entrance likely difficult to find. Jiang stared at him. Chen blinked and insisted once again that he was serious. Jiang seized the walkie-talkie and ordered Zhu to check. The children might be there. 20 minutes after Chen Mu gave Zhu Zhengyang the hidden room's exact location, the answer finally came. The children had been found. Jiang Minjuan struck the car hood with one trembling hand, the violent release of emotion saying what his stern face could not. Zhu soon emerged with his team, the 2 girls and the people responsible. Jiang exhaled, then abruptly remembered Chen. He pointed at the car and ordered him inside. Chen slipped out of sight at once. He was still a student. The public could not learn who had solved this. Once Chen was hidden, Jiang called the Municipal Police Bureau and sent another team straight to Hongshan Temple. Their target was Master Xiaoshan, Liu Li, the supposedly dead woman behind the kindergarten. With the children safe and the final arrest in motion, the case could finally close. At noon, Chen waited in the deputy chief's office for news. The door suddenly burst open. Jiang entered with several fierce-looking strangers, pointed straight at Chen and said, "It's him!" Chen rose in alarm as the entire group rushed him. It did not strike him. They embraced him and broke down crying. These were the 2 girls' families, pouring out thanks and trying to kneel before the student who had brought their children home. Chen held them up with all his strength, then looked helplessly to Jiang for rescue. When the office finally quieted, Jiang turned from the rescue to the person who had made it possible. He admitted that he still could not understand Chen's ability. Even so, he called it a treasure, for Chen himself, for the police, and perhaps for the country. Jiang's requirement was not better grades, nor even constant improvement. During Chen's 4 university years, he cared about one thing: the shaping of Chen's values. Power could improve or regress. What mattered was that Chen become someone with correct values and firm conviction. Chen blinked, caught by the weight of the request, then promised. Jiang studied his eyes and finally smiled. He believed the answer was sincere. More than that, he believed Chen could one day become the kind of person ordinary people would truly need. Jiang then lifted the Zhang Yunyan case from Chen's shoulders. The police would finish it and Liu Li would not escape. Chen finally relaxed, until Jiang casually asked whether deduction had also revealed the 4th floor secret room. Chen coughed and repeated the lie. Jiang merely let it go. That restraint was deliberate. Zhang did not need Chen's secret explained if he could trust the person keeping it. He poured the student a glass of water, invited him to lunch, and carried the conversation away from the finished case towards something far more personal. The personal subject was Jiang's daughter, Zhang Xiao. Before Zhang could reach his real concern, Chen's curiosity took a mischievous turn. With a sly smile, he asked how Zhang had confirmed one intimate detail, and whether the deputy chief had secretly peeked. Zhang's face went black. Chen retreated at once, insisting he would not ask again. Still nearly choking with anger, Zhang drained several gulps of tea and forced out a long breath. Then he warned Chen that what came next was serious. Zhang Xiao was exceptionally intelligent and almost impossible to fool. Worse, Zhang suspected she might already have contacted forces tied to her biological father. Chen did not confirm contact, but he knew she had the intention. Zhang called even that intention dangerous. Yang faced a strategic trap. As her father, any move he made would trigger Xiao's keen intuition, so he asked Chen to approach her and uncover the truth instead. Chen asked the obvious question, how was he supposed to get close? Zhang answered with 2 words, date her. Chen refused without hesitation. He had only just begun dating Zhang Xinyan, and their relationship had already become intimate. Zhang calmly offered to speak with her. Chen called that a threat. Zhang denied it and suggested that a capable young man could simply manage his time better. Yang fell silent. Then he quietly asked how many women Chen thought he had dated at once besides his actual girlfriend while working undercover. Chen took the bait and asked how many. Zhang answered, 7. Chen could only stare. His shocked thought was considerably less polite. Chen Mu could only stare at Zhang Minjuan. The proposal was real. Pretend to date Zhang Xiao and discover what she was doing. She knew nearly everyone in the Municipal Police Bureau, and with an IQ of 150, an ordinary investigator would never fool her. Chen was the one outsider she might accept. Zhang was not simply hunting for evidence. If Yao only wanted revenge for her biological father, he might still forgive the child he had raised from 3 to 18. But if she had entered her father's old world, everything could be lost. Poison was already deep in Zhang's bones. He wanted the truth before he died. Chen ate in silence. He was only a Yanbei University student, not a criminal police officer, and this could be dangerous. Yet refusing a dying man's last obsession felt heartless. Accepting meant deceiving everyone, especially Zhang Xinyan. He would have to become the very kind of time management master Jiang had joked about, an undercover agent in his own love life. Chen finally raised his tea. His refusal, he admitted, was mostly a lack of confidence. How was an inexperienced student supposed to fool a woman that intelligent and uncover her secrets? Jiang answered as if it were obvious, date her normally. Chen blinked. Jiang corrected himself, pretend to date her normally. Jiang said that intelligence was not the whole of Yao. Inside, she was empty and lonely. Chen accused him of sounding like a melodramatic novel, but Jiang did not smile. To explain her, he had to explain himself. He had lived alone for years, emotionally unprepared to raise the daughter placed in his care. Jiang had been single since his girlfriend left during the 2nd year of his undercover work. Chen briefly wondered, far too bluntly, whether that meant Jiang was still a virgin. Jiang's face darkened. Years undercover had answered that question. The joke passed, leaving the harder truth. After the breakup, Jiang never sought another partner. Jiang had raised Yao by himself. A father raising a girl came with distances he never knew how to cross, and after puberty she spoke to him less and less. She grew proud, aloof, and isolated. Worse for Chen, she judged every possible boyfriend against Jiang himself. Anyone she accepted had to be better than him. At the end of the meal, Chen understood a more contradictory Zhang Xiao. Brilliant yet emotionally empty, proud yet profoundly lonely, dangerous to deceive but perhaps vulnerable to ordinary companionship. Zhang gave him final instructions, and they separated. At least for that day, Chen did not yet have to start managing 2 relationships. Back at his rental, Chen opened the door onto a dangerously distracting sight. Zhang Xinyan lay across the sofa watching television in nothing but one of his white shirts, her bare calves lifted and her feet swinging idly. After a lunch spent planning false romance, the warmth of his real relationship was waiting in plain view. Zhang brightened, rushed over, and called him honey. Before anything else, she asked whether there had been trouble and whether he was all right. Chen assured her he was fine. Looking at her in his shirt, he called her his goddess and admitted that, in this state, she was testing what little restraint he had. Zhang caught Chen by his clothes and slowly drew him backward. If he could not hold back, she asked, what exactly did he want? Chen named her shirt, then his own clothes, then her underwear, one step at a time. With every answer, her blush deepened, until she had guided him all the way to the bedroom door. Chen blinked and delivered his grand plan, take the elastic from her underwear, build a slingshot, and shoot out her family's windows. Zhang froze. The seductive mood shattered completely. Then Chen burst out laughing, and she called him unbearably annoying. For one evening at least, the dangerous second romance remained outside their door. Monday morning arrived far too quickly. Chen Mu and Zhang Xinyan crawled out of bed with their waists protesting after the previous night's excesses, and Zhang felt especially miserable. Freshmen could not start skipping class. though so neither of them had the luxury of staying under the covers. Their preparation was anything but solemn. They chased each other into the bathroom, laughing as they fought over the toilet, then brushed their teeth, washed, dressed, and finally left the residential compound leaning against each other for support. At the school gate, Zhang needed to return to her dormitory while Chen wanted breakfast. They agreed to meet at the large cafeteria and separated. Chen had barely begun hurrying there alone when several strangers chased him down and boxed him against the notice board beneath the administrative building. And Chen recognized the man approaching, Guan Yang, the jade shop boss. Guan asked whether Chen remembered Saturday's raw jade purchase. The moment Chen confirmed it, Guan declared that he was no longer selling the stone, as if a completed transaction could simply be erased. Chen understood the real reason immediately. The stone had produced icy emperor green, and now Guan regretted selling it. Chen reminded him that nobody had forced the sale and challenged the absurd rule Guan wanted to impose. If a buyer uncovered something precious, could the seller simply take it back? Guan snapped. Through clenched teeth, he warned Chen not to force his hand and threatened to kill him if the stone was not returned. Before the threat could go any further, a tall, thin companion tugged urgently at Guan's sleeve and pointed past Chen toward the notice board. Guan turned reluctantly and froze. He widened his eyes, rubbed them, studied the board again, and repeatedly compared its photograph with the student in front of him. Then, without another threat or explanation, he spun around and left. Every man who had surrounded Chen hurried after him. Chen started to turn and inspect the board, only for two more people to rush in and press him back against it. Once he finally saw the display, the mystery vanished. His own enlarged photograph stood beside Yanbei University's formal announcement of good news. Notice named Chen a special recruit of the Yanbei City Public Security Bureau, jointly trained by the Bureau and Yanbei University. It even declared that after graduation he would report directly to the Bureau's Criminal Investigation Division. Chen could only laugh. The school had made his protection impossible to miss. 10 minutes later, Zhang met him at the cafeteria entrance with a strange expression. She pulled him inside, collected breakfast, and chose a corner table before whispering the news. Lin Feifei had apparently dropped out. Her parents were reportedly divorcing after her mother's affair exposed that Lin Feifei was not her father's biological daughter. Chen wondered briefly whether the withdrawal was because of him, then understood that Lin Yuandong had finally achieved the outcome he wanted. At least Lin Feifei would stop pursuing Chen. He sighed and told Zhang they should not interfere in another family's affairs. Living their own lives well mattered more. Zhang smiled and agreed. He had taken only a few bites when someone passed their corner table. The passerby struck it hard, far too deliberately to look accidental. The bowls jumped, and soup spilled across Chen's clothes. His morning had already survived one attempted intimidation. Now a second confrontation had found him over breakfast. Soup soaked Chen Mu's campus clothes. The person who had struck the table was Guo Jing, and his excessive attitude erased any doubt. The spill had been deliberate. This was not clumsiness. Guo had come to pick a fight. Motive was the class monitor position. Counselor Qiu Zhaiming had favored Guo, his unusually close fellow townsman. Then homeroom teacher Yang Wenqing bypassed that expectation and directly appointed Chen over the weekend. Chen had known trouble might follow. Chen had never schemed for the office, so he refused to accept punishment for someone else's resentment. He challenged the supposed accident, then settled the account immediately. With one rough movement of the tray, he returned the cafeteria mess to Guo. Guo's fleshy face twitched and his eyes widened as if he might attack. Zhang Xinyan covered her mouth, astonished. Gentle Chen had answered with force, and she loved it. He did not consume himself with resentment. He settled accounts on the spot. Chen put the tray away, offered Guo a breezy farewell, and left without looking back. Guo's hand closed around his own tray. Before he could copy Chen's move, Qiu Zhaiming rushed in and seized his wrist. Guo took the tray away and demanded to know why Guo had provoked him. Chen was no ordinary target now. He was a Municipal Public Security Bureau Reserve and Joint Training candidate, and the school was proud enough of him to make that status public. Guo dropped into his seat but refused to concede. He called Chen an orphan, accused him of playing dirty, and demanded to know how the promised appointment had been intercepted without Q's consent. Losing the office felt to him like a stolen entitlement. Guo dismissed the class monitor title as unimportant and promised Guo a place in the student union instead. That, he said, was the university's real circle of power. 4 years was a long time. The immediate clash was over, but their alliance was not. Later, when Zhang sounded Chen out about tattoos, his answer was immediate. He hated them. Why put a pattern on her naturally fair, clean body? Zhang burst out laughing at his phrasing, then realized exactly how personal his compliment had become. Chen went further, teasing her about her very light body hair. Zhang hurriedly covered his mouth and warned him never to say such things outside. He nodded against her hand. She pointed at him with mock fierceness until he promised to behave. Zhang admitted she did not truly want a tattoo. A woman from her dorm had messaged the previous day, saying she had gotten a supposedly fashionable pattern and asking whether Zhang wanted one too. Chen tightened his arm around Zhang's waist. No pattern at all. Zhang finally raised the phone and showed him the design. A spider lily. Chen's relaxed expression vanished. Of all the patterns she could have received, why did it have to be that one? The word spider lily erased Chen Mu's relaxed expression. He took Zhang Xinyan's phone and checked the design again. There was no mistake. The flower glowing on her screen was the exact pattern that had alarmed him before. Keeping his voice casual, Chen asked who had called the pattern fashionable. Zhang named her doormate Liu Dan. Chen's thoughts raced. Zhang Xiao and manager Hugh Li carried the same hidden tattoo. Why did three unrelated people share it, and why was it spreading now? Chen asked where Liu Dan had placed it. Zhang called that inconvenient to discuss, so he guessed bluntly, her butt. Zhang's astonishment confirmed it. Worse, Liu Dan had received the tattoo only 2 days ago on Saturday. When Chen pressed for the studio, Zhang stepped directly into his path. Chen claimed the conversation had merely drifted there. Zhang did not believe him. She had heard the change in his voice and seen it on his face. He called her an overthinker, slipped an arm around her, and resumed walking. Her sidelong looks continued. Then Chen quietly warned her, whatever anyone said, she must never get a tattoo. Lottery shop beside the convenience store came into view, and Chen turned toward it. He said he would try his luck and earn Zhang some pocket money. She caught his arm, protesting that luck did not arrive every day and her monthly 2,000 yuan was enough. They compromised on one ticket. Win or lose, fate would decide. Chen explained his confidence. His left eyelid had twitched all day, and a twitch on the left meant wealth. Zhang answered that her hometown called it a warning of disaster. Inside, the delighted boss recognized his previous jackpot winner, then repeated the same disastrous proverb. Chen's stricken face made him hurriedly apologize. Chen requested the same game as before, Prosperous New Year 2026. The boss slapped a fresh stack onto the counter. Chen learned that after his previous jackpot, customers had emptied the old stock in under 20 minutes. The boss proudly promised another big prize. Chen only smiled. The tickets, not the boss, would answer that. Chen quietly activated X-ray vision and searched through the fresh stack. Ordinary tickets fell away beneath his gaze until 2 words stopped him: great prosperity. He guided the choice toward that single card, letting Zhang's eye for it make the purchase appear natural. To everyone else, he was still merely testing his twitching eyelid. Coding came away. The boss stared as great prosperity appeared exactly where Chen had chosen. The base prize was 20,000 yuan, smaller than Chen's last windfall, until the 5 times multiplier turned it into 100,000. Then the boss exploded into hysterical laughter. Chen Mu had done it again. Chen did not claim the triumph. He pressed the winning ticket into Zhang Xinyan's hands and corrected the boss. This time, his girlfriend had won. Zhang could only stare at the card. One moment she had been arguing that 2,000 yuan a month was enough. Now 100,000 yuan prize belonged to her, and her mind simply went blank. Boss's eyes bulged. Desperate to rub off some of that impossible luck, he reached for Zhang's hand. Chen intercepted him mid-grab and clasped the man's hand instead. With perfect solemnity, he advised the boss that no matter how excited he became, he should go home and touch his own wife. For one silent beat, the boss merely blinked. Then he seized a banner and the firecrackers waiting behind the counter and charged outside. One winner's celebration had not been enough. The shop was about to announce another, louder than before, while Chen and Zhang stood inside with the 100,000 yuan ticket between them. This time, Chen Mu had learned his lesson. Before the lottery owner could turn another jackpot into an even bigger spectacle, Chen seized Zhang Xinyan's hand and ran. Firecrackers cracked behind them as he pulled his still-stunned girlfriend straight toward the university lecture hall. In the back corner, Zhang looked as if her mind had never left the lottery counter. Had they really won? Was 100,000 yuan truly sitting in their hands? Chen gently turned her dazed face toward him and confirmed it again. The win was real, and they would claim it after class. Then Chen took out the winning ticket and pushed it into Zhang's small purse. When she protested, he left no room for argument. She had been the one who said that ticket caught her eye, so as far as he was concerned, the prize belonged to her. With the matter settled, Chen touched the ancient jade at his chest. Its effect had already weakened. His eyes still ached from the prolonged X-ray search, and when he looked inside the pendant, the liquid-like energy had visibly fallen. His mutated eyes were consuming external power at a terrifying rate. After class, they kept Chen's promise and claimed the prize. Taxes reduced the 100,000 yuan win to 80,000, but the money was real. When the deposit appeared on Zhang's card, the number looked almost unreal to her. Zhang had grown up cherished by her parents in the Northeast, but they were ordinary wage earners. Their full support gave her a college allowance of 2,000 yuan a month, comfortable enough to live, yet nowhere close to making 80,000 yuan feel ordinary. Among her dormmates, Zhang's spending ranked near the bottom. She owned few cosmetics, and Chen had never seen her indulge in manicures. Meanwhile, he lived so frugally that he wore things nearly past endurance. Giving her this much after less than a month together left her overwhelmed. The moment they left the lottery center, Zhang turned and wrapped Chen in a tearful embrace. He froze, completely confused by the sudden outpouring. It took him a long while to coax her back into calm before they could finally hail a taxi towards school. During the ride, Zhang leaned close and quietly asked whether she should move out of the dormitory and into Chen's apartment. Chen blinked. That would mean living together. Her answer was simple. Didn't he want that? His surprised smile made the answer obvious. Chen admitted he would love it, but asked what would happen if her parents found out. Zhang did not retreat. If they knew, they knew. She was an adult and had the right to decide how she wanted to live. When he checked once more, she answered with a firm yes. Ride's private mood gave way to a call with manager Huo. As their exchange turned toward the coming auction, Chen casually revealed that he had noticed the 9i bead on Huo's wrist and estimated its value in the tens of millions. Huo faltered, asking whether Chen also understood DZI beads. Chen modestly denied knowing much, then struck closer to the truth. For a genuine second-generation rich heir, Huo had spent an impressive amount of time working as teacher Yang's employee. Huo coughed, ended the conversation, and promised to see him at the auction. Zhang leaned over in disbelief. Someone wore an object worth tens of millions on his wrist and still worked for teacher Yang. Chen confirmed it with perfect seriousness. Teacher Yang's family dealt in jade, and her manager casually wore that fortune in plain sight. Zhang could only sigh that poverty had limited her imagination. Chen took Zhang's hand and smiled. They should work hard together and strive to become rich themselves. She answered with a sweet smile and a quiet agreement. More than the money, the word together reached her. She felt the two of them growing increasingly in sync. And Chen's phone vibrated again. One glance at the screen made his eyelid jump. He hurriedly hid it. Zhang, still nestled against him, casually asked what had happened, and Chen claimed it was the same person as before. She accepted that answer, but the driver caught the suspicious movement in his mirror. After dropping Zhang Xinyan back at her school, Chen Mu kept the taxi and headed to a nearby cafe entrance. Another young woman was waiting there. Zhang Xiao, Jiang Minjuan's daughter, and the target of the covert assignment Chen had reluctantly accepted. The driver stared into his mirror with unmistakable disdain. Chen had just sent off one beauty and immediately collected another. To him, this passenger was not suspicious at all. He was simply a shameless master of time management. Chen saw something far more dangerous than an attractive companion. Zhang possessed extraordinary intelligence, ruthless ambition, and a history that made him feel as if he were negotiating with a tiger or playing beside a black mamba. Still, he had promised Jiang Minjuan. He had to complete the mission. Zhang calmly apologized for calling him out at this hour and asked whether she had interrupted anything. Chen denied it. When she learned he had afternoon classes, she checked the time and suggested lunch. He agreed, though the silence afterward felt painfully unnatural. Then Zhang observed that Chen was covered in perfume. Both Chen and the driver froze. She followed with an old comparison. Stay among orchids long enough and their fragrance becomes part of you. Remain in a fish shop and its stench does the same. Chen felt a chill. That insult sounded intentional. When Zhang abruptly asked what he was thinking, Chen looked back and secretly activated tag vision. This time his request was precise. Show him why she had sought him out. Dense labels burst into view around her, and several unfamiliar entries pushed themselves to the front. First entries explained Jiang's agenda. She wanted to understand Chen, continue their discussion about seeing through the human heart, and discover the origin and underlying logic of his spider lily remark. Beneath that intellectual curiosity sat a colder requirement: determine whether Chen Mu had utility value. Then came the dangerous details. An 8% chance that Zhang wanted to indulge once, followed by a sedative, poison, and oral contraceptive, and a ring containing a concealed poison needle. Whatever Jiang intended, Chen was sharing a backseat with someone prepared for outcomes ranging from intimacy to murder. When the conversation raised the prospect of eating at Chen's place, he did not answer in a hurry. The driver listened eagerly, unable to understand why Chen would hesitate over such an opportunity. Chen, however, had just seen enough tags to know that privacy with Jiang could be catastrophically unsafe. Chen asked whether Jiang knew life's 4 great delays. She did not. He solemnly listed a train entering a station, a boat docking, a turtle climbing a mountain, and himself cooking. The absurd final answer broke through Jiang's composure before she could stop it. The driver was disgusted. With an opening like that, this glib young man was wasting time on puns. Chen ignored him and admitted his cooking was not worth the wait. He offered Hunan cuisine instead, specifically chopped chili fish head. Jiang readily agreed. Chen finally breathed easier. Taking this cunning woman home was impossible, not only because of the poison tags, but because Zhang Xinyan's underwear was still hanging on his balcony. One glance would expose everything. As the taxi continued, Chen began planning how to turn his ability against the secrets Jiang was hiding. The taxi ride ended at a Hunan restaurant. Chen Mu and Zhang Xiao settled into a corner table with chopped chili fish head and 2 spicy side dishes. Their motives remained tangled. but at least the food gave them something they could honestly enjoy. While they chatted, Zhang casually returned to his earlier claim that he liked spider lilies. Chen answered, then used the serving chopsticks to lift the crescent-shaped meat from the fish's cheek and place it on her plate. Chen joked that eating it would make her prettier. Zhang stared at the morsel, stunned. A novel she once read treated fish cheek meat as a private token of happiness, the portion a man always saved for the woman he loved. No one had ever done this for her. Zhang Minjuan was protective but hopelessly rough. To spare her fish bones, he simply kept fish away. Other men bored Zhang because she saw through their tricks immediately. Chen was the first exception. Zhang recovered with a quiet smile and asked the question beneath her opening probe. Why would a young man like Chen favor spider lilies? He answered as if the matter were obvious. They were beautiful. Zhang agreed that the flowers were lovely, yet sadness crossed her eyes. To her, beauty did not erase their deeper color, an ominous flower of death marking the road to the underworld. Chen rejected that interpretation at once. Chen called the flower Manjushage and offered another inheritance. Its flowers and leaves never meet, two beings who forever know and understand each other, yet can never become lovers. Their separation is regret, but their mutual care is the deepest longing. He continued, the blossoms were bright and generous, the leaves tall and straight, symbols of purity and elegance. Hell, death, and ill omen were foreign distortions. Then he challenged Zhang, someone as intelligent as her should know which meaning belonged to her own culture. Chen compared it to chrysanthemums, once an emblem of detached, leisurely life, now reduced by modern associations to hospital visits and funerals. From there, his argument widened into a complaint about people replacing natural purity with gaudy display. He declared that girls were already pure and beautiful, covering themselves in flashy decoration only made them tacky. After asking whether Zhang agreed, he sprang the real question. Where was her tattoo? She lowered her head and quietly refused to surrender that privacy. Chen acknowledged that he had intruded and invited her to keep eating, though his crooked smile suggested the probe had been intentional. Zhang complied. Then he gave her one more seemingly casual glance, and his evolved eyes refreshed their verdict. First entries were brutal. Zhang no longer wanted to understand him. In her calculation, he had become a carbon-based life form with no utilitarian value. Yet beside that contempt stood an astonishing number. Her impulse to indulge once had climbed to 40%. Dangerous inventory had not disappeared. The tag still listed an aphrodisiac, poison, an oral contraceptive, and the ordinary-looking ring that concealed a poison needle. Whatever attraction Zhang felt, she remained equipped to manipulate or kill him. Then came the real shock, an impulse to destroy Chen Mu, followed by an impulse to sell him to lawyer Kaio Yan. Chen's expression locked. If Kaio Yan appeared in Jiang's hidden intentions, could Jiang also be connected to Wang Jiankun? Cold sweat broke across Chen. During one meal, Jiang had developed murderous intent and reduced him to a useless carbon-based life form. But one contradiction baffled him most. How had her impulse to indulge with him exploded from 8% to 40%? The chill in Chen Mu's heart deepened. Across the same restaurant table sat Zhang Xiao, 18, composed and terrifying. She carried sedatives and poison, while the ordinary ring on her finger concealed a needle that might kill the moment it drew blood. Could not risk being poisoned without even noticing. Chen raised his eyes as if by accident and activated X-ray vision. Layers fell away until the hidden powder lit up. His scan crossed more of Jiang than necessary, and he briefly registered her impossibly slender waist. Yang caught him. A cold glint entered her eyes as she asked what he was looking at. Instead of retreating, Chen met her gaze and smiled. Did she remember his claim from their last meeting, that he could read minds? Jiang remembered, but belief was irrelevant to her. Anyone trained in psychology and behavioral science could observe small habits and mistake shallow deductions for mind reading. She could do that herself. Chen shook his head. What he meant was not superficial observation. He claimed he could truly see into people's hearts. Then he pressed on the thoughts Jiang had never voiced, her contempt for him and the private impulse to indulge with him once. Her composure stalled. Those were not conclusions she had given him through an expression or gesture. Chen knew when to stop while he was ahead. He wiped his mouth, stood, and offered to pay. He had afternoon class, he said, so he would be leaving. Then he walked out without hesitation. Staying near Jiang's powders and needle for another minute was an unnecessary gamble. Yang did not move for a long time. She had always been far more intelligent than her peers. No boy had ever shocked her. Even her adoptive father, Zhang Minjuan, a legendary police detective to others, seemed to her merely cleverer and luckier than average. Her contempt might have left some trace, but the impulse to indulge just once. She had shown Chen no sexual signal at all. How could he know? The possibility that he truly read minds would not go away. At last, Jiang opened her clenched hands and found her palms slick with sweat. On the way back to school, Chen sent Zhang Minjuan everything actionable. Zhang Xiao might be connected to lawyer Kaio Yan, and her ring hid a poisoned needle. Only after reporting it did he exhale. For the first time, he understood a little of what Zhang Xinyan had endured undercover. Back at school that afternoon, Chen heard the news he had been anticipating. Zhang Xinyan was packing her belongings and would meet him at home that night. She had even arranged for someone else to answer when her teacher took attendance. Chen could only fall silent at that preparation. Chen lowered his voice and called her baby, suggesting she wait until evening so her teacher would not cause trouble. Zhang was unconcerned. She only needed to avoid failing the final exam. Busy with all that packing, she said goodbye and promised to see him tonight. Chen sprawled across the desk, delighted. Living together meant evenings with Zhang every night. The thought made him so restless that he wanted to skip class and go home immediately. Then shame cut through the fantasy. Was he really going to start neglecting school already? No, skipping would betray Aunt Jiang's financial support and expectations after all these years. Chen took a breath, forced down the romantic turbulence, and resolved to finish his studies seriously and make something of himself. The thought reminded him that he had not called Aunt Jiang in a while. An automated voice answered instead. The number was not in service. Then it said the number did not exist. Chen froze, checked every digit, and called again. The same message returned. This was the only number Aunt Jiang had ever given him, the only path he had to the woman who raised him. The automated rejection came again. Chen Mu redialed, checked the number, and redialed faster. Nothing changed. Aunt Jiang's only known number remained disconnected, and his frustration tipped into genuine panic. Aunt Jiang was not a distant sponsor to him. She had raised him from afar, and Chen already regarded her as his mother. He had never met her or even learned her full name, but no person and no number mattered more. Chen surged to his feet, ready to run out and search, then stopped. Search where? As a child, he had lived in a private residence with caretakers Aunt Jiang hired. Her money arrived through bare text notifications. Beyond her title and phone number, he knew absolutely nothing. The bell rang. Chen did not react. Even when the teacher reached the podium and ordered the student in the back to sit down, he only stared ahead. Then someone slipped beside him, tugged him hard into his chair, and patted his face. Chen finally focused on Liu Guang, his neighboring seatmate since military training. He concealed the crisis rather than explain it. With no lead of his own, he turned to Director Zhang Xinyan for help and could only wait for the investigator's reply. Liu had heard Chen and Zhang Xinyan were dating, and one sidelong glance convinced him they had already slept together. He erupted with envy, praising Zhang as sunny, cheerful, outgoing, and apparently someone who had praised Chen often among the girls. Liu begged to know what intimacy with a girl felt like. Chen finally shot back that Liu's right hand had plenty of experience. When Liu protested, Chen buried his face in one hand, only for his friend to pivot and demand a favor before explaining what it was. Chen refused to promise blindly. What if Liu asked him to kill someone? Liu laughed that he did not even dare fight. His real goal was classmate Liu Dan. Chen knew her, but the thought of her spider lily tattoo made his answer catch for a moment. Liu fantasized about renting a place with Liu Dan and exhausting years of pent-up virginity. Disgusted, Chen ordered him to calm down. Liu then argued that if a famously destitute student like Chen could win a girlfriend, he should have a chance too, provided he had enough money. Chen told him his values were shattered. He and Zhang had simply been mutually attracted. Liu refused to believe it could be that simple. Their conversation died. Chen watched for Zhang Xinyan's reply while Liu browsed the campus network until his phone suddenly clattered onto the desk. Liu stared between the post and Chen. Had he really won 1 million at the campus lottery station? Chen called him hopelessly out of touch, then confirmed it without ceremony. Yes, it was true. The destitute classmate Liu thought he understood was now a millionaire. The moment Liu Guang learned that Chen Mu was a millionaire, he looked at his friend like a starving wolf spotting prey. He begged for a loan. Chen refused flatly. If Liu lacked food, Chen would buy lunch, but Liu sheepishly clarified that his shortage was spiritual, not physical. Liu had heard that Liu Dan loved surprises and romance, so he planned one enormous blind box, a Fruit 17 phone, an iPad, Dior blooming bouquet perfume, an Estee Lauder mask, and imported snacks. He presented the shopping list proudly. Chen could only stare at him as if he were an idiot. Chen asked how close Liu and Liu Dan actually were. The answer was painful. She remembered him. That was all. Chen warned that dropping such a huge gift on a near stranger might frighten her. Liu insisted girls loved surprises. Chen replied that this was not romance. Liu was only moving himself. Suspicious, Liu demanded to know how Chen had won Zhang Xinyan. Chen answered without ceremony. They had appreciated each other, so no pursuit was necessary. The simplicity left Liu blinking. His expensive campaign suddenly looked even more one-sided, yet he still wanted the money to try it. Chen still did not believe the blind box was wise. But Liu was his friend, and beside friendship, 15,000 yuan was not an enormous sum to him anymore. When Chen finally offered a limited loan, Liu whipped around in disbelief, then seized Chen's hand as though his entire romantic future had been saved. Liu had a little over 4,000 yuan and calculated that another 15,000 would cover everything. Chen agreed and transferred it immediately. Liu's gratitude became shameless flattery about Chen's chivalrous heart, but the payment went through. 15,000 yuan was now in Liu's hands, ready to become gifts. Liu buried himself in gift searches, ecstatic. Chen let him work, but one detail would not leave his mind: Liu Dan's spider lily tattoo. Chen had no clue what it meant, so he could not justify a warning. His unease remained private as he returned to staring at his own silent phone, waiting for Zhang Xinyan. 2 hours crawled past. The first class finally ended, and during the break Chen could wait no longer. He called Zhang Xinyan and demanded the result. Zhang first asked whether the number was definitely correct. Chen insisted it was. He remembered calling Aunt Jiang on that exact number only last month. The answer was serious enough to pull Chen out of the classroom and across the city by taxi. At the Municipal Police Bureau, Zhang Xinyan received him in his office with none of his usual conversational ease. His expression was grave. Chen sat opposite him, waiting for the only lead to his family to be explained. Zhang had checked the number through all 3 major carriers. The result was not merely that service had been disconnected. None of them had the number at all. According to their records, it had never been used. It had been an empty number from the beginning. Chen's eyes widened. That was impossible. And Zhang delivered the second blow. Investigators had checked Chen's phone and 6 months of call history. There was no communication with that number, not even the call Chen remembered from last month. Chen's face drained pale as his thoughts collapsed into chaos. Where had reality gone wrong? More urgently, what had happened to Aunt Jiang? Chen Mu remained frozen in Zhang Xinyan's office. The carrier record said Aunt Jiang's number had never existed, and even his own call history denied the conversations he remembered. Fear closed around him. He had no parents, relatives, or close friends. Apart from Aunt Jiang, there was almost no one. If she had never existed, then who had paid for his food and education all these years? Who had kept him alive? The number was engraved more deeply in his memory than anything else. Yet reality now called it empty. Chen felt like a wandering ghost, severed from the world, and his fear spiraled into silent frenzy. Burning pain surged from deep inside Chen's eyes. His vision filled with flashing arcs and streams of physics and mathematical formulas. He slipped into a trance. A faint pop sounded, then his temples exploded with pain. Chen groaned, squeezed his eyes shut, and collapsed toward the sofa as the key-shaped jade cracked. Zhang Xinyan rushed over and steadied him. Chen forced out that he was fine, then sat breathing deeply, desperate to calm himself. He refused to open his eyes. He understood what Jiang could not. Another mutation had occurred, more frightening than the last, and it had consumed almost everything left in the jade. Jiang could not simply accept Chen's reassurance. The impossible number, the collapse, and Chen's disordered state demanded a concrete explanation. Chen submitted to blood work and further examinations. If intoxication or hallucination had caused this, the tests would expose it. Until then, the doubt between them remained painfully visible. Once alone, Jiang sat back and made a call. He carefully identified Chen Mu, even clarifying the character in his given name, then ordered everything checked: his parents, how he had grown up, and every piece of background information available. He wanted the results as soon as possible. The empty phone number was no longer the only mystery. By the time the examinations ended, it was past 7. Chen's blood was normal and no prohibited substance had been found. He had not been hallucinating. Still, the result offered no comfort. Chen left in a low mood and Jiang let him go, unable to console him before the background report arrived or undo the sting of distrusting him. Back at the apartment complex, Chen did not go straight inside. He sat alone in the small square and stared into the dark sky. Aunt Jiang had called him countless times since childhood. Her voice had always been soft and charming, unchanged for more than a decade. Even her scolding carried the indulgence of a mother. That history could not be dismissed as fantasy. Aunt Jiang was real. As Chen's breathing settled, panic gave way to suspicion. Her traces had vanished just as his eyes were undergoing impossible changes and overturning his life. He did not yet know the connection, but he trusted his memory. Something was wrong, and the empty number was only evidence of it. Inside, Chen found Zhang Xinyan asleep on the living room sofa, waiting for him. Warmth cut through the emptiness. He removed his jacket, sat beside her, and pulled her close. Startled awake, she asked whether he had eaten, then immediately sensed something was wrong. Chen only murmured, "Let me hold you for a while." Zhang knew he was hiding something, but she did not force him to speak. She simply wrapped her arms around his head and held him against her. Sometimes all she could offer was a safe harbor. Tonight, that was enough. Chen had come home believing his last family bond had vanished, yet he was no longer entirely alone. At night, Chen Mu did nothing except hold Zhang Xinyan. With her warm body in his arms and no demand that he explain the impossible disappearance haunting him, his tightly wounded mind finally went quiet. For once, he slept peacefully until morning. Tickle woke Chen in a very different mood. Zhang saw his sudden desire and hastily negotiated. Not now, or she would miss class again. Tonight instead. Laughing, Chen conceded that academics should come first. Zhang reminded him that she had already moved in. they would have plenty of time. Chen teased that her parents would explode if they learned they were living together. Blushing, Zhang insisted she was an adult with her own choices. Even washing up became dangerous flirtation. She emerged red-faced and reproachful, and only Chen's memory of their homeroom teacher's English class kept them from losing the entire morning. They managed to leave home together, still caught in the heat of their new life as a cohabiting couple. On the way, their conversation shifted from themselves to Liu Guangai's pursuit of Liu Dan. Zhang wondered whether she could help because she and Liu Dan were close. Zhang explained that Liu Dan had asked her to vet the available suitors and choose 3 for trial dates. Chen stopped on the number 3. Was Liu Dan running a harem selection? Zhang only laughed. Liu Dan had options, and choosing among them was her freedom. Chen did not challenge Liu Dan's freedom, but he warned Zhang away from matchmaking. Relationships belong to the people inside them. If her chosen pair later fell apart, they might blame the outsider who brought them together. Zhang considered that, stuck out her tongue, and agreed not to interfere. Just inside the school gate, they passed a basketball court. A ball suddenly flew out toward the road, followed by a player's shout for help. Chen reacted instantly. He lunged, extended one hand, and caught it cleanly before turning to send it back. Moment offered a test. At the police bureau yesterday, overwhelming emotion had filled Chen's sight with arcs, formulas, and calculation data. He still did not know what that mutation meant. Now he narrowed his eyes at the hoop and deliberately called the strange vision back. His altered sight answered with exact data, angle, force, arc, and initial speed, all calculated for a shot from the roadside into the distant hoop. Chen's eyes widened. This was not meaningless visual noise. It was trajectory prediction, and it was telling him exactly how to make the impossible throw. Chen turned and swung exactly as the calculation directed. The basketball climbed from outside the court, traced the predicted curve across the open distance, and dropped into the hoop. The waiting players stared. Zhang stared too. Chen had just converted a casual return into an absurd long-range basket. Triumph lasted only a moment. The already cracked jade pendant failed completely, scattering broken pieces onto the ground. Chen understood the exchange at once. One use of trajectory prediction had consumed everything left inside it. As his eyes evolved, their appetite for energy was becoming outrageous. Chen switched the ability off, nudged the fragments aside, and dismissed the pendant as cheap merchandise. Zhang crouched to collect it, but he pulled her up. It was useless now. They could visit the antique market later and hunt for another treasure, perhaps even another piece of imperial green jade. Zhang clicked her tongue. Imperial green was not produce he could simply pick up at a market. Chen only smiled, put an arm around her waist, and continued toward the cafeteria. Privately, however, he set a hard rule. Until he found a substitute energy source, he would not risk using his eyes again. Before they had gone far, Chen's phone rang. The caller was Captain Zhu. His unease surged before he even answered. Zhu reported that Director Jiang had fainted for unknown reasons and was now hospitalized. Then he asked why Chen had previously called Jiang terminally ill and whether Chen knew what was happening. Captain Zhu's news consumed Chen Mu's entire morning. Lessons passed in front of him without registering. Zhang Minjuan had collapsed far sooner than Chen expected, and one question kept circling through his mind. Had the date of his death suddenly moved forward? Zhang was also the only person Chen had ever seen carrying the tag a body of national destiny and righteousness. Not even Captain Zhu possessed it. To Chen, that settled the man's character. But his evolved eyes could expose illness and poison. They could not cure either one. Moment classes ended at noon, Chen separated from Zhang Xinyan and rushed off alone. After getting the exact floor and ward number from Zhu, he crossed the municipal hospital at top speed, unwilling to lose another minute. Captain Zhu stood among several bureau leaders. Zhang Xiao sat nearby with red-rimmed eyes and a red nose, plainly having cried. She rose in surprise when she saw Chen, but Zhu's expression tightened, and he immediately pulled Chen toward a distant corner. In a low voice, Zhu demanded the truth. How had Chen known Jiang was gravely ill? More importantly, how had he known it was poison? Then anger cracked through his exhaustion. Jiang had hidden everything, even though the toxin had reached his bone marrow and left him only days to live. Chen started to speak, but there was no safe explanation. His eyes were the real source, and revealing them was impossible. Before Zhu could finish extracting the answers he wanted, Zhang Xiao approached, turning the private interrogation into a far more delicate public situation. Xiao treated Chen as the one person she could depend on. Zhu stared at them in disbelief. They had gone on one blind date and met only twice. How could Chen possibly hold that place already? Xiao calmly agreed that they had barely met. Even so, she was satisfied with Chen and had already accepted him as her boyfriend in her heart. Her father liked him too, she added, then turned to Chen and asked him to confirm it. Chen said nothing. He simply looked at Xiao with complete concentration. To everyone else, that searching gaze appeared deeply affectionate. Even his silence supported the romance she had just announced. Zhu's first instinct was still protective. Xiao was Jiang Minjuan's only daughter, cherished throughout the bureau, and Chen's future was not yet proven. But Zhang himself had arranged the blind date and clearly valued the young man. Zhu had no authority to overrule either of them. Zhu gave Chen one last meaningful look, then hurried away. His questions about the poison remained unanswered, but he could not press them in front of Xiao. The reprieve was temporary, not an acquittal. As soon as Zhu was gone, Xiao sadly wrapped herself around Chen's arm and whispered that her father might not make it. Chen kept his question casual. How had Zhang suddenly fainted? Her answer did not resolve the mystery, so his attention stayed fixed on the poisoning. Xiao asked why he cared so much about her father's illness. Chen shot the question back. Wasn't she concerned? After a startled pause, she sighed that of course she was. The exchange left Chen briefly speechless. And Chen smiled and called her a filial girl, adding that he truly liked filial girls. Xiao's lips curved. She already knew he liked her, she said. She could tell from the way he looked at her. Chen abandoned the exchange and headed back toward the ward. Back outside the ward, Zhu acknowledged them and confirmed that the consultation was still underway. The heads of neurosurgery, cardiology, infectious disease, and biochemistry had all been called in. That much expertise behind one closed door only made his conclusion grimmer. Jiang's condition was critical. Chen fixed his attention on the ward door and narrowed his eyes. He had sworn not to use his powers again until he found another energy source, but waiting was no longer acceptable. Layered perspective activated, and the closed barrier began to give way before his vision. Inside, Zhang Minjuan lay motionless beneath a web of tubes. Instruments tracked his heartbeat and blood oxygen while doctors argued in tense clusters. His face had already turned gray and withered, almost corpse-like. Modern medicine had gathered around him in force and still looked helpless. Chen slowly withdrew his vision. Beside him, Xiao asked in an incomparably soft voice what he was thinking. Her intelligent, gentle exterior could fool everyone around them. But Chen knew a cruel and vicious heart lay underneath, and now his full attention turned from the dying father to the daughter. Chen Mu's scrutiny finally broke through Xiao's gentle mask. New green tags crowded into view. She was a top student in ancient Miao medicine research, and the developer of something called the three-corpse cocoon, whose success rate mattered to her enormously. Rest was worse. An 80% chance she would indulge an impulse with Chen as the target, a poison needle hidden in her ring, midnight withered heart lotus, blood marrow vine, and bone-knitting herb. Last came the secret thrill of playing everyone in her palm. Chen could only think, bizarre. At that moment, the consulting doctors filed out of the ward, and the municipal police bureau leaders crowded around them. The attending physician was Yu Bo, vice president of City Central Hospital. With a helpless expression, he asked everyone to continue in the conference room. Director Jiang's condition was not optimistic. Xiao kept her arm linked through Chen's the entire way. Zhu had already reported their supposed relationship, so none of the bureau leaders objected. Some were even relieved. Zhang Minjuan valued Chen, and the joint training agreement meant Chen would eventually work for the bureau. To them, he looked like a stable place for Jiang's daughter to land. Yu Bo did not soften the message. Modern medicine could no longer offer a reliable way to turn the situation around. The consultation had gathered serious expertise, yet Zhang Minjuan's deterioration continued beyond anything the doctors knew how to reverse. Toxin was still eroding him. It had severely disrupted the heart's electrical conduction, and the myocardium was losing contractile strength. The heart itself was healthy, Yu Bo explained, but something had wrapped around it until it could no longer beat. At the present rate, Zhang Minjuan might not survive another half-month. Conference room went dead silent. Xiao turned and buried her face in Chen's chest, sobbing uncontrollably. Chen's body became rigid as stone, his hands curled into fists without permission. Everyone else saw a young man sharing her grief. Only Chen knew he was holding the suspected poisoner while her father's life drained away. Sun Changling asked hoarsely whether there was truly no solution anywhere in the country. Yu Bo shook his head. The nation's leading poisoning experts had already joined the remote consultation, and every one of them had reached the same conclusion. This was not the signature of one plant toxin or one mineral poison. It was a complex product absent from any medical literature the experts knew. They could not even determine how it had been synthesized. For Chen, that ignorance transformed Xiao's Miao medicine tags from disturbing secrets into the only concrete trail in the room. Chen suddenly interrupted. If they learned how the poison had been synthesized, he asked, would that create a way to treat it? Every face turned toward him. The question sounded speculative to everyone else. To Chen, it was a careful probe. How much would Xiao's hidden knowledge be worth if he could deliver it without exposing his eyes? Yu Bo suspiciously asked who he was. Zhu answered quickly. Chen Mu, a Yanbei University student studying physics and a special recruit for the University Bureau Joint Training Program. The credentials helped with the police, but not here. Once Yu Bo heard that the question came from a physics student, his interest visibly disappeared. Chen still had every reason to remain at the hospital, but Sun Changling read that reluctance differently. He saw a grateful young man who could not bear to leave the officer who had recognized his talent. In Sun's eyes, Chen's urgency proved loyalty and righteousness. Not that he had just found the first real leads in an attempted poisoning. Sun called him Little Chen and declared that with the joint training plan finalized, the Bureau already considered him one of their own. Then came the assignment, take Xiao home. She was old Jiang's treasured daughter, watched over by all of them. Sun even offered his hand and told Chen not to disappoint the father who had allowed them to date. Chen was speechless. Strong refusal would now look suspicious, and Xiao had been watching him the whole time. Even her eyes had begun to change. He could not let her detect his real purpose. Swallowing his frustration, he chose the only safe compromise. Stabilize Xiao first, then find another chance to return and save Zhang Minjuan. Zhang Minjuan absolutely could not die. If he did, the truth surrounding Xiao would lose its witness and its proof. Chen might know her secrets, but accusations without evidence would mean nothing. To the entire Bureau, she was still its cherished daughter. For the first time, Chen fully accepted the responsibility Zhang Minjuan had entrusted to him. Chen Mu took Zhang Xiao home by taxi. Neither spoke. Beneath that heavy silence, she held his arm and rested her head on his shoulder so naturally that any stranger would have mistaken them for a couple. Chen alone knew how dangerous that illusion had become. At the entrance, Chen tried to stop. He would see her only this far. Xiao blinked and asked why he would not come upstairs when they were already home. Chen invoked the blind date and joked that Director Jiang had not officially approved him yet. "My approval is enough," Xiao replied. She interlaced her fingers with his and pulled him inside, declaring that she made her own decisions. Then she asked why he always seemed afraid of her. The question landed far closer to Chen's secret than she knew. Chen laughed away the danger. Why fear her? She could hardly be deceiving his feelings, and a penniless student owned nothing worth coveting unless she wanted his kidneys. Xiao said she wanted his life instead, smiling like a bird released from its cage. Her strange intensity followed him upstairs. Xiao quickly opened the door and dragged Chen inside. The apartment was a luxurious but cozy two-bedroom home filled with signs of a girl living alone. She handed him men's slippers, bought for her father, she explained, but never used, so Chen reluctantly changed into them. While pouring water, Xiao explained that she essentially lived here because it was near school. Director Jiang rarely returned. The workaholic usually slept in the unit dormitory. The harmless domestic explanation carried one unmistakable fact for Chen. There would be no father coming through that door. Xiao told him not to be reserved. With only the two of them home, he could do whatever he wanted. Chen froze. Her bold ease looked almost experienced, yet he knew better. He did not believe in love at first sight, but he did believe she wanted sex, for reasons only her peculiar mind understood. Xiao told Chen to wait while she changed clothes. He sat holding the water, too wary even to drink. Then the cost of the hospital caught up with him. X-ray vision there, followed by repeated tag vision, had overloaded his evolved eyes. A sudden nosebleed sent him scrambling for concealment. Hearing Xiao emerge, Chen reached the balcony and wiped desperately at his nose. She followed and asked what was wrong. He blamed excess internal heat. Only after turning around did he notice the absurd coincidence. Directly over his head hung her colorful underwear, bras, and socks. Xiao's face flushed. She accused him of lacking self-control and asked whether he had peeked at her underwear. Chen could only ask for tissues. She returned with them and personally wiped his nose, turning an accidental embarrassment into a closeness he had no room to evade. Softly, Xiao asked whether he liked her underwear. Chen began to deny it, but she offered to show him what she was wearing now. Then she pressed against him, wrapped both arms around his neck, and whispered through her embarrassment, "Chen Mu, I like you, let's do it." Chen had no answer. Yang Xiao was not bluffing. Her racing heart, crimson face, watery eyes, and unsteady breath made that obvious to Chen Mu. Yet the tag above her remained unchanged, innate emotional deficiency. This was genuine desire, but it was not love. Why him was another question. Perhaps their meetings had shaken her composure, or perhaps danger simply attracted her. Chen could not forget that he suspected this brilliant 18-year-old of poisoning the adoptive father who had raised her for 15 years. Xiao had determination but no experience. She rubbed her cheek against him, caught his hand, and tried to guide it beneath her dress. Chen's body reacted, but his mind raced. A blunt rejection would expose the false courtship, and a simple lie would never fool her. At the last instant, inspiration struck. Chen leaned close and whispered, "Yaya, we need to take precautions." Xiao shuddered. The haze vanished from her almond-shaped eyes, and she sprang back, suddenly aware of how far the encounter had gone. The interruption gave Chen enough room to withdraw, but his escape still required an excuse. From downstairs, he reinforced it by phone. Xiao listened from above, answered with unnerving flatness, Then you go back," and ended the call. Chen put away the phone and switched from far sight to tag vision. A huge blood-red label appeared above Xiao. "I want to kill you, Chen Mu." His reasonable-sounding retreat had not fooled her. In her mind, it had earned a death sentence. For more than 10 seconds, they stared at each other, one above, one below. Then Xiao left the balcony. Chen turned away just as quickly. The mask was gone. If he did not wake Zhang Minjuan first, Xiao would control what happened next. Chen ran out of the complex, hailed a taxi, and headed straight for City Central Hospital. Jiao's intelligence and talent for deception made her terrifying once she chose violence. His only counter was to reach the poisoned man before her plan became irreversible. At the hospital, urgency collided with a practical problem. How could he intervene? His only evidence came from Jiao's tags: the 3-corpse cocoon, midnight withered heart lotus, blood marrow vine, and bone-knitting herb. Doctors might dismiss him, or worse, treat him as the poisoner. And a familiar figure hurried past. Chen recognized Sun Fuping, the quack director who had treated Zheng Beifeng and whose secrets Chen already knew. The problem and its solution aligned at once. Chen turned and followed him through the hospital. When Chen caught up, Sun's professional composure evaporated. The director, who normally hid behind status and authority, became hesitant and tongue-tied. Chen did not indulge the performance. He called him by name and said plainly that he needed a favor. Sun tried to recover his dignity. If Chen wanted treatment, he should register first. Chen replied that he was not the patient, then told the stammering director to calm down. The reassurance only made Sun more frightened of what Chen might ask. Chen finally named the favor. Sun must recommend a toxicology expert from this hospital and arrange a private meeting. Sun's eyes widened. A secret toxicology consultation sounded dangerous, and he demanded to know what Chen intended to do. Chen answered, "None of your business." Sun reflexively objected to Chen's tone. Chen gave him one final choice: help, or let Chen's big mouth discuss the bribe paid to the dean, the academic fraud, and the fraudulent degree. Sun braced himself and challenged him to produce proof. Chen blinked and smiled. Proof might be unnecessary. Would it be more useful, he asked, if he revealed who Sun's wife, Song Mijin, really was? Sun dropped to the floor. His face emptied of color, and every remaining word died in his throat. 20 minutes later, Sun Fuping returned with Dr. Zhou Xintang. She looked barely into her 30s, with glasses, an oval face, willow leaf brows, and a white lab coat. Being summoned from work by a man with Sun's reputation had left her visibly displeased and cautious. At the parking lot, Zhou stopped 5 meters away and demanded an explanation. Sun rushed to his car and opened the door. Chen Mu climbed out. Startled by the stranger hidden inside, Zhou instinctively retreated another 2 steps while Chen wondered why the promised expert looked so young. Unhurriedly corrected Chen's first impression. Zhou was an overseas-returned PhD, newly hired as deputy director of the poison treatment department, with experience at England's Royal Marston Hospital. Chen reconsidered. Youth aside, she might be exactly the expert he needed to save the hospitalized police director, Zhang Minjuan. Chen gave her the only reason that mattered. His information might save Zhang Minjuan. Zhou's impatience sharpened into professional interest. Citywide consultations had failed, so what could this stranger know? Chen asked for her help and admitted Jiang was important to him. After checking her watch, Zhou granted him 5 minutes. Chen thanked her and the two walked off without sparing Sun another glance. Sun remained beside his car, utterly blank. He had delivered the expert, exposed himself to blackmail, and now been discarded. One question kept circling in his head. Who was this kid, and how did he know every secret? 10 minutes later, Chen and Zhou sat by the window of a coffee shop outside the hospital. One sip told Zhou the beans were domestic Dianan, strong without bitterness, fragrant without overpowering, with a faint, fruity acidity. Chen was impressed. Her palate was as precise as her resume suggested. Zhou returned to the point and asked for his information. Chen agreed, then immediately asked what was happening with the poison in Jiang's body. Her suspicion returned. Was he a medical student? No, Chen answered. He studied physics. Zhou stared at him as if the 5-minute favor had just become a joke. The case itself left no room for pride. Relevant experts across the city had already consulted and remained helpless. Chen did not pretend to understand toxicology. He only needed Zhou to consider whether the unknown poison might come from a body of knowledge those experts had never searched. Chen asked whether she had studied obscure herbal traditions, especially ancient prescriptions from the Miao frontier. Zhou's eyes narrowed. If he meant Jiang had been poisoned by a gu, then he had wasted her time. Chen stopped that assumption immediately. It was not a gu. He had 3 specific medicines. First entry was midnight withered heart lotus, a rare flower that bloomed only on moonless nights and had to wither before sunrise. Its seed alkaloid was harmless by itself, yet selectively deposited on the mitochondria of myocardial cells. For a patient whose heart was failing, that detail was impossible to ignore. Second was blood marrow vine, a parasite found on 100-year-old locust trees. Its sap was also non-toxic alone, but it caused periodic fluctuations in blood vessel wall permeability. 2 harmless substances, 2 highly specific effects, and Zhou's casual interest was vanishing fast. And came bone-knitting herb, not the common medicine, but a toxic fern called Yama's fingernail. Its spores killed within 12 hours when taken alone, yet were normally easy to detect. Zhou finished the 3 entries and snapped her gaze up. The unfinished question in her eyes was frighteningly clear. Chen simply nodded, yes. Zhou stared at him and demanded to know how he had found this. Chen refused to expose his source. That could wait. Saving Zhang mattered first. He asked her to begin researching immediately and determine how the 3 medicines fit the case. The 5-minute favor had become Zhang Minjuan's first real lead. Zhou Xintang left the coffee shop in a hurry. Before going, she accepted Chen Mu's condition. For now, no one would hear that the 3-herb lead came from him. Officially, it would be her own research discovery. Secrecy suited Zhou perfectly. She was a young, highly capable doctor who had trained at a prestigious English hospital. Yet Zhang Minjuan's case had defeated her along with every relevant expert she knew, at home and abroad. The toxin itself exceeded every existing record. To everyone else, it was simply lethal. To Zhou, it was also a rare new research subject. Chen's clue finally gave that mystery a structure. 2 herbs were non-toxic, while only the 3rd was deadly. That changed the old diagnosis. The unidentified substances found before Zhang collapsed might not have been poisonous by themselves at all. If a 3rd medium combined them with the deadly herb, the resulting reaction could explain a toxin no database recognized. As Chen walked, he worked through the practical cost. Zhang Xiao's hair, nails, or blood could serve the investigation. Unfortunately, getting any of them meant facing her again, and after the way their afternoon meeting ended, that was anything but safe. Zhang Xiao had pressed him hard that afternoon, and he had escaped without taking the opening she offered. To someone with an IQ of 150, his retreat could look like both an insult and a confession that he knew too much. The last tag he had seen on her was a desire to kill him. How would she act? Hire an assassin? Manufacture an accident? Panic struck and Chen reflexively activated tag vision, flooding the busy street with swaying labels. Relief lasted only a moment. His old jade pendant was gone, and he could not keep tag vision running indefinitely. The urgent answer was Teacher Yang's pendant. It felt stronger, and tomorrow's auction of his icy Emperor Green could bring tens of millions. Chen was about to dial when a streak of bloody red caught the edge of his vision. He snapped his head toward the opposite side of the street. Above one distant figure burned a single unmistakable tag: Killer, Target, Chen Mu. The attack looked absurdly ordinary. A tossed coin drew a child into the roadway. A delivery rider approached, ready to swerve on instinct. No weapon pointed at Chen, yet every harmless movement seemed positioned to trigger the next. The instant Chen's mind seized on the word accident, the world transformed. Streets and bodies became data. Arcs, vectors, and parabolic lines flashed through his sight, and in less than a heartbeat, his evolved eyes solved the assassin's entire design. First, the rider would veer left to spare the child. That deviation would force a vehicle trying to park into a violent correction. The car would lose control, cross into the median, and strike an old streetlight. The impact would shake loose the streetlight's neglected crossbar. It would fall into the opposite lane, forcing a bus to swerve. The bus would mount the curb, race straight toward Chen, and crush his sternum with enough force to kill him instantly. Chen could barely believe anyone had designed something so precise. Then reality caught up with the prediction. Metal clanged against the median. The streetlight shuddered, its crossbar snapped free, and screams erupted as it crashed toward the oncoming bus. Chen turned and ran. He covered more than 10 meters before he could even stop properly. Behind him, the bus tore onto the curb and slammed into a storefront with a thunderous boom, exactly where he had been standing moments earlier. Crying and screams spread through the wrecked street. Still shaken, Chen looked back at the place where he should have died, then raised his eyes across the road. The huge killer tag was gone. Its owner had already vanished into the alley. Flawless-looking accident had exact casualties: 1 dead, 5 seriously injured, and more than 20 with minor wounds. Police, ambulances, and firefighters flooded the wrecked street, but officially there was still only one thing to call it: an accident. Chen Mu could have left, but he refused. The killer had escaped once, and if the next trick was even harder to detect, Chen could not guard against it forever. He called Captain Zhu. This threat had to be crushed now. 10 minutes later, Zhu Zhengyang drove into the emergency zone. He already knew about the crash. What he could not understand was why Chen had insisted that the captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment come personally. Chen began cautiously. "Captain Zhu, do you trust me?" Zhu frowned and ordered him to speak directly, so Chen did. "Someone wants to kill me." The captain stared at him through a long, disbelieving silence. Zhu rubbed his face, fighting his temper. Chen had not even graduated, yet his special recruitment honor already seemed to have him playing detective. Zhu was a real criminal police captain, not someone to lure across the city for an acting exercise. Chen did not argue about his status. He reconstructed the beginning instead. A man threw a coin, a child went to pick it up, a rider and a car reacted around that child. One tiny, ordinary temptation had been placed at exactly the right point. The car swerved toward the green belt. That movement broke the streetlight pole. Then the bus, avoiding the new loss of control, mounted the curb and crashed. Chen laid out every link cleanly, as if reading back a calculation. It sounded like a movie plot. Worse, if Chen was right, any number of ordinary accidents might conceal the same kind of murder. A chill ran down Zhu's spine. He called over the traffic police and officers from the local station. He pulled street feeds and footage from nearby shops and businesses. For 20 minutes, the officers checked Chen's account detail by detail. The coin, the child, every swerve and collision, everything appeared exactly where and when he had said it would. Only the coin thrower's face was missing. That was no ordinary blind spot. Across numerous street and storefront cameras, every position and angle kept him unidentifiable. Zhu's skepticism finally broke. Perhaps this accident was a precise murder. Chen took out his phone and wrote down the assassin's name, Nalong. He handed the screen to Zhu. Chen could provide not only a name but an appearance and the exact method used today, far more than the cameras had recovered. Municipal Police Bureau chose speed over certainty. Chen had firmly supplied the suspect's name, appearance, and modus operandi, so an arrest warrant went out. Catch Nalong first, unravel the impossible murder plot after he was in custody. In Zhu's moving car, Chen finally breathed easier. Once Nalong was caught, Chen trusted his own methods to force a confession. Better still, the assassin might become the loose thread that led straight to whoever had ordered his death. His first suspicion was Zhang Xinyan. Who else wanted him dead? Yet Wang Jiankun's people were also possible. Then Chen remembered the revealing tag he had seen over dinner. Jiang had felt an urge to sell him out to lawyer Kaio Yan. Kaio Yan was tied to Wang Jiankun, and Chen was the one who had exposed Wang's secret. Only Zhu and Jiang Minjuan should have known. If Jiang had inadvertently told his daughter, Jiang Jia would not need to hire anyone herself. She could borrow Wang's knife. Chen slapped his thigh so suddenly that Zhu jumped behind the wheel. I know who wants to kill me. Who? Wang Jiankun. Zhu went speechless. He had suggested Wang's people at the start, and Chen had firmly said no. Was this kid reliable or not? Several kilometers away, Nalong was emptying his locker at an auto repair shop. The engineered accident had failed, but failure alone did not frighten him. What frightened him was that Chen Mu had looked straight at him before the plan even began. Had the boss betrayed him, Nalong could not prove it, and he was not staying to find out. He hauled a small, bulging handbag from the locker. Then the shop door opened, and Zhu Zhengyang walked in at the head of a group. Nalong's thoughts raced through excuses, resistance, and escape. Zhu managed only his name. Nalong spun, smashed through the back door, and sprinted into the alley. Zhu roared that he could not get away, and the entire group charged after him. At the alley entrance, a figure flashed past. Nalong stumbled at full speed. He fought forward for several unsteady steps, then collapsed and stopped moving. When Zhu and the others reached him, the arrest was already over. Nalong was dead. Chen was gone too. On the phone, he told Zhu that something had come up and that they could talk tonight if all went well. Then he hung up. Zhu stared at the dead line, wondering whether Chen's sudden disappearance and Nalong's death were connected. 2 streets away, Chen walked at a deliberately ordinary pace while super-distance vision held one man in focus. Stabbing pain pulsed through his temples. He had already wiped away 2 nosebleeds, yet he refused to release the only lead left by Nalong's death. Chen had watched Zhu's entire operation through layered perspective, including the instant Nalong died. The person crossing the alley then was no stranger. It was Hugh Li, Yang Wenking's studio manager. Chen had left the car at once and followed from beyond ordinary sight. Distance protected Chen from discovery, but it also trapped him in one vision mode. He could not activate tag vision while maintaining super distance vision. Nalong had shown no suicide poison tag, yet Chen had not seen Hugh do anything. Suspicion was not proof. One detail made Hugh harder to dismiss: the concealed spider lily tattoo Chen had seen before. Zhang Xiao's tags had named a partner with the same symbol. Could that partner be Hugh? Perhaps, but Chen knew the connection was still only a hypothesis. Hugh led him straight to Yang Wenking's studio. Chen first called Yang and confirmed she was inside, giving himself a reason to enter. At the entrance, Hugh looked up from a stack of documents, plainly surprised to see him. Chen activated tag vision immediately. Nothing had changed. Hugh's tags were exactly as Chen remembered them. For one disorienting moment, the suspect looked like the same familiar studio manager as before. Then Hugh waved a hand in front of Chen's blank stare. Asked why he was there when the auction was not until tomorrow, Chen improvised. He had come to see teacher Yang, he said, to ask about buying the pendant she wore. Hugh's expression went strangely still. That pendant, he explained, had been his gift. Chen blurted out the impossible part. Hugh had casually given away 700-year-old jade. Now Hugh was the one stunned. How could Chen know its age? Chen claimed he had seen the pendant and only guessed roughly. Hugh's eyes lit up. Chen's desperate excuse had become an opportunity. Hugh Li did not act like a man hiding a murder. Instead, he warmly urged Chen Mu to visit his home that evening and inspect a mysterious good thing. His tags were still unchanged. Chen began to believe Hugh's appearance near the alley and Nalong's death had been an ugly coincidence. Chen accepted. First, however, he went upstairs and knocked on Yang Wenking's office door. She was typing and barely looked up. Chen approached her desk, stared toward the pendant hidden at her neckline, and cautiously asked if she would sell it. Yang looked up and immediately covered her chest. Once he was seated, Chen repeated that he wanted the pendant. Yang pulled it out and asked why, since he had already bought ancient jade from Guanyang. Chen awkwardly claimed he had dropped that pendant and shattered it. Yang went silent. He had supposedly destroyed a piece worth 30,000 yuan. Yang would not sell. Then her tone turned serious as she brought up Gu Jing. She particularly disliked students who leaned on family status, and Gu's father was an executive at the large listed Kainkun trading group. Chen understood the warning. Gu's arrogance came with money and institutional weight behind it. Yang patted Chen's arm and told him not to seek conflict with Gu. Being a university class monitor required methods. Intelligence mattered, but emotional intelligence mattered even more. Chen accepted the lesson. Yet as he left the office, one name kept circling in his mind: Kainkun Trading Group. Yu emerged from the restroom and cheerfully guessed that Sister Yang had refused. When Chen confirmed it, Hu explained why he knew. The ancient jade had originally belonged to his own family. The Huos and Yangs were old friends, and both families' ancestors had worked in antiques. And Hu casually added that he and Yang had been engaged as children. Chen's eyes widened. Hu even shrugged that, theoretically, Sister Yang was his fiancée. The office door was still close enough for Yang to hear every word, and her furious voice immediately cut through the hallway. Yang warned Hu not to spread those trashy stories or use her as a joke again, unless he wanted to be beat. Hu visibly wilted. The exchange was too spontaneous to resemble a conspiracy, and Chen's remaining suspicion finally relaxed. He instead asked whether Yang's pendant had been the Hu family's engagement token. Hu corrected him. The pendant was not really an engagement token. It was an amulet personally consecrated by Hu's father. Chen stared. A 700-year-old jade that might nourish his eyes was already valuable. Learning that a Taoist priest had deliberately blessed it made the object even more intriguing. Hu confirmed that his father was a Taoist priest. Chen, already baffled, asked what his mother did. Hu answered that she had founded her own jewelry brand, now a national chain expanding through Europe and America. Chen could only fall silent. A Taoist father, an international entrepreneur mother, and Hu between them, this family was unbelievable. As their conversation continued, Chen Mu finally learned the name behind Hu Li's mysterious Taoist father. He was Hu Qingshan, a well-known master associated with Yanbei's Yuxu Temple. His Taoist name was Jujuzi, which sounded about as unserious as the man himself. Hu's mother was equally formidable. Su Zioing had founded the classical jewelry series Star Track Poetry, grown it to nearly 300 stores across the country, and already pushed overseas. Chen glanced at the 9-eyed DZI bracelet on Hu's wrist. Its value ran into the tens of millions. Now that display of wealth made perfect sense. Hu was not single because women ignored a rich, handsome heir. He had simply spent all these years pining for Yang Wenqing. Chen's tag vision had labeled him her die-hard admirer, and every new detail proved the label completely genuine. Pendant's history was stranger still. Yang had been sickly as a child and was constantly in the hospital. Su Zioing selected an ancient jade, and Hu Qingshan carefully consecrated it before giving it to her. Afterward, Yang's health improved, and even her studies and family life began going smoothly. At evening, the promised visit brought Chen to Hu Li's courtyard home. The property was worth more than 100 million, yet the courtyard looked like a scrapyard. Stones, ornaments, and old objects from different eras covered the ground in untidy heaps. Hu hurried in and returned with an enormous pitch-black stone that smelled strange. Then he made 3 or 4 more trips, carrying out several objects until he was panting. Yang had told him about Chen's sharp eye, the imperial green jade, and the pendant whose 700-year-age Chen had somehow recognized. Privately, Chen knew the problem. Tag vision could read people, but a standalone object showed no tag at all. Yang's pendant had worked only because she was wearing it. So Chen lowered his gaze and quietly activated layered perspective, searching instead for the unusual phenomena that old objects sometimes produced. One object changed everything. As Chen brought a piece of pitch-black wood closer, his eyes felt increasingly comfortable. Its energy was not quite like jade smoke, but it also seemed to nourish them. The dirty carving smelled burnt and formed the bust of an ancient lady. What exactly had Hu found? Hu answered without enthusiasm. Supposedly, it was 1,000-year-old lightning-struck peach wood. Both men's eyes lit up, but Chen immediately hid his reaction. He coughed, praised the carving, and suggested it might make a pleasant handheld trinket. Hu's face collapsed. To him, Chen had just confirmed another fake. Chen finally asked why someone who understood so little about antiques kept spending money on them. Hu sighed. It was all for Sister Yang. She liked old objects, and finding one gave him an excuse to stay near her. Otherwise, his mother kept urging him into the family business, and even enlisted Yang to push him away. Still marveling at Hu's persistence, Chen swept the courtyard with X-ray vision. Then he froze. His attention snapped past the clutter and toward the backyard. There was a well back there, and something about it had caught his evolved sight. The anomaly would not let Chen Mu linger. He put down the lightning-struck peachwood carving, seized manager Hugh Lee, and hurried him through the cluttered courtyard to the backyard well. Hugh could only stumble after him, demanding to know what was wrong. Hugh first claimed the well was from 1997, leaving Chen stunned. Then he clarified that was only the renovation. Nobody knew when it had been dug, though the family said it had stood there since the Ming dynasty. That answer made the anomaly far more plausible. Chen craned over the rim, trying to identify what lay below. A ghastly green radiance glimmered in the depths, unnatural enough to send a chill along his spine. Then, while he stared, the light simply went out. The well became black and silent again. An ethereal voice whispered behind them, asking what they were doing. Chen jolted. Hugh reacted even faster. He spun, snatched a stone from the rim, and threw. A metallic clang answered, followed by a very human cry of pain and a furious stream of insults. Hugh blinked, then relaxed. It was his sister, here only to bring him food. Chen fell silent while she accused her brother of trying to kill her. The ghostly interruption had been mundane, but the green light that vanished a moment earlier had not been explained. Hugh introduced her as his biological sister, Hugh Xiaoguo. She instantly corrected him. Her name was Hugh Ling, with Ling meaning feather. Hugh retorted that she had invented that unregistered name and repeated their father's warning that rejecting Xiaoguo would invite disasters. She dismissed their father as a charlatan. The argument ended the instant Xiaoguo focused on Chen. Calling him Big Brother Chen, she grabbed his arm and offered iced coffee. Before he could object, she dragged him from the dark backyard into the front guest room and pressed him into a rattan chair. Hugh followed her into the kitchen and demanded to know why she looked lovesick. Xiaoguo answered without hesitation. She was lovesick, she had taken a liking to Chen, and the man she had just met was 10,000 times better than her brother. Hugh could barely believe her. Hugh remembered that Chen already had a girlfriend and that the couple were close. He could not let his sister interfere. Returning to the living room, he hauled Xiaoguo upright and reminded her about the iced coffee. She slapped her thigh, claimed she had forgotten, and dashed back to the kitchen. Chen immediately stood and tried to leave, nervously suggesting the stone might have struck Xiaoguo hard enough to require a doctor. Hugh stopped him. His sister was merely acting lovesick, he promised, and he would keep watch. More importantly, Chen still had not explained the well. Chen finally settled down. Objectively, Xiaoguo was a petite beauty, about 1.6 meters tall, with a balanced figure, peach blossom eyes, thin willow leaf brows, and dimples when she smiled. None of that erased his lingering fear. He kept watching the kitchen doorway before speaking. At last, Chen gave Hugh the answer. Something was buried in the backyard well, and it had probably lain there for several hundred years. Hugh's restraint vanished. He roared, "Treasure buried in the well!" The word carried into the kitchen and instantly captured both siblings' attention. The word treasure struck both Hugh siblings at once. Hugh Lee and Hugh Xiaoguo rushed toward Chen with the same wide-eyed hunger, proving that family resemblance could be a matter of obsession rather than appearance. For Chen, the reaction settled one suspicion. Hugh did not look like a calculating conspirator. He looked like a treasure-obsessed rich heir inventing reasons to stay near Yang Wenqing, a complete sucker, or more generously, a hopeless romantic. Chen repeated the useful part. Something lay buried in the backyard well, old enough that it might date to the Ming dynasty. When Xiaoguo immediately asked how he knew, he only shrugged. Explaining his eyes was impossible. He simply said that he knew. Hugh backed Chen's claim with the story of his rough stone. Chen had personally selected it and uncovered icy emperor green the size of a red date, worth more than 10 million at auction. The sale began tomorrow. Xiaoguo stared at Chen, newly aware that he was already a millionaire. Xiaoguo asked whether that meant her judgment of Chen had been right all along. Hugh scratched his head, avoided surrender, and insisted that Chen's skill was the real point. Then both siblings declared there was no reason to wait and abruptly walked away. They returned prepared for both excavation and haunting. Xiaoguo carried a flashlight, headlamp, helmet, gloves, and boots. In the backyard, Hugh donned a raincoat, dust cap, boots, safety rope, and portable searchlight while Xiaoguo arranged their father's protective artifacts. Xiaoguo gave her brother a confident thumbs up. Hugh lowered himself without hesitation, his posture remarkably close to professional rappelling. The searchlight slid down the old stone walls until he reached the shallow water at the bottom. Guided by Chen's directions, Hugh began digging. 7 or 8 minutes passed beneath the fixed searchlight. Then his shout burst up the shaft. He had found something, and it was so heavy that Xiaoguo could never haul him out alone. Chen and Xiaoguo pulled together, raising Hugh and his burden bit by bit. Nothing attacked them, nothing strange occurred. Still, Chen remembered the 2 eerie green lights that had died on their own. He trusted the siblings' confidence in their father's artifacts, but not the well itself. The moment he cleared the well, Hugh carried the heavy find to a corner and rinsed it beneath the tap. Mud washed away, but certainty did not appear with it. He still could not identify the object. All he could judge was that it seemed genuinely old. Relieved that the operation was over, Hugh turned to Chen. Whatever the object proved to be, Chen had discovered it. By the family's rules, Hugh said, that entitled him to a bonus. Chen stopped the offer before Hugh could even name one. Chen had not brought them to the well for a cash reward. What he wanted was the lightning-struck peach wood, the strange black carving whose energy had soothed his evolved eyes. He began asking Hugh to name a price, intending to buy it honestly. Zhang did not let him finish. She swept over, picked up the peach wood, and shoved it into his hand. "Why discuss money between friends?" she asked. Brother Chen could take it as her gift. Chen and Hugh fell silent together. Zhang smoothly produced her phone and asked Brother Chen to exchange contact information. Chen looked to Hugh for rescue. Instead, Hugh nodded. His sister could decide the carving had little collection value and Chen should accept it as the bonus. With Hugh's approval, Chen stopped being polite and accepted the peach wood. The black carving had passed into his possession without costing him the finder's bonus, or any cash at all. Zhang remained in front of him, phone raised, waiting for the other half of her bargain. Chen finally took out his phone. After accepting the gift, exchanging contacts was only reasonable. Besides, he told himself, Zhang was merely a lively young lady from a powerful family. Someone like her could not truly be interested in him. With that comforting miscalculation, he added her. At night, Chen Mu lay awake with the sleeping Zhang Xinyan held against him. They had not been intimate. Too much had happened, and the knowledge that someone had arranged a precise assassination left him with no desire and no chance of sleep. The trail ran from Wang Jiankun to Zhang Xiao, then to Kaio Yan and Na Long, the assassin who had already been silenced. Chen believed Zhang Xiao had tried to kill him with a borrowed knife. Any ordinary person dropped into water this deep would drown. Deadlock still turned on Zhang Minjuan. If the poisoned detective survived, Zhang Xiao would have to face justice, and her fall would drag Kaio Yan into the case. Saving Jiang was therefore more than compassion. It was the cleanest route through the entire conspiracy. One piece still refused to fit, the identity of Zhang Xiao's partner, Spider Lily. Chen had suspected manager Hugh Li, but the visit had proved him wrong. Hugh was merely a wealthy heir and an elite romantic fool whose attention belonged entirely to Yang Wenqing. The only other bearer Chen knew was Zhang's roommate Liu Dan. Yet her tattoo was new, so logic did not support naming her as Zhang Xiao's partner. He closed his eyes with the mystery unsolved. For now, his evolved sight and the lightning-struck peach wood were advantages, not substitutes for evidence. Next morning rushed past in class. At noon, Chen took Zhang Xinyan toward the cafeteria. They retained their established campus day looks, but nothing about their walk felt ordinary anymore. Students turned to watch until the couple themselves seemed like a campus attraction. Part of Chen's fame came from the cafeteria tray he had once smashed into Lin Feifei's face. The campus had called him brutally insensitive. Now that her false persona had collapsed amid scandal, the same students treated that tray as proof that Chen had seen through her first. And there was the notice at the university gate. Everyone now knew Chen was a special recruit jointly trained by Yanbei University and the city police. The bureau would cover all 4 years of tuition, and after graduation he would enter a secure public security career. Even that was not the wildest story. A campus lottery shop had revealed that Chen won 1 million yuan from a scratch ticket. A secure future was enviable. Sudden wealth made him sensational. Wherever he appeared, admiration, jealousy, and resentment followed in equal measure. Zhang Xinyan had become famous with him. To the campus audience, being Chen's girlfriend meant sharing the glow of his police future and million-yuan fortune. Yet she walked beside him as the same close, familiar partner who had slept peacefully in his arms the night before. At the cafeteria, Liu Guang'a watched Zhang and clicked his tongue in amazement. Leaning close to Chen, he whispered that he had never noticed how charming she was and claimed she had become even more beautiful since becoming a young woman. Chen caught Liu by the ear and twisted his face away. If Liu kept looking, Chen warned, his eyeballs might follow Zhang across the room. The message was playful but unmistakable. Stop staring at his girlfriend and explain why he had come. Outside the cafeteria, Liu asked Chen for a weekend favor, a date together. He meant 4 people, himself with Liu Dan and Chen with Zhang. Liu Dan had agreed to meet him, but for the awkward first outing she wanted the familiar couple there too. Chen asked why they needed to become each other's third wheels. Liu pleaded that if the group outing went well, he could ask Liu Dan out alone next time. He proposed Ye Longhu and promised to cover every meal, drink, and activity himself. Chen tested the offer once more. Liu was really paying for everything. Liu insisted that no girl would pay on his first date. Chen finally agreed. Free food, drinks, and entertainment were hardly an invitation to refuse. Liu lit up and made him promise not to stand him up. Back in Yanbei University's cafeteria, Chen Mu ate beside his girlfriend, Zhang Xinyan. He kept slipping little jokes and playful tricks into lunch until she giggled and scolded him coyly. Around them, girls stole glances at the handsome freshman who had just won 1 million yuan. Then Chen's phone rang. Zhou Xintang's name wiped the playfulness from his face. New progress on Jiang Minjuan's poison was the only reason she would call now. He quietly hushed Zhang and answered at once. Chen said he had to reach City Central Hospital. Zhang immediately put down her chopsticks and offered to come. He refused gently. The matter was not about him, but he still had to handle it. He promised to find her afterward, accepted her warning to stay safe, and hurried out. Half an hour later, Chen reached City Central Hospital. He went straight to the Poison Emergency Center's floor and entered a conference room. Zhou was the only person waiting inside. Before he had properly settled, he urgently asked whether she had found anything. There was preliminary progress. Zhou explained that the toxin's cocoon-like structures wrapped the mitochondria near Jiang Minjuan's heart. Each pulse of the surrounding blood vessels produced tiny, faint cracks in those cocoons. For an instant, the supposedly invincible prison weakened. The weakness repaired itself almost immediately. Something circulating in Jiang's blood flowed into every fissure and filled it. Chen understood why Zhou called the toxin terrifying. Even when the body's motion damaged the cocoons, their own support mechanism erased the damage. Zhou wished they could find whoever had administered the poison. A toxin researcher handling something this dangerous would need protection from an accident. She reasoned that the researcher must have kept an antidote enzyme produced by the relevant symbiotic fungus as a personal safety valve. Possibility struck Chen. During his earlier visit to Zhang Xiao's home, his X-ray vision had exposed experimental Petri dishes in her bedroom. More tellingly, before leaving the room, Zhang Xiao had checked those dishes with unusual caution. Could the antidote enzyme be inside them? Careful not to reveal too much, Chen asked a hypothetical question. If he found the biological enzyme, how could he tell whether it was the right one? Zhou's answer was blunt. He could not. He would have to bring the sample to her laboratory for testing. Chen had his next move. He stood and said he would think of a way. But as he turned toward the door, Zhou stopped him with one devastating question. Was he actually the person who had administered the poison? Chen froze and slowly looked back. Zhou repeated the accusation, yet she did not think the story was simple. Chen's reaction and his urgent concern for Jiang felt genuine, perhaps even inconsistent with deliberate poisoning. The disturbing part was that he cared more about the victim's survival than Jiang's own daughter seemed to. Her logic was hard to dismiss. Chen knew the toxin's three-part sequential combination and had named 3 obscure ancient Miao border herbs, knowledge wildly out of place for an ordinary university student. Chen denied being the poisoner, but he could not explain his evolved sight. Instead, he offered Zhou something verifiable. If Zhou doubted him, Chen said she could check the bulletin board at Yanbei University's entrance. His information was public. He had only one goal: save Jiang Minjuan as quickly as possible. Once Jiang woke, he could reveal every secret himself. Until then, Chen would promise neither an explanation nor success in finding the enzyme. And Chen pointed at Zhou's pocket. He could understand why she had secretly brought a voice recorder to this meeting, he said, but the anti-wolf spray was unnecessary. Zhou shot upright as if jolted back to life. The accusation vanished beneath raw shock. Neither object had ever been visible. Chen gave her one assurance before leaving. He would tell no second person about Director Jiang's poison. That meant Zhou could study this extraordinary toxin and use it as material for her thesis. He even hoped the opportunity would help her break through the stagnation in her research. Chen hurried away. Zhou remained petrified in the empty conference room, unable to recover for a long time. Her recorder and spray had been hidden inside her pocket, yet he had identified both with a glance. One question kept circling through the silence. How did he know? Half an hour after leaving Zhou with the antidote theory, Chen Mu reached Zhang Xiao's residential community. He stood beneath her building with the blackened lightning-struck peachwood carving in one hand and studied her home above. Through X-ray vision, walls and furniture peeled into translucent layers. On the bedroom windowsill, the metal boxes containing Zhang Xiao's Petri dishes were still exactly where he had seen them before. He could not prove what the dishes contained. Still, Zhang Xiao had developed the 3-corpse cocoon, and Zhou had explained that toxin researchers kept preventive measures nearby in case they poisoned themselves. Home was no proper laboratory, yet she kept the cultures there anyway. To Chen, that nearly confirmed they were her emergency safeguard, and possibly Jiang Minjuan's only hope. Now he merely had to steal them. Layered perspective swept through the rooms and found at least 6 cameras. Everyone was active. Even with Zhang Xiao away, she could watch her home in real time, while forcing the door would announce an intruder immediately. His phone vibrated. Manager Hugh Li warned that the auction was about to begin and urged him to hurry over. Chen replied that something had come up and told Hugh to sell the jadeite at his own discretion. Hugh answered, "Received." Chen put the phone away and drew a deep breath. Whatever the cost, he was here to save Jiang Minjuan. He entered the building and reached Zhang Xiao's floor. From a distance, Chen looked through the lock to understand its mechanism. Then his confidence collapsed. The core had been custom modified, unlike anything on the market and even more intricate than the most secure Class C smart locks. Picking was out. Breaking the door would be worse. A smart lock demanded her code, but how could he learn it? Chen stared at the keypad and thought if only he could see the fingerprints on those buttons. Before the thought finished, familiar heat burned through Chen's eyes. Was another mutation starting? His X-ray view abruptly vanished. In its place, one tiny portion of the world began to enlarge, then enlarge again. Chen froze at the wall. Its smooth paint became a landscape of pits, microscopic grime, and clinging microbial deposits. His vision had turned into a living microscope, and the impossible lock had just become a forensic record. He examined the keypad's minute differences. Grease, microbial patterns, and the freshness of dust revealed which 6 buttons Zhang Xinyan used, and even their rough sequence. Chen checked the deduction several times, then gritted his teeth. X-ray vision returned as Chen looked behind him and located the incoming internet cable. He drew a small knife and sliced through it. His heart surged. The connection was dead, the smart lock camera useless, and the countdown had begun. Chen pulled on gloves and entered the 6 digits. A beep answered him, then came the click of the bolt. Relief flashed across his face as he yanked the door open and rushed straight inside. Small metal box still sat on the bedroom windowsill. Chen opened it and found 3 glass Petri dishes. He could not identify what lived inside them, but this was no time for research. Chen closed the box, grabbed a random item from the bed to cover it, and hurried back the way he had come. Once the apartment door shut behind him, he slipped into the emergency stairwell. Only then did Chen breathe again. The entire break-in had taken less than 5 minutes and gone astonishingly smoothly. He headed downstairs, hoping the box in his arms truly contained Zhang Minjuan's chance to live. But the escape had not gone unseen. After Chen left, the door opposite Zhang Xiao's apartment opened. A man stepped into the corridor with a phone in his hand and a conspicuous spider lily tattoo on the back of it. Unaware that a tattooed observer had emerged after his escape, Chen Mu carried the stolen metal box straight to City Central Hospital. He found toxicologist Zhou Xintang and placed the 3 precious cultures in front of her. And Zhou peeled away the improvised wrapping and stared. It was not gauze at all, but a very sexy women's camisole. Chen finally recognized what he had grabbed from the bedroom, and his triumphant delivery collapsed into pure embarrassment. Zhou softly wondered whether the toxin's creator was therefore a woman. Chen urged her to concentrate on the antidote and warned that digging further could bring trouble. Taking the advice seriously, she carried the box into the laboratory and promised results within 1 or 2 hours. Chen slumped into a waiting area chair and rubbed his face. He had not even begun working for the police, yet he was already acting like an investigator. His jadeite auction had started, but money felt remote beside an active poisoning case. Hospital director Sun Fuping approached with an entirely different worry. After 2 dry coughs, he quietly asked how Chen had learned about Song Mijin. Chen looked up from his phone and answered that walls always leaked eventually. Chen said Sun's affair had nothing to do with him, so he had no intention of spreading it. But he added one condition of conscience. A doctor held patients' lives in his hands and should stop treating human life like grass. Sun pressed further. Exposure, he said, could destroy 2 families, and he offered Chen personal help with any future treatment at Central Hospital. Chen immediately named the tactic moral kidnapping. One more attempt, he warned, and he would not be polite. Back on the campus forum, Chen found something far harder to ignore. Students had begun attacking Zhang Xinyan, claiming her devotion was only a play for his 1 million yuan prize. As the posts multiplied beneath his thumb, his brow tightened with anger. Zhou's laboratory follow-up redirected him to the cultures. She had identified the retrieved material as symbiotic bacteria, and her careful question revealed another concern. Could she develop this extraordinary toxin as a formal research project and publish a paper? Chen gave her permission without hesitation, but imposed one boundary. No third person could learn that he had retrieved the bacteria. Zhou still asked for a private conversation that weekend. Unable to dissuade her, Chen agreed to meet. Before leaving, Chen messaged Captain Zhu. If the poisoning had a conclusion within 3 days, Zhang Minjuan needed protection for every hour of those 3 days. An unconscious victim might awaken knowing his attacker, and that possibility could make him a target. Captain Zhu first asked why a guard was necessary, then accepted Chen's reasoning. The bureau would arrange it. Chen relaxed until another message summoned him to the bureau that afternoon. The subject was Na Long's newly determined cause of death. The answer was chillingly precise. Na Long had maintained a particular concentration of an ordinarily non-toxic substance through long-term use. On the day he died, some unknown catalyst transformed that harmless reserve into a poison potent enough to kill him. Chen went still. A catalyst. The word pulled him back to what his X-ray vision had shown around Na Long that day, as if an overlooked detail were waiting inside the memory. He remained at the hospital preparing to leave, but the investigation had just deepened. Chen Mu was preparing to leave City Central Hospital, but first he turned toward Zhang Minjuan's ward. The corridor should have been a final routine check. Instead, one familiar figure was already waiting outside the door, Zhang Xinyan. Chen's heart tightened. Had she discovered that the antidote had been stolen from her home? Had she come to silence her unconscious father? No bureau officers were here yet. He swept the corridor, then pushed X-ray vision through the ward door. Relief came first. Zhang Minjuan was alive, still unconscious and unchanged beneath the tubes. Only then did Chen close the distance. Zhang Xiao offered a faint smile and observed that he seemed more like her father's son than she did. Chen answered that Director Jiang had treated him well, so concern was natural. Zhang Xiao pressed harder. Was he really caring for the patient, or merely currying favor with her father so he could pursue her? Chen laughed but gave her no answer. Inside, Chen could not make her history add up. An IQ of 150 did not explain everything. Zhang Minjuan had raised her from the age of 3, yet she had become ruthless enough to dream of controlling a dark empire. Was revenge for her biological father truly enough? Chen understood adoption from the inside. He missed his biological parents, but Aunt Jiang, the woman who had actually raised him, mattered far more. Zhang Xiao had been only 3 when Zhang Minjuan took her in. What could she even remember strongly enough to erase all those years? Zhang Xiao's next turn stripped away the playful distance. She treated Chen's refusal in her bedroom as a verdict on her. A bitter smile surfaced, her head lowered. For the first time in her life, she said, she had wanted that intimacy with someone and discovered it was unrequited. Even then, Chen did not trust the vulnerability. X-ray vision swept over her and found no dangerous weapon. His gaze searched the corridor again and found no hidden accomplice. Only after clearing the immediate threat did he answer her. Chen said that everything had moved too quickly and that pursuing sex in Zhang Minjuan's home while the man lay hospitalized was hardly acceptable. Zhang Xiao's voice went glacial. There was no need to act anymore, she told him. Between them, the pretense was finished. Then Zhang Xiao looked directly at him, her eyes bright and calculating. She did not know how he had uncovered the secret in her room, but the moment he entered her bedroom, she had known she was finished. Chen was stunned. She had identified him perfectly. It should have been impossible. Once the network cable was cut, every camera in the house had lost its connection. She could not have watched him. Yet Zhang Xiao smiled strangely and dismissed the victory. His discovery was useless, she said. She would not die. Chen told her bluntly that the smile made people's skin crawl. Zhang Xiao only pursed her lips, amused that he was the first to say so. Everyone else called her quiet and beautiful. When Chen asked whether this was her farewell to Director Jiang, she calmly allowed that it was. When the question became what standing Chen possessed against her, he finally named it. He was a specially recruited student jointly trained by Yanbei University and the City Public Security Bureau. After graduation, he would serve as a criminal police officer at the Municipal Police Bureau. Zhang Xiao fell silent. He sighed that she no longer wanted to talk, but Chen had truly angered her. He had ruined one of her few girlish dreams. For that insult, she guaranteed that no woman would ever remain by his side. The threat was not abstract, it was aimed at his entire future. Zhang Xiao smiled beautifully and corrected what she thought he believed. Despite everything, she was still a virgin. He had insulted the rare bravery behind her advance, so she would use any means to drive women away from him. Chen's gaze froze. If anything happened to his girlfriend, he promised her an end worse than death. Zhang Xiao laughed, challenging him to try. Then she turned away. A face reader she called back had named Chen a peach blossom fiend. Countless women would enter his life, but none would stay, and he would die alone. Her final goodbye was softer and worse. He was the only man she had ever loved. Tag vision activated as Chen stared after her. The old label born emotionally deficient was gone. In its place glowed a new pink tag already turning black, the only one who ever moved her heart, Chen Mu. Chen stood bewildered in the corridor. What exactly had he done? Chen Mu stayed outside Zhang Minjuan's room until the Municipal Police Bureau guards finally arrived. With officers watching the critically ill patient, the next 3 days should be secure. Only then did Chen leave the hospital, hail a taxi, and hurry toward the bureau. At the bureau entrance, Chen unexpectedly found lawyer Kaio Yan speaking with Captain Zhu. She was Wang Jiankun's personal lawyer. The instant she noticed Chen, she ended the conversation, passed him without a glance, and began making a phone call as she walked away. Chen greeted Zhu, but the captain barely reacted until Chen waved a hand before his face. Zhu rubbed his temples, his voice hoarse. Chen first wondered whether Wang Jiankun had escaped trouble again. Zhu lowered his head. This was not about Wang. 10 minutes earlier, Zhu said Zhang Xiao had turned herself in. Chen thought he had misheard. Then Zhu made it explicit. Xiao claimed that she was the one who had administered the substance poisoning Director Jiang. For a moment, Chen had no reply. According to Xiao, she never meant to hurt him. Years ago, as Director Jiang's health worsened from work, she visited Yuxu Temple for a fortune reading. Someone there gave her a recipe supposedly capable of restoring his health and even making him younger. He believed the recipe and spent 2 years using it whenever she cooked for her father. Only after the poisoning surfaced did she begin to suspect that her food was responsible. Fear kept her silent for several days until she finally gathered the courage to surrender. Zhu sighed over the girl he knew. How could a top student from a prestigious 985 university place such faith in a charlatan? His frustration only made the emotional trap clearer. The confession did not present Xiao as a calculating poisoner, but as a frightened, filial daughter. Chen asked why Kaio Yan was involved. Zhu explained that Kaio's younger brother was Xiao's classmate, one of her suitors and close to her in daily life. After hearing what happened, Kaio rushed over with one uncompromising demand. Xiao must bear no legal responsibility. Now Zhang Xiao's confidence at the hospital made sense. Voluntarily surrendering was a brilliant move. Her explanation accounted for the unknown herbs, transferred their origin to a temple recipe, denied harmful intent, and polished her image into that of a devoted daughter. Chen considered the defense almost flawless. Chen let tag vision settle over the departing lawyer. One crude label read, "Public Bus License Plate." He took it as a sign that Kaio circulated widely through these private circles, a socialite backed by professional legal skill. That alone made her dangerous. The remaining tags made her worse. Spider Lily connection surfaced next. Kaio was the fourth person Chen had linked to that concealed mark after Zhang Xiao, manager Hu Li, and Liu Dan. Then a Black Empire-related tag appeared, the second such result he had ever seen, and the first since Xiao. Chen withdrew his gaze and lowered his voice. What had the autopsy found on Na Long? Zhu disclosed one detail. Na Long's body had maintained a consistently high concentration of a certain plant element. That sounded less like a single exposure than something preserved inside him over time. The element became lethal only when it met a particular catalyst, transforming into a poison that killed on contact. The forensic examiner was still searching for that trigger. When Chen pressed for Na Long's motive, Zhu stopped him. Chen had not officially begun work, and this was all he could disclose. Zhu still had to report Xiao's case to his superiors, so Chen left. At the roadside, Kaio entered her car. Their eyes met once more through the window. Chen watched her drive away with a disdainful sneer. A socially connected lawyer carrying those tags was terrifying in her own way. Chen released a long breath. There was nothing more he could force tonight. He would wait 3 days and see what outcome emerged. More than the legal arguments or hidden tags, he wanted to know Jiang Minjuan's attitude. The poisoned father's decision could determine what happened to Xiao. That evening, with the poisoning case left to its 3-day wait, Chen Mu hurried to Yang Wenking's studio. The jade auction was over, and one question drove every step. Had that single stone truly made him a millionaire overnight? Mood inside immediately checked his excitement. Yang looked displeased. After a deep breath, she rose and pushed the auction records, invoices, tax receipts, and cashier's check across the desk. The stone had sold for 12 million yuan. Chen's final share was 8.06 million. His hands trembled. 8 million was more than many families could earn in a lifetime, and the real check made the fortune feel almost unreal. It had not crossed 10 million, but Chen was already deeply satisfied. Yang's unhappiness, however, told him the figures were not the whole story. Yang motioned him to the sofa and finally explained. Guan Yang had hired people to disrupt the auction and had nearly ruined it. Huo, amused by the sheer effort involved, added that Guan had thrown out random bids and caused trouble throughout the event, all to claw back Chen's stone. Guan's boldest move was a forged appraisal report. It branded the jade a B-grade product that had been acid-washed and injected with resin. The accusation threatened the lot's credibility at the worst possible moment. The auction survived, but Yang could not ignore that the expected price had been lost. Yang then walked him through every deduction. The auction house's 12% commission was 1.44 million yuan. Her studio took 15%, or 1.8 million, covering operations and appraisal. Taxes removed roughly another 700,000. That left the 8.06 million already printed on Chen's check. Chen smiled and told her it was fine. Turning one stone into more than 8 million still felt like a dream, and he thanked them for the work. Yang had feared he would blame the studio for taking its commission after a disappointing price. Instead, his composure made her respect him even more. Feeling indebted, Chen offered to treat both Yang and Hu to dinner that night. Hu immediately looked to Yang, but she declined. She had already promised her old man she would return home to eat. The sigh attached to that answer made Chen wonder why seeing her father sounded like a punishment. Hu answered before Yang could. She was an advocate of never marrying, and the position had driven her father close to cutting ties with her. Going home meant walking straight back into that old conflict. Yang did not deny it. The celebration Chen had proposed was suddenly replaced by a much more personal dilemma. Talk of family history pulled another odd detail into the open, the spider lily mark concealed on Hu Li's butt. Chen knew about it only through his eyes, so when the knowledge slipped out, he awkwardly claimed it had been a flash of inspiration. Neither explanation made the subject any less bizarre. Chen asked whether a birthmark should be colorless. Yang corrected him. Some birthmarks carried color, though usually faintly. That answer only sharpened the contradiction. His tag called Hugh Spider Lily a tattoo. Yang called it a birthmark. If she was right, Hugh had carried that mark since he was very young. While Chen was still lost in that contradiction, Yang called his name. Then she made an entirely different proposal: accompany her home tonight and have dinner with her father. She asked him to consider it a favor. Chen answered absent-mindedly before the meaning struck him. Chen stared at her. A student accompanying his teacher home to meet her father hardly felt appropriate. Yang dismissed the danger as nothing more than a meal, then added that he could refuse. At worst, she would endure another scolding or cut ties with her father again. She even told him he could leave. That tactic worked. Chen scratched his head and admitted she had made it too embarrassing for him to leave. If Yang did not feel awkward bringing him, he would go. Yang accepted before he could retreat. Good, it was settled. The millionaire celebration became a trip home to face her father. Drive to Yang Wenking's family home began with Chen Mu far less composed than his teacher. Yang hummed behind the wheel, smiling as if this were an ordinary dinner invitation. Chen quickly messaged his girlfriend, Zhang Xinyan, then asked the question that had been bothering him. What exactly was he supposed to be to Yang tonight? Yang's answer was simple: he would be her friend. Chen immediately pointed out that a woman over 30 bringing home a friend as young as him might look irresponsible. Yang sternly asked whether he thought she was old, then dismissed the entire concern. Bringing anyone to dinner already gave her father enough face. Chen only had to remember one rule: friend, not student. Half an hour later, the car turned into an alley lined with courtyard homes. Chen's surprise that Yang's family also lived in one led him to mention Hugh Li's residence. Yang was startled to learn that Hugh had taken him there to inspect his collection. Chen judged the objects worthless. Yang was unsurprised, but her casual tone sharpened as she warned him not to visit often. Yang explained that Hugh Li's father was a capable Taoist priest, especially famous for reading faces. The word physiognomy silenced Chen. He remembered Zhang Xiao's hospital warning: someone had read his fate as a peach blossom curse. Countless women might enter his life, yet none would truly remain. As the car stopped, one question lingered: could a claim like that have any scientific basis? Yang residents immediately pulled Chen out of his thoughts. Compared with Hugh Li's place, this courtyard house was exceptionally clean and orderly. Flowers and greenery filled the grounds, and a small stream murmured through the courtyard. Colored lights glowed around it in the darkness, making the wealthy family home feel vivid rather than severe. Before they entered the reception hall, vigorous laughter from an older man reached them. Yang stopped and frowned. Guan Yang and his father were already inside. Chen immediately understood the danger, but Yang told him they could not reclaim the jade or his money here. They had come to complain to her father and make trouble for her, and she intended to face them directly. For Guan Yang, Chen's entrance made an old frustration explode. He already fancied Yang Wenking but had never found his opportunity. Now the same young man he blamed for taking his jade had arrived at her side and been brought into her family home. In Guan's mind, Chen had not merely beaten him in business. He was trying to steal the woman he wanted too. Yang greeted her father, mother, and Uncle Guan without even glancing at Guan Yang. Then she presented Chen to her parents. The friend cover died in a single hesitation. Chen Mu was her student. Her parents froze. Chen understood the reversal immediately. Guan already knew who he was, so lying now would only hand their hostile guest an easy weapon. Rather than fumble under their stares, Chen answered openly. He greeted Yang's parents as uncle and aunt, confirmed that he was teacher Yang's student, and added that he had only just begun his freshman year. The clarification was honest, polite, and disastrous. He was not merely younger than Yang. He was under 20 and had only recently reached adulthood. Yang parents could barely contain themselves. Their daughter had spent years insisting she would never marry, yet now she had brought home a fresh-faced student more than a dozen years younger. In their minds, she had leaped from rejecting marriage to robbing the cradle. Chen and Yang stood before them, Guan Yang glared nearby, and the entire reception hall sank into a deeply strange silence. Yang Wenking ignored the poisonous silence. She briskly completed the introductions. Her parents were Yang Zhongli and Gao Yinglan, while Guan Yang's father was Guan Zhenjiang, then waved to her father. She was taking Chen Mu to her room. They could call the two of them when dinner was ready. Gao finally snapped out of her shock. Why was Chen going with Yang if Yang meant to change clothes? Yang answered as if the question were ridiculous. Of course she had to change. She strode away without looking back, leaving an increasingly uncomfortable Chen with no choice but to follow. Yang Zhongli's expression darkened. His daughter was changing with that boy nearby. Did that mean the deed was already done? The possibility stabbed at him. He had urged her to find someone for years, but facing an actual candidate felt less like success and more like his home had been raided. Worse, Chen looked impossibly green. Yang was more than a dozen years older, while he was a first-year student who did not even seem to belong to their social class. With the Yang family standing, Yang Zhongli thought she should choose someone with at least a respectable background. His disapproval hardened. Guan family's complaint was still unresolved, so Gao smoothly offered them dinner. She set one firm condition: the Yang family never discussed business at the table. Guan Zhenjiang laughed and agreed, adding that it had been far too long since he tasted her cooking. Gao gracefully excused herself to check the kitchen. The instant Gao cleared the doorway, her elegant smile vanished. Wearing a cold, knowing expression, she hurried to her daughter's room in the middle courtyard. She did not knock immediately. First, she leaned close and listened, afraid of barging in on something intimate. The voices inside sounded like ordinary conversation. "You sure enough to risk it?" Gao knocked and called, "Dandan." Yang opened the door, but when Gao tried to peer past her, Yang immediately blocked the view. She demanded to know why her mother was peeking. To Gao, that defensive move made the harmless conversation inside seem suspicious all over again. Gao first passed along the practical news. Guan Yang and his father were staying for dinner, and Yang Zhongli had agreed. The jade dispute would therefore remain under the same roof, even if the dinner table rule delayed it. Yang absorbed the warning, but Gao stole another glance inside before letting the subject drop. Gao finally caught her daughter by the arm and drew her to a private corner. Lowering her voice, she asked the question she had really come to ask: had Yang and Chen done it yet? Yang stared back suspiciously and protested that such a thing was private, even from her mother. Gao rolled her eyes. She was Yang's mother. What private matter could possibly be off limits? Besides, she had experience. If either of them had difficulties, she could advise them. Then she teased her unmarried daughter mercilessly. Did Yang even understand men or bedroom taboos? When Yang stayed silent, Gao smacked her and demanded an answer. Yang's resistance collapsed into a blush. Yeah, we haven't." She immediately turned, fled back into the room, and slammed the door. The denial relieved Gao, but that flustered retreat told her something else. Her formidable 30-year-old daughter had finally reacted with unmistakable girlish shyness. Gao's relief blossomed into delight. So her daughter was not frigid after all, she merely liked tender grass. More importantly, Gao had never seen Yang protect a boy so attentively. The right person had awakened the girlish heart Yang seemed to have buried. Smiling, Gao headed toward the kitchen, eager to examine her supposed son-in-law over dinner. Back inside Yang Wenking's room, Chen Mu watched his homeroom teacher return with flushed cheeks. He had never seen this formidable woman look so girlishly shy. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he asked what had made her face so red. Yang called him a brat and ordered him to turn around while she changed. Chen pointed out that the bedroom had a door. Her answer was a thunderous slam that made him shrink his neck and privately wonder who could ever endure such a pampered young lady. From behind the door, Yang warned that Guan Yang and his father were staying for dinner. Chen immediately anticipated an argument. She reassured him that the Yang family never discussed business at the table, and he answered that his jade purchase had been legal and his conscience was clear. Yang turned the moment into a test of his appreciation. Chen's evolved sight supplied far more information than an ordinary man outside a closed bedroom should possess, and he identified her black loungewear too accurately. Only after speaking did he realize how suspicious that knowledge sounded. Yang emerged, sat exactly where Chen had been, and checked every angle. With the bedroom door closed, seeing inside should have been impossible. She stared at him and asked whether he had peeked. Chen denied it instantly, though his shifting eyes looked painfully guilty. Gao Yinglan called them to dinner before Yang could prove anything. Yang rose, gave Chen a fierce unfinished warning, then invited him to enjoy her mother's classic Hunan cooking. Once she turned away, Chen finally breathed out. Playing the rascal had saved his secret, for now. Chen followed Yang across the courtyard house, impressed by its sheer number of rooms. The family had devoted an entire room in the central courtyard to dining, complete with modern drink equipment. The quiet display of luxury made the social gap surrounding this dinner impossible to miss. Yang's, Guan Yang, and Guan Zhenjiang gathered around the table beneath a layer of forced civility. Yang Zhongli smiled and declared that an old friend and his daughter's young guest made this a happy family banquet. Even his failure to recall Chen's name revealed the strain beneath the welcome. Yang Zhongli asked whether the young man could drink. Chen casually said yes, but Yang Wenking cut in before hard liquor could reach him. A student could have beer, she insisted, and her father was not to pressure her student into anything stronger. Guan Zhenjiang forced a smile and suggested that a future son-in-law needed alcohol tolerance and Jianghu spirit. Gao Yinglan ended the needling at once. Times had changed, and nobody spoke that way anymore. She placed beer before her daughter and Chen, reclaiming control of the table. Chen thanked Gao politely. As she studied him, his clean, sunny appearance and warm smile felt unlike the men who normally surrounded her daughter. He looked much too young, yet that only sharpened her fondness. Gao regarded him more and more like a mother-in-law evaluating a cherished son-in-law. Across the table, Guan Yang watched the same young man with a sinister stare. Gao's approval and Yang's protection only deepened his resentment. The family banquet still looked civilized, but the unresolved jade grievance was already pressing against the Yang rule that business did not belong at dinner. Just as Yang Zhongli prepared to raise his glass, Guan Yang forced business into the family banquet. He placed another rough stone before Chen and challenged him to appraise it. The Guans had turned their grievance into a public test. Either Chen proved his eyesight, or their accusation against the jade purchase gained new life. Guan Yang's challenge poisoned the family dinner at once. Yang Zhongli set down his wine with a dark face, and Gao Yinglan frowned beside him. Both wanted to throw the Guans out, yet their daughter had finally come home, so they swallowed their anger and protected the meal. Guan Zhenjiang was not embarrassed in the slightest. With a condescending smile, he patted his old acquaintance's arm and proposed that they finally discover who had chosen the earlier treasure, Yang Zhongli's precious daughter, or the unknown student sitting beside her. Yang Wenqing saw the scheme immediately. Guan Yang believed she had selected the icy Emperor Green herself, then staged Chen's purchase for only 300 yuan. If Chen now failed, her story collapsed, and ancestral ties could be twisted into a demand that the Yang family answer for jade worth over 10 million. Yang Wenqing was nearly ready to flip the table when Chen pointed at the rough. His verdict was brutally simple: trash, dog shit. Guan Yang's eyes widened, but Chen calmly repeated himself. There was nothing usable inside. If the Guans doubted him, they could cut it open. And Chen gave the exact diagnosis. The green was genuine, and its texture was high ice quality. The problem was an outrageous web of internal cracks. Nothing useful could be made from it. He guaranteed every word and offered to pay any price if wrong. After today's earnings, he could afford the wager. Prediction struck Guan Zhenjiang personally. He had paid a high seven-figure price, used private connections, and put more than 10 million into the stone altogether. If Chen was right, the cut would expose more than a bad purchase. It would slap the veteran buyer's reputation in front of everyone. Guan Zhenjiang slammed the table and demanded Yang's saw. It had been broken for years, so Guan Yang stood and called for another. His father then raised his glass, praised Gao's cooking, and began eating as though nothing were wrong. The message was obvious. The Guans would not leave without an answer. Yang Zhongli's expression grew dangerous. Before he could lose control, Gao reached beneath the table, took his hand, and squeezed twice. The elegant hostess never broke her public composure, but the private warning held her husband in place while the Guans continued treating his home as their arena. When the cut was ready, Guan Zhenjiang pushed the insult further. He told his son not to fear because Uncle Yang guaranteed payment if Chen reneged. Yang answered with a cold jab about Guan's strange excitement, but Guan only laughed. No one, he declared, would ride roughshod over the Guan family. Guan Yang carried the rough outside, locked it into the electric saw, and closed the cover. The motor roared to life. The expensive stone was now committed to the blade, and every boast at the table would soon face an answer that neither family could argue away. While the blade worked, Gao turned her full maternal attention on Chen. In barely 10 minutes, she uncovered his background and habits. Learning that he was an orphan raised through sponsorship softened her completely. The Yang family had only one daughter, and the more Gao studied this composed young man, the more she liked him. Yang Wenqing could not share her mother's ease. She knew both Guan men were scoundrels, and a mistake would be difficult to settle peacefully. Yet Chen showed no fear. He chatted with Gao and ate the chopped chili fish head with real enthusiasm, enjoying the spice while everyone else waited for the blade. When the electric saw stopped, conversation died with it. Gao looked toward the courtyard, Yang Wenqing held her breath, and even the men at the table waited. Only Chen kept eating. Outside, Guan Yang's pulse quickened as he lifted the cover, and the chapter ended before anyone inside saw the result. Guan Yang did not answer his father. He stared at the opened rough, then hurriedly shut the saw cover and started the machine again. The renewed roar made Guan Zhenjiang straighten in alarm. This was not the reaction of a man who had found valuable jade. Yang Zhongli and Gao Yinglan exchanged surprised looks, then glanced at Chen. He was still calmly eating. Yang Wenqing turned from the courtyard to him with a charming, intense smile, and Gao instantly read it as love. Her famously marriage-averse daughter might truly have fallen for someone. Gao's fear vanished. Even if Chen had somehow been wrong, she would pay to clean up the mess. Losing contact with the Guans would be no tragedy. She winked at her husband. Yang Zhongli understood, but the father who had demanded his daughter marry suddenly felt distinctly unhappy. Saw stopped again. Guan Yang attacked the rough from another angle, desperate to find one clean section, but every fresh face delivered the same verdict: green high-ice jade ruined by cracks. The more he cut, the more thoroughly he proved Chen right. At last, he could only lower his head. Gao rescued the moment by calling everyone back to eat. Yang Zhongli patted Guan Zhenjiang's shoulder and invited his old acquaintance inside. Guan forced a dry laugh, slapped his son's shoulder, and followed. Guan Yang returned slowly, head down, while the Yang family politely pretended the disaster was merely a joke. Once seated, Guan Zhenjiang recovered enough pride to call stone gambling a matter of luck. Then he asked how Chen had known. Chen looked up from the chopped chili fish head, and instead of explaining, silently activated tag vision on the older man. First labels were already damning. Guan Zhenjiang was a descendant of the Manchu Gyuwaljia clan and a profiteer. Worse, he served as technical consultant to an overseas grave-robbing syndicate and financed an international grave-robbing organization. Chen's ordinary dinner companion had suddenly become a criminal operator. Next entries turned personal. Guan secretly admired Gao Yinglan. His most precious collection was beauty bathing, a candid photograph of Gao bathing in her youth, later copied onto canvas by a modern master. Even the jade thumb ring on him had come from a grave. And came the medical entries: coronary heart disease, impotence, a pacemaker concealing explosives, an infection by bacterial colonies from an ancient grave. Chen's chopsticks stopped. The last label mattered most. Was it contagious? Did Guan not know, or had he come here knowingly? Chen immediately scanned Yang Zhongli, Gao Yinglan, and Yang Wenqing. None showed an infection label, for now. Relief did not restore his appetite. Revolted, he stopped Yang Wenqing from eating and turned the table's attention toward Guan before anyone could continue the meal. Yang Zhongli sensed something was wrong and asked what was happening. Chen improvised carefully. Guan's condition after drinking looked abnormal, perhaps an infection by some ancient bacterial colony. When Gao asked whether he knew medicine, Chen blamed a childhood full of miscellaneous lessons from an old Taoist priest. Guan Zhenjiang exploded, calling Chen a little charlatan. Chen did not rise to the insult. He simply told Guan to visit a hospital and learn whether it was nonsense. Then his tone sharpened. During the examination, Guan must avoid MRI and similar machines. Chen explained that Guan's pacemaker was not standard. Guan shot to his feet, terrified that Chen could know even that. Chen corrected him. He had not seen it, he had calculated it. Then he delivered the final warning: the device would explode. Guan Zhenjiang's complexion changed completely. He backed away from the table as if distance alone could protect him, turned and hurried out. No one tried to stop him. Chen, the Yang family, and even the humiliated Guan Yang were left staring after him in stunned silence. Guan Zhenjiang's panicked retreat killed the dinner. Chen Mu's half-true warning about a possible infection left Yang Zhongli and Gao Yinglan feeling contaminated, and Gao kept cursing Guan for coming to their table while sick. And Chen said he should go. Nobody stopped him. The house had plenty of rooms, but Yang's parents privately decided their daughter was not at that stage with her student. After brief pleasantries, Yang Wenqing escorted him outside. Yang offered to drive him home. Chen refused quickly. If she took him back this late, he would only worry about her driving the return trip alone. Yang gave him a peculiar look. Was he actually concerned for her? Chen nearly choked and called it ordinary courtesy. Yang countered that she was over 30, not a helpless girl, and 3 to 5 strong men could not approach her. Then she invoked her authority as his teacher. Chen obediently got in. Yang drove slowly, the unanswered mystery of Chen's knowledge hanging between them. When the conversation tested whether he knew anything else about her, Chen hesitated. There was one fact, he admitted, but it was extremely private. With Yang insisting that he speak, Chen finally said it. She had a belly button piercing. Silence struck the car. The detail was too exact, too intimate, and far more difficult to explain than his earlier claims about martial arts. Yang's voice filled with killing intent. Had he watched through a crack while she changed clothes? Her ears reddened as Chen realized this topic could get him killed. He abandoned it at once and asked about the Yang family's relationship with Guan Yang's family. After a long silence, Yang explained. The Yang and Guan families had done business together since the late Qing and early Republic eras. Their elders had been close, and their grandfathers once lived and ate together almost like one family. By their father's generation, that closeness had faded. The Yang family dealt only in jade, but the Guans touched everything, including burial artifacts. Yang pointed to the grave-derived jade ornaments Chen had already seen Guan Zhenjiang and Guan Yang wearing. Yang's father had collaborated with Guan Zhenjiang several times when they were young. Guan cheated him. That ended all business between the families, though old history still produced occasional social visits. Chen's quiet response made clear that the pattern confirmed his suspicions. Chen kept probing Guan Zhenjiang's relationship with Yang's mother. Then he suggested that Yang visit the Guan home and inspect Guan's treasured collection. Its name was beauty bathing. The clues snapped together, and Yang heard the compromising implication he refused to state aloud. Before Yang could fully process it, Chen gave his conclusion. If possible, the Yang family should sever all contact with the Guans. A family obsessed with burial artifacts could hardly be clean. The car fell silent beneath the weight of everything he had revealed. Yang could not digest it all at once. Her student had exposed private details, decoded the Guan's danger, and guided her toward evidence without openly explaining himself. She suddenly found Chen truly remarkable and more intriguing than ever. Curiosity, she knew, could kill the cat. Whatever questions remained behind in Yang Wenqing's car, Chen Mu finally made it home. Zhang Xinyan was already asleep in the bedroom. The apartment was spotless and carried a warm fragrance, and the sight of her drew a tired smile from him. He closed the bedroom door, sank onto the sofa, and sighed. His joint training with Yanbei University and the police had already brought him into several cases and even earned him merit. His road promised danger, but it also looked undeniably bright. Chen had fulfilled Aunt Jiang's requirements, yet Aunt Jiang herself had vanished so thoroughly that even the city police could not find her. After receiving the check that day, he had called her number again and again. Every attempt reached the same answer: disconnected. He finally had the money to repay the woman who had supported him, but now he could not even hear her voice. The loss crushed every trace of excitement. Chen sat blankly for half an hour before drawing one deep breath and forcing himself upright. Aunt Jiang was real. More than 10 years of traces in Chen's life proved it, and he refused to believe she could remain beyond his reach forever. With that conviction restored, he returned to Zhang. Their private reunion carried the long night into morning. Morning brought a different struggle. Zhang answered Chen with a sugary little wine, making the famously spirited Northeast girl seem impossibly sweet. Chen escaped the bed, dressed through sheer willpower, and returned to coax his sleepy girlfriend toward freshman morning class. When Chen threatened a playful spanking, Zhang brazenly invited him to try. Her teasing pose nearly destroyed his resolve, and the mood heated again until her phone rang and startled them both. Chen glanced at the screen. Liu Dan was calling. Zhang answered with bleary eyes, listened for only a few sentences, then suddenly shouted, "Let them go to hell!" She ended the call and hurled the phone onto the bed. When Chen pressed her to explain, she buried herself against his chest and confessed the truth. Everyone said she was after his money. Oh, it was still the money. Chen refused to let other people's suspicions define them. He laughed away Zhang's sense of inferiority and told her plainly that her feelings were priceless. Then he gave her a plan. They would attend morning class and go shopping together at noon. Surprised, Zhang asked whether shopping might turn her into the materialistic woman everyone imagined. Chen dismissed that fear too. People did not become gold diggers because a boyfriend treated them well. Values came from deeper influences. Her healthy family relationships already told him who she was. Declaring that he was the man and would call the shots, Chen urged her onward. Zhang stopped him. She needed a shower first. After what he had started in the bathroom and continued in the bedroom the previous night, how could he forget? Chen leaned in to investigate her complaint, and her embarrassed protest dissolved them both into laughter. After leaving home for morning classes, Chen Mu pulled Zhang Xinyan through Yanbei University's gates. The online uproar had already spilled into real life. Heads turned everywhere. The handsome new special recruit and his girlfriend were no longer ordinary freshmen. Together, they had become campus celebrities. Nearly everyone knew Chen had entered the university's joint training program. Now classmates dissected his family and private life, even claiming he was a second-generation official whose connections had handled the municipal police bureau. Chen found the fantasy absurdly ironic and decided gossip would not make him live timidly. If they were dating, Chen decided they would look like a couple. He interlaced his fingers with Zhang's, whispered into her ear, and smiled all the way to class. For 4 hours in their usual back row seats, his little gestures kept her blushing and scolding him with transparently feigned annoyance. After class, Liu Guang'a tried to borrow money for a tattoo tied to Liu Dan. Chen understood the plan so precisely that Liu nearly asked whether the two shared some secret. Zhang's presence stopped that dangerous question, but it did nothing to soften Chen's immediate answer. He was not lending. Liu argued that a tattoo on his butt would never trouble an employer. Zhang calmly exposed the real danger. Could he guarantee he and Liu Dan would last forever, and would a future girlfriend accept it? Chen agreed. Ink could not control Liu Dan's feelings. He refused again and left Liu brooding over where to find money. At noon, Chen and Zhang were eating and chatting in the cafeteria when a stranger stopped beside their table. She was a pretty student with large eyes, glasses, a single ponytail, and an inkwash-style dress. Her beaming smile aimed entirely at Chen as he looked up and asked what she wanted. The stranger introduced herself as Xiao Miao and said without hesitation that she liked Chen. He went speechless. Zhang's expression stiffened. Xiao did not even look at the girlfriend sitting beside him. Still smiling at Chen, she insisted that his money had nothing to do with her confession. The interruption left Zhang visibly wilted, exactly the reaction curious onlookers would enjoy. Chen understood what she was thinking. He stood, took her hand, and urged her to leave with him. Hiding her hurt would only reward the people treating their relationship like campus entertainment. Chen told Zhang about another rumor, that he carried a peach blossom fate. It supposedly promised countless women, yet not one who could remain beside him. He called that prediction nonsense. What he wanted was simple and unmistakable. He hoped Zhang Xinyan would be the woman who stayed. Zhang immediately gripped his hand tighter. The peach blossom fate was nonsense, she declared, cursing whoever had spread it. Her temper returned with her certainty. If another shameless challenger tried this again, Zhang was ready to slap her. Chen smiled. That fierce spirit was the woman he recognized. Chen teased that this was more like his magnificent Northeast tigress, head of the 4 great mythical beasts, not the wilted Cantonese housewife who simply accepted everything. Zhang rejected that comparison, hooked her arm through his, and sweetly asked where they were going next. Their rhythm had fully returned. And Chen announced that he had a sudden impulse. Still distracted, Zhang heard something very different and asked whether he had started his period. Chen stumbled so hard he nearly went headfirst into the floor. When he corrected her, Zhang blushed, stuck out her tongue, and admitted she had spaced out. Behind the comedy, Chen reached a serious conclusion. Zhang needed to become stronger. Reassurance could rebuild her confidence, but psychology was only half the problem. Material security mattered too. His impulse hardened into a plan, enough talking. He took Zhang with him to make money. Chen Mu's sudden impulse was no joke. Reassurance had helped Zhang Xinyan, but he wanted to give his girlfriend material security without making her feel dependent. So he led her straight back to Yanbei University's lottery station, turning the decision from lunch into immediate action. The owner practically celebrated Chen's return. Tea appeared, snacks followed. When Chen said he wanted scratch-offs again, the man spread out every brand he stocked. Chen solemnly predicted that his girlfriend might win big, and the red-faced owner promised them a 20% discount if she did. Chen told Zhang that he would pick and she would pay and scratch. She understood that he was trying to help, though winning twice seemed absurd. Still, his supposed premonition made her pulse quicken. This time he avoided suspicious precision, mixing losers among his choices and casting a wide net. At first, Chen's camouflage worked almost too well. Zhang scratched more than a dozen tickets without winning once. The expense began to hurt and she was ready to stop. Then one card returned several hundred yuan. Her caution vanished in a delighted scream while Chen only smiled. Small prize was only the beginning. Winning tickets kept emerging from Chen's chosen pile, miscellaneous prizes, larger awards, and finally 2 separate 1 million yuan grand prizes. Zhang's excitement became disbelief. The owner stared at a fortune unfolding across his own counter as the shop erupted around them. Within 10 minutes, all of Yanbei University seemed to know that Zhang Xinyan had scratched 2 million yuan prizes. Students flooded the station and stripped the remaining tickets from the racks. Chen had already filtered out the major winners, so the frenzy would yield little beyond pocket change, but the shop became famous overnight. 40 minutes later, Chen and Zhang escaped in disheveled condition and ran off campus as though fleeing for their lives. There was still time to redeem the tickets. Chen caught a taxi, pulled Zhang inside, and sent them straight toward the provincial lottery center before another crowd could form. In the taxi, Zhang's hands would not stop shaking and sweat slicked her palms. Chen calmly counted 16 winning tickets. Together they exceeded 3.6 million yuan, 2 grand prizes plus first, second, and miscellaneous awards. When he teased her for going blank, she asked him to feel how violently her heart was beating. At the provincial lottery center, the winning set was processed with Zhang as its purchaser and recipient. When the couple finally emerged, the practical work was complete, but Zhang still moved as if gravity had weakened. Her steps floated, and the fortune now under her control felt less real than ever. At the roadside, Chen patted Zhang's head and asked whether his sudden impulse seemed strange now. She scolded him softly, leaned against him, and admitted that she had never imagined possessing so much money as a freshman. Her father doted on her, but her family was ordinary. She had no words for this. When Chen asked how she would spend it, Zhang could not answer. More importantly, she felt wrong keeping money that he had effectively given her. Chen cut off that objection. She had paid for every ticket herself. He had merely chosen by feeling. Some lost someone. She had gambled and gotten lucky. Chen called her Yan Yan and asked for only one return. From that day onward, he wanted her to remain the Zhang Xinyan he had first met, daring, confident, and cheerful. He had accepted the tomboy who moved like the wind. Zhang stopped walking and stared up at him, finally understanding the gift's real purpose. Zhang suddenly burst into loud sobs and wrapped Chen in a fierce embrace. She knew the tickets and the millions had come from him somehow, yet he had not taken a cent. Every choice had been designed to rebuild her confidence and pull her free of low self-esteem. That understanding mattered more than the jackpot. That evening, Chen Mu and Zhang Xinyan were back at their rented apartment, their arms full of groceries and daily necessities. The jackpot had changed Zhang's life, and after the emotion of the day, they intended to celebrate in private: food, drinks, and a thoroughly wild night. Zhang had already made one important decision. Her parents, back in their northeastern county town, both had stable jobs and had not retired. As long as she could support herself, they did not need this money. For now, the prize would belong to the future she and Chen were building together. Soon Zhang was in the kitchen, humming as she worked. Whether dinner tasted exceptional hardly mattered to her. Tonight was about the mood, the first quiet celebration after a day that had given her money, confidence, and a dazzling new picture of the future. In the living room, Chen opened the campus network and found chaos. Zhang's 2 grand prizes were already a sensation. Because Chen had won before and was now dating her, students edited their profile pictures into cartoon idols, opened worship threads, and begged the miraculous couple for luck. The important part was not the worship. The posts that had bashed Zhang were buried beneath the new wave of attention. Chen smiled. This was exactly what he had wanted. He did not believe in Lucky Charms, but if the joke protected Zhang and rewrote her campus image, the students could worship all they liked. Chen put away his phone and went into the kitchen. Dinner preparation did not survive his arrival. Their celebration swept aside the careful plan, and the cozy apartment became what the narration coyly called a symphony hall. By midnight, the food was ruined, but neither of them looked especially regretful. In the middle of the night, they sat sweating on the sofa beside 2 servings of spicy hot pot. Zhang softly blamed Chen for ruining the delicious meal she had planned. He argued that the replacement had fed them without interrupting their exercise. Unhealthy, perhaps, but satisfying, which was what mattered. Zhang demanded that they never order extra spicy again. She had nearly collapsed. Chen murmured that she ate the spice while he suffered. When she caught the innuendo, she fled toward the bathroom. He tried to follow, but she barred the door and accused him of having no self-control. Chen claimed he possessed self-control. He simply had no use for it when his orientation was perfectly normal. Zhang answered by slamming the bathroom door. Victorious and comfortable, Chen dropped back onto the sofa. Yet the quiet left room for another thought, and his contented smile slowly faded. If Chen could still contact Aunt Jiang, he would tell her he had found a girlfriend. She would surely be happy. He had always meant to earn enough to support her in old age. Now he finally had the money, and the woman who had raised him was nowhere to be found. Later, Zhang hesitantly asked what kind of business she could start at school. Chen opened his eyes in surprise. She did not want the money sitting uselessly in a card. She wanted to experiment, to learn how money could make money, and to build a skill she could rely on after graduation. Chen pointed out that she was only a freshman and now had 4 years of living expenses secured. Zhang stubbornly refused to stop there. If her major failed to lead to a job, she wanted to know she could operate a small business. Holding nearly 3 million, she was thinking about work instead of indulgence. Zhang had considered a milk tea shop or nail salon, but both demanded heavy startup costs and faced brutal campus competition. She refused to gamble all her money on a first experiment. Chen thought, then changed the question. When she had lived in the dormitory, what inconvenience had bothered her most? Next day, Zhang Xinyan arrived at school with panda eyes. She had spent the night turning Chen's suggestion into a real plan. Deliver inside the dormitories from 8 to 11, bring orders above 10 yuan straight to the door for free, and recruit 2 friends to help. At 10 o'clock, Zhang kept calculating in the corner of the last row. Beside her, Chen propped up his chin and fought to stay awake. Her restless night had also cost him sleep, but this was Professor Zheng Beifeng's advanced mathematics class. He had to endure. And Zhao Yashi hurried past the podium. Chen brightened and raised a hand to greet the acquaintance he had not seen in some time. Zhao met his eyes, stopped, bit her lip, and chose a seat directly in front instead. Chen stared. Was she deliberately avoiding him? Professor Zheng entered as the bell rang, ending Chen's chance to ask. He searched his memory, found no offense, and let the matter go. He had a girlfriend now. Keeping some distance was probably better. The professor's printing assignment later placed him at the course computer anyway. With Zhao beside the workstation, Chen advised her to get framed glasses. She could put them on or remove them whenever she wished, which was far more convenient. Zhao said nothing. Her face reddened, her head lowered, and her folded arms tightened beneath her chest. Chen asked why she had not sat in the back and whether she was avoiding him. Zhao hurriedly denied it, but after a long pause she whispered, "Don't you have a girlfriend?" Chen confirmed that he did, understood her reason, and simply said all right. The conversation fell silent. Chen printed the separate document Professor Zheng had prepared for Zhao and handed it to her. She took the materials and hurried away. He remained another half hour, finished the class packets, called the representatives to distribute them, then locked the door behind him. Friday had no afternoon class. Beneath the administration building, Chen called Zhang and discovered she was already meeting several girls about a partnership. She was treating the idea seriously. Rather than interrupt her momentum, he used the free afternoon to deal with his own unfinished problem, turning his special wood into wearable frames. At the optical shop, Chen ran into Zhao again. She was there for an eye examination and framed glasses, exactly the practical option they had discussed. Facing him now, she seemed even more reserved than before, answering with little more than a soft sound. Chen gave her a thumbs up and declared that framed glasses made her look invincible, full of intellectual beauty. Zhao's ears turned completely red. She lowered her head and offered no reply. Realizing he was only making her more uncomfortable, Chen quickly left her to the examination and sought a staff member. Chen showed the staff member his wood and explained that he wanted it made into eyeglass frames. The request required a confirming phone call, but the answer was yes. Because the work would be handmade, the processing charge was expensive, almost the cost of buying ordinary glasses. Chen did not hesitate. He paid and left the wood with the shop. The work would take no more than 3 days. Until then, he could simply avoid using his eye ability. With the trade-off settled, he prepared to leave while Zhao finished her examination nearby. His phone rang. Zhou Xintang's name was on the screen and Chen's heart skipped before he answered. 2 sentences later, his entire body jolted. What? Dead? The word cut through the shop, startling Zio in the examination area as she saw terror harden across his face. Chen hung up, drove his fist into the wall and roared, "Damn it!" The staff member and Zio both flinched. Neither knew what had happened. A moment earlier he had been calmly arranging eyeglass frames. Now his rage was so fierce that the entire shop seemed to recoil from him. Name behind Chen Mu's horrified phone call was Zhang Xinyan. By the time Chen reached the hospital, the respected police leader was already dead. Outside the ward, Zhang Xiao sobbed on a chair while Zhu Zhengyang and several bureau colleagues stood nearby. Zhu met him with a deathly pale face, red-rimmed eyes, and a silent shake of the head. Chen searched for one last contradiction in Zhou Xintang, but the poison specialist only lowered her gaze. Jiang had been expected to survive another half-month. How had he failed so suddenly? Chen had grown to like Jiang precisely because he was real, not a polished hero. The man possessed ability and weakness, conviction and humanity. Of everyone Chen had examined, Jiang alone carried the labels national integrity and upright and unyielding. Now that rare, imperfectly honorable man was gone. Sadness never arrived cleanly. Instead, blind rage surged through Chen until his face turned ashen and the veins in his forehead throbbed. Zhu gripped his shoulder and spoke hoarsely. Director Jiang had cared about him. Zhu would handle the aftermath. Chen did not need to carry that burden. And Zhu lowered his voice and asked Chen to comfort Yao. To everyone else, she was a daughter drowning in regret and sorrow. Chen slowly turned toward her. His gaze was so strange that the request died in the silence between them. Chen left. Zhu watched him go, baffled that the young officer Jiang had trusted would not become Yao's support. When Zhu looked back, Zhang Xiao had stopped crying. She stared after Chen without moving. To Zhu, both of them were simply too stubborn, and whatever lay between them was over. Outside, Chen's chest tightened. Days ago, Jiang had still been alive. Now he was dead from poison, and as far as Chen knew, the daughter he had raised with more than a decade of love was responsible. Undercover missions had not killed that former soldier. The child he saved had. The worst part was that no one else knew Zhang Xiao's true colors. Chen did. He could have exploited her earlier affection, pretended to comply, and drawn out her secrets. But he was not a trained undercover agent like Jiang. He could not turn a false romance into reality, and he refused to submit to her. A message interrupted him. Chen remained silent for a moment, then typed only 2 words. "Okay." The casual reply concealed everything boiling beneath it. As soon as it was sent, he stepped to the roadside and hailed a taxi. His destination was the antique market. Chen needed an object that could temporarily recharge his eyes. The lightning-struck peach wood was still away being made into eyeglass frames, and the coming night promised danger. Going in without a replacement energy source would not be brave. It would be gambling with his life. On the way, Chen called his girlfriend, Zhang Xinyan. After checking where she was, he told her to wait at the library that night. If he was late, she should stay in a school dormitory with a roommate. Zhang was already discussing a business venture with that roommate, so she agreed without hesitation. Only after securing Zhang's safety did Chen breathe easier. He could survive within the police system, but she was an ordinary student. Before, Zhang Minjuan had carried this hidden crisis, and Chen had treated it as someone else's responsibility. Jiang was gone. Only Chen knew the secret now. The responsibility was his, and the beast in him had awakened. With Zhang Xinyan safely on campus and a dangerous night ahead, Chen Mu reached the Yanbei antique market looking for temporary energy for his eyes. He kept layered perspective active as he drifted from stall to stall. The result was discouraging. Nearly everything he examined looked fake. And Chen's eyes lit up. He crouched at one stall and lifted an old bronze dagger. The vendor called it a Zhang Xinyan relic. When Chen identified himself as a college student, the claim promptly shifted to the Western Zhou. The man even joked that the weapon might contain magic. Chen lowered his gaze and examined the dagger properly. Under layered perspective, dark red liquid seemed to move within the bronze as though blood flowed through the weapon. Unlike the market's empty imitations, this object possessed an emission field. Whatever its true history was, it was not ordinary. More important, the field nourished Chen's strained eyes, the exact function he needed. Yet the sensation was cold, evil, and deeply unsettling. This was a resource, but not a harmless one. When the vendor suddenly shouted, Chen snapped the dagger up defensively and demanded to know what he was doing. Vendor had remembered why Chen looked familiar. He was the young man connected to the recent icy Emperor Green windfall. That reputation transformed a casual customer into an opportunity. The vendor wanted Chen's eye for raw jadeite, while Chen now had every reason to obtain the dagger. When Chen did not react, the vendor lowered his demand. Waxy icy jadeite would do. Violet, green floating flowers or blue floating flowers were all acceptable, with a return of several thousand or perhaps 10,000. Chen smiled. Finding that level was simple, but he would take the dagger immediately. A nearby middle-aged man urged the vendor to stop hesitating. The dagger was wrapped in a plastic bag, and Chen finally breathed out. After asking the man to watch his stall, the excited vendor led Chen toward the raw stones. Several onlookers followed, hoping to witness another major find. A few minutes later, Chen stopped short. Of all places, the vendor had brought him back to Guan Yang's shop. The man grinned. Chen's last triumph had come from this inventory, so why not try it again? With no better alternative, Chen followed him and the noisy crowd inside. Guan Yang had been checking his accounts when the vendor announced they wanted raw stones. Before spending anything, the vendor drew close to Chen and quietly asked whether this shop was actually any good. Chen gave him a concise answer. Yes, the inventory was fully capable of producing waxy icy jadeite. Reassurance created a new problem. The floor was crowded with raw stones. Even knowing the desired grade existed, the vendor could gamble for hours and lose repeatedly. Chen spared him the ordeal. He selected 3 stones, placed all 3 in the vendor's arms, and told him to buy just one. Chen added the real trap. Guan would set a price for every stone before the vendor chose among them. Guan's expression darkened. Chen's tone told him that at least one piece contained good material, yet the watching peers made refusal impossible. If he demanded absurd prices, his reputation would suffer. Guan wondered whether Chen was baiting him, but every face in the shop was waiting. He drew breath to speak. The vendor moved first, nervously reminding boss Guan to name a fair price, then placed the first raw stone in his hands. The 3-stone contest had begun. Guan Yang stood trapped with the first stone in his hands. Chen's rule meant pricing all 3 before the vendor chose one. Every dealer in the shop was watching, so Guan could neither refuse nor demand 3 outrageous sums without ruining his reputation. Hoping not to lose money, Guan inspected each piece again and again. He demanded 60,000 for the first, 20,000 for the second, and 15,000 for the last. After every quote, he glanced toward Chen, searching the young man's expression for a clue. Vendor looked to Chen, but Chen reminded him that buyers were supposed to haggle. Flustered, he challenged every quote. Guan grudgingly lowered the prices to 58,000, 18,500, and 14,000. Only then did the vendor ask Chen which one to take. Chen casually chose the 14,000 yuan stone. The vendor froze. Common sense said the most expensive piece should hide the best jade, but Chen's certainty left no room for debate. He trusted the strange young expert, paid for the cheapest candidate, and committed it to the cutting machine. Guan mocked the vendor for trusting Chen and the suspicious bronze dagger, swearing it was merely a high-quality modern imitation. The vendor pushed him aside and lifted the cutter's cover. Dust drifted down. Then he splashed water across the newly exposed stone face. Shop fell silent. Beneath the water shone semi-transparent apple-green icy jadeite. Guan stared in disbelief, then shouted the identification himself. The material was worth at least around 100,000 yuan. Once again, the stone he had dismissed had made Chen right. Vendor burst into hysterical laughter. He snatched up his profitable stone, shoved the promised dagger into Chen's hand, and fled through the crowd before anyone could interfere. The witnesses immediately surrounded Chen, calling him a master and offering commissions for appraisals of their own. Ignoring everyone, Chen examined his payment. The dagger was genuine, ancient, and built for some unknown special purpose, one that felt unmistakably evil. Its blood-like internal liquid radiated cold through his supernatural sight. As Chen tightened his grip, that energy nourished his eyes and a chilling light entered his gaze. Later, Chen arrived downstairs at Zhang Xiao's residence with the dagger still in his possession. Caio Yan was coming out. Their paths crossed at the entrance, and Chen's newly nourished eyes immediately began reading the lawyer's updated tags. First entries were explosive. Caio was now labeled Zhang Xiao's life mentor and one of Kainkun Trading Group's major shareholders. Her attention toward Chen had also risen by 50%. Wang Jiankun's fall had not weakened her. It had opened a path toward control of his company. Remaining tags were darker. A stun gun, ether spray, and poisoning by midnight withered heart lotus and blood marrow vine. Caio had come armed, yet someone had already poisoned her. Chen almost sneered at the irony. The useful hound was being cooked after the cunning rabbit's death. Caio stopped and asked the question that had been troubling her. How had Chen discovered Wang Jiankun's secret? Chen merely asked how she knew the discovery was his. Caio smiled faintly and called the question an insult to her intelligence. She thought she had seized control of the exchange. Chen asked whether that intelligence was what made her Zhang Xiao's life mentor. Caio's smile vanished. He pressed on, naming her new shareholder position and her covert move to seize Kainkun Trading Group. She went pale and backed away. Only Zhang knew that secret, so Caio's naturally suspicious mind turned toward her. Lawyer Caio Yan had gone, but upstairs Zhang Xiao was preparing for Chen Mu. She tidied the living room, sprayed perfume, washed fruit, and left soup simmering in the kitchen. Then she washed her hair, applied light makeup, and changed into a sea blue slip dress. Night had fallen when Jiang's message arrived. Was he there yet? Chen replied that he was downstairs. Then he drew a deep breath, tightened his hand around the ancient bronze dagger, concealed it in his bag, and started up. Zhang had threatened Zhang Xinyan once, and Chen believed she would do it again. With Zhang Minjuan gone, he could rely only on himself. If necessary, he would kill her and use trajectory prediction vision to manufacture the perfect accident. He never noticed the tyranny and malice changing his gaze and his thoughts. Zhang opened the door with a faint smile and invited him in. Chen removed his shoes and entered, only to find the scene unnerving. A spotless living room, pleasant incense, rich meat broth from the kitchen, and Zhang watching him with the gentleness of a young bride. None of it resembled a fight to the death. Chen refused to play along. Zhang was an adult college student with an IQ of 150. She had not summoned him merely to play house. He demanded the point. Zhang blinked, smiled, and answered more directly. He had slapped her that day, and it had hurt. Chen asked whether she meant to kill him, his hand drifting toward the dagger in his bag. Zhang only pointed out that murderous look. No one had ever struck her, not even her father. Chen was the first. Lowering her head with an almost shy expression, she whispered her conclusion. She might truly have fallen in love with him. Chen's skin crawled. Was she a masochist or simply a psychopath? Zhang seemed to pluck the insult straight from his mind. She admitted that she might be a little psychopathic, but denied being a masochist. She had never expected love, least of all for a young man like him, yet insisted that she really had changed. With a sweet smile, Zhang declared the mood too heavy and returned to her domestic performance. Chen should stay for dinner. She had made stewed ribs, her first attempt at cooking, and had tasted them herself. White liquor, red wine, or beer, he could choose whatever he wanted. Chen abruptly rose. Zhang instinctively retreated 2 steps, her eyes wary. That reaction was enough for him. He sneered that this was not love, she was in heat and wanted to sleep with him. If she feared him so much, he demanded what exactly was she afraid of. Zhang admitted he was right. Chen possessed a kind of potential that frightened her. Yet in the same measured breath, she insisted that her desire was real and her love was real too, at least according to her own analysis. Even her confession sounded less like emotion than a conclusion reached in a laboratory. Chen asked whether she possessed any humanity at all. Her father had died that very day, yet she wanted sex. Zhang looked genuinely innocent. What did his passing have to do with the two of them? She did not understand. Chen pressed her once more, but her answer did not change. She truly did not understand. After a brief silence, Chen refused her completely. To him, she was a disgusting psychopath and a lunatic. He warned her never to threaten him again, or he would make her life a living hell. Then he turned for the door. Zhang merely watched. As he reached it, his upper body suddenly swayed. Only then did she murmur, "Chen Mu, you can't leave anymore." At the apartment doorway, Chen Mu's head spun. Darkness rolled across his vision and his strength deserted him. He had avoided the food, the water, and every obvious trap, yet his body was failing. Horrified, he understood that he had still been drugged. Behind him, Zhang Xiao calmly repeated that he could not leave. Leaning against the door and panting, Chen asked whether the perfume was poisoned. Zhang corrected him with unnerving precision. It was Frederic Malle's musk ravageur from Gaul, supposedly the world's finest aphrodisiac, but it was not the drug. She walked over, supported his powerless body, and guided him back to the living room sofa. Chen swallowed with difficulty. He had touched nothing and drunk nothing, so how had she reached him? Zhang was curious about something else. Why did an ordinary college student watch her with the vigilance of her father? Was he really undercover after only accepting joint training? What did he imagine she was, a devil or a killer? Chen managed a blunt answer, a pervert. Zhang smiled charmingly enough to make his skin crawl. Genius and madness had no real boundary, she said. Chen was clever and cautious, but he had ignored something ordinary, the aroma of the meat broth. She had not gone to the kitchen merely to lower the heat. She had added ingredients that made the soup's vapor spread more thoroughly through the room. Chen's heartbeat accelerated, and his body began reacting against his will. The perfume was only part of it. Zhang's added ingredients drove the impulse further. His poisoned mind collapsed into a violent sexual nightmare in which restraint vanished and shrill cries became both decadent music and the wailing of ghosts. Then, inside that nightmare, his eyes suddenly grew hot. And abruptly sat upright. The nightmare vanished, replaced by impossible clarity. Grid lines spread across every object in sight, and flashing red X marks appeared where those lines intersected. He understood without explanation. Each mark revealed a weakness. The name of the mutation surfaced in his mind, weakness detection vision. Even his own body could be analyzed. Chen staggered to the full-length wall mirror. There it was, a red X on his own body. He pressed 2 fingers together and jabbed the marked point hard. The strike hit like an acupuncture shock. His stomach and intestines churned and an eruption surged upward. He spun toward the bathroom and began vomiting violently. As Chen emptied his stomach, the dizziness and weakness rapidly receded. In their place came startling relief and freshness. Outside the bathroom, Zhang stared with her mouth nearly open. She could not understand what hidden realm allowed him to do such things. When he emerged, the trap that should have left him helpless had lost its hold. Facing him, Zhang bit her lip. Her eyes were red and her voice had gone hoarse. She gently pulled both shoulder straps outward and released them. The light dress slid to the floor, leaving her bare before him. She insisted that whatever else she had done, no man had ever touched her. Perhaps, she said, her body had been prepared only for Chen. Chen's eyes were clear and cold. He gave Zhang only one indifferent glance, then turned toward the door. Weakness detection vision activated again. Grid lines crossed the smart lock, and a red X flashed over one precise point. Her body, her claim, and her desperation no longer mattered. He had found his way out. Chen inhaled, clenched his fist, and smashed the marked point. The impact landed with a muffled bang. Something sizzled inside the smart lock, followed by a rapid sequence of unlocking sounds. When the mechanism fell silent, he turned the handle. The door opened. He put on his shoes and walked out without looking back or leaving a single word. Yang stood naked at the doorway, dazed, her mind blank. For the first time in her life, someone had humiliated her this completely. The silence Chen left behind cut deeper than an insult. Slowly, the purity of her beautiful face twisted into something distorted and ferocious, like a yaksha staring into the empty hall. Later that night, Chen Mu sat alone on the tiered stands of Yanbei University's sports field. More than an hour had passed since his escape, yet he still stared blankly across the track. At least Zhang Xinyan was safe. She had spent the evening discussing entrepreneurship with friends, and hearing nothing from him, had stayed in a friend's dormitory bed. The encounter had been surreal and genuinely dangerous. Chen could not be certain that Zhang Xiao had wanted only to force herself on him. If his eyes had not evolved again, one wrong word or one failure to satisfy her might have ended with him dismembered. But how could he expose her? Jiang Minjuan was dead, and no one at the Municipal Police Bureau knew the truth. Only one opening made sense: Kaio Yan. The moment Chen exposed one of her secrets, the suspicious lawyer had begun doubting Jiang. Better still, Jiang already meant to silence her. 2 herbs were inside Kaio's body. Contact with the bone-knitting herb could finish the same lethal sequence used on Jiang Minjuan. Chen would push mentor and student against each other and let them tear one another apart. Before Chen could brood any further, Zhao Yashi's soft voice pulled him back to the field. The shy engineering student had come out to exercise. Chen concealed the darkness of his thoughts, gestured toward her, and asked if she was here for a night run. She answered yes, quietly and with immediate embarrassment. Zhao murmured that she was too fat. Chen stared, pale, thin, and baby-faced. Where was the fat? Then her eyes dropped toward her chest and understanding hit him. That was what worried her. He nearly voiced the obvious joke, caught himself, and abandoned the subject. Whatever his private reaction, he had a girlfriend, and this was not a boundary worth testing. Claiming the night air had turned cold, Chen stood and invited Zhao to run a few laps. She agreed before shyness caught up with her. Once they started, Chen glanced over often enough to worry she might trip, and often enough for her to notice. Blushing, Zhao said she could not match his speed and dropped behind. Chen faced forward at once, painfully aware of the awkwardness. The next day, Dr. Zhou Xintang had brought Chen to a tea house instead of handling matters at the hospital. He questioned the secrecy. He had already told her she could lead the project or publish papers as she wished. He wanted no benefit from it. Zhou only smiled faintly, invited him inside for tea, and offered no real explanation. At a private room door, Zhou told Chen to enter first while she ordered tea. The door closed behind him. Someone was already inside. A man facing the window, back to the entrance, hands clasped behind him. Chen froze. The stance was painfully familiar. As the stranger began to turn, Chen's heart lurched and every hair on his body stood up. Man smiled. "You're here." Chen's shock detonated into recognition. Jiang Minjuan, he blurted out the only explanation his mind could manage. Had the man come back from the dead? Jiang's expression darkened at the absurd greeting. Then Chen caught up with reality. Zhou had helped him fake his death, and if Jiang could stand here now, she must have cured the poison too. Jiang confirmed it. The poison was cured, and he said his body had completely recovered, all thanks to Chen. Then the veteran investigator stepped forward, came solemnly to attention, and gave the young student an exceptionally formal salute. He would not cheapen a life-saving debt with ordinary thanks, but his gratitude was unmistakable. Chen could only stand there, stunned by the impossible ally returned to him. Now alone with Jiang Minjuan in the tea-house room, Chen Mu watched the supposedly dead investigator pour tea. The poison was cured, but Jiang's complexion remained poor, and he sat in a wheelchair as if he still needed constant care. Zhou Xintang had stayed outside. Jiang warned Chen to prepare himself. There were 2 important things he needed to hear. First matter was Zhang Xiao. Jiang hesitated, then admitted he might no longer be able to protect the daughter he had raised. Chen's answer was merciless. She had hired people to assassinate him and had used Zhang Xinyan's safety to threaten him. If he did not personally help send her to prison after that, he said, he could hardly call himself a man. Jiang anxiously looked Chen over, then asked with a perfectly straight face whether he might be hiding internal injuries and standing on the verge of sudden death. Chen could only stare. Somehow, the stern director had returned from the dead with a mischievous streak. The absurd concern briefly loosened the pressure in the room, but Jiang's attention remained fixed on what Xiao had done. Jiang then exposed the calculation behind his supposed death. If Xiao believed him gone, she would lower her guard, shed her remaining scruples, and accelerate whatever she was planning. Urgency would make her careless. The more boldly she moved, the more flaws she would leave for the police to seize. Chen understood. Jiang had turned himself into bait for his own daughter. Zhang's tone hardened into official command. He called this Chen's first task from the Municipal Police Bureau: remain at Jiao's side, continue undercover, and keep playing her boyfriend until her secrets surfaced. Chen stopped him before he could finish. The order had arrived half a day too late. That cover no longer existed. Chen explained that Jiao had come to him the previous night. He reported the crisis candidly, but spared Zhang the details of how he escaped it. What mattered was the result. The threat had been neutralized, and Chen and Jiao had completely fallen out. Jiang slumped over the table. Without Chen beside her, who else could penetrate her defenses and uncover every secret? Chen did not share Jiang's despair. Even after the fallout, he had obtained enough intelligence to believe it was nearly time to close the net. The key was Kaio Yan, publicly Wang Jiankun's personal lawyer, but privately tied to Zhang Jiao. Chen argued that Wang was probably only cannon fodder. At the lawyer's name, Zhang's attention snapped back into focus. And Chen revealed the danger inside that connection. Jiao had already developed murderous intent toward Kaio Yan. He did not yet know the precise reason, but the lawyer had one foot in the grave. Her fate could mirror Jiang's, silenced by the same kind of ancient miao poison that had defeated modern medicine. Kaio was not merely connected to the case. She was the next target. Decades of investigative experience supplied the motive almost instantly. Kaio and Jiao must have known each other for a long time and shared secrets from earlier operations. With Zhang officially dead and Jiao moving toward control of both the underworld and the police force, Kaio was no longer useful protection. She was the one person who knew too much, the only weak point Jiao still had. Therefore, she had to die. Zhang fell silent beneath the weight of what he had raised. Jiao was meticulous, ruthless, patient, and more formidable than her biological father. Growing up under a master investigator had given her legal knowledge and nearly every method the police might use against her. She seemed almost invincible. Yet when Jiang finally looked at Chen, a more unsettling thought took hold. What kind of person had seen through her this quickly? This kid might be even more terrifying than his daughter. The private room remained silent until Zhang Minjuan finally admitted he needed time to digest everything and plan around Jiao. Chen Mu cut him off at once. He could not wait, not after Jiao had used Zhang Xinyan's safety to force his submission the night before. Yang urged him to endure the smaller danger for the larger goal and began offering police protection. Chen interrupted again. Even perfect guards could not stop a predator that kept hunting forever. Protection treated the symptom. They had to remove the danger at its source. Yang named the problem plainly. The police had no substantive evidence. Chen could not produce any yet, but he knew Jiao would try to silence Kaio Yan. The attempted destruction of that witness would expose the crime. In that sense, Kaio herself could become their evidence. Yang knew Kaio from years of dealing with Wang Jiankun. She was cunning as a fox and thoroughly familiar with police methods. Even if they saved her, prying open her mouth might be harder than surviving Jiao's attack. Chen answered with quiet confidence. Then they would make her speak willingly. Jiao would likely use the same poison that had nearly killed Jiang. Chen proposed letting Kaio appear to die from it, then using Dr. Zhou's treatment to pull her back. After crossing the threshold of death and learning who had ordered it, Kaio would gain every reason to expose Jiao herself. Before the discussion could settle, Jiang suffered another episode. Chen stepped out, and Zhou Xintong rushed into the private room as though she had expected it. She administered his medication without hesitation. Only after the medicine took effect did Jiang's breathing and composure gradually return. Yang looked up and thanked Zhou with an unexpectedly gentle smile. She answered politely, but her face reddened before she turned and left. Chen watched her retreat, baffled. Why was she blushing? Excitement at meeting a police officer made little sense, unless there was another reason. Jiang pulled Chen back to the danger at hand and asked how certain he was that Jiao would silence Kaio. Chen answered without hesitation, 100%. That certainty decided it. Jiang would wait for Jiao's move and have every major city hospital watch for Kaio's arrival. Chen immediately spotted the risk. Notifying so many hospitals could leak the plan. Jiang chuckled. Real police work was not television, with villains conveniently hiding everywhere. Their system had its own trusted network. If he was willing to make the call, it would be safe. Relieved, Chen accepted Jiang's assurance. They drank a few sips of tea and settled on the next move: lie low for several days and wait for Jiao to expose herself. Jiang again offered help protecting Zhang. Chen declined. Zhang's safety would remain in his own hands. The operation settled, Jiang turned to the other investigation Chen had been waiting for: his family. What the police had uncovered was not a reassuring explanation for years of silence. It was an absence so complete that Jiang asked Chen to imagine being the only person left in the world. Every relative the investigation could trace had disappeared without a mark. Not only Chen's direct bloodline, but collateral relatives and their children as well. The pattern was too broad for coincidence and too clean to explain. Years without a single family contact suddenly looked like evidence of something monstrous. A chill crawled down Chen's spine. Had someone wiped out his entire extended family? What could they possibly have done to provoke something so thorough? The worst question came last. If every branch had vanished and he truly stood alone, why had the same fate passed over him? When Chen finally asked if there was more, Zhang gave him one last lead. The woman he called Aunt Jiang was probably named Zhang Xinyan. An elderly person who had cared for Chen as a child supplied the name. Yet Zhang Xinyan had also disappeared, leaving no location and no further trail. Zhang Xinyan. Chen repeated the name in a daze. It sounded lovely and gentle, perfectly suited to the Aunt Jiang he remembered. But a name was not an answer. It only gave sharper shape to her absence. As the private room fell quiet again, one question remained. Where had she gone? The private meeting finally broke up. Jiang Minjuan and Zhou Xintang headed for the parking lot, but survival had not restored Jiang's strength. The poison was gone, yet his body remained so weak that he still had to travel in a wheelchair, with Zhou guiding him from behind. Yet something about them felt different. Zhou leaned over the chair to whisper. Jiang kept turning back with a soft smile. Chen blinked and activated tag vision. Two brilliant pink labels appeared between them. She had fallen for him, and he had feelings for her. Chen scarcely knew whether to laugh or celebrate the twist. Perhaps surviving death had finally let Jiang open his heart to Zhou and release his old obsession with his foster daughter. Whatever the cause, Jiang was a good man and leader. Chen smiled and wished him the brighter future he deserved. It was already past 10 when Chen returned to Yanbei University. He called Zhang Xinyan and they met beneath the female dormitory. The moment she saw him, her usual excitement took over. She ran forward without hesitation, launched herself upward, and landed directly in his arms. Zhang had not come alone. Liu Dan was with her, and Chen's familiarity surprised the group until he explained that he knew about her through Liu Guang. The answer delighted Liu. She declared that she had known the two men were close and punctuated the thought with a slap to Chen's arm. Zhang promptly dragged Chen out of Liu's reach. "Stop hitting him," she complained. "What if you break him?" Liu stared at her friend's protective grip, then exaggeratedly clicked her tongue and mocked how hopelessly devoted Zhang had become. Chen could only endure the exchange in silence. Ignoring Liu, Zhang introduced Li Chenjiao, a hometown friend from northeast China who studied English at Yanbei University. Jiao Jiao stood about 1.6 meters tall, with a sweet round face, a slightly chubby build, and small fleshy hands. She met Chen's gaze without the slightest shyness. Chen offered his hand openly. Li shook it, covered her mouth with a smile, and observed that his hand was very warm. Chen stalled without an answer. Zhang gave her hometown friend a sharp side-eye and supplied one for him. Pervert. Li's playful first impression was complete. Final woman was Jiang Meng, short-haired from the Chinese department, and Zhang's first good friend after entering college. At the name Jiang, Chen visibly paused. Jiang Meng noticed his stare and greeted him with a faint smile, saying that Zhang mentioned him so often she had already heard plenty. Jiang Meng then warned him that she had loved stealing other people's toys since childhood. If he kept staring, she might not be polite. Zhang snapped back at once, while Chen realized he had walked straight into a joke about being stolen from his girlfriend. Jiang Meng's delivery remained cool and faintly amused. Jiang Meng's voice had a smoky quality, entirely unlike Aunt Jiang's soft, charming tone. That difference pulled Chen back to himself. He was becoming obsessed with the clue Jiang Xinyan. A shared surname did not make every woman another path to Aunt Jiang, and he forced his attention onto the noisy group before him. Chen tried to suggest that they wait until lunch, but Liu instantly hooked her arm through Zhang's and stole her away. Alone time was forbidden. If the couple left together, Liu said, they would only go somewhere to gnaw on each other, and the thought would ruin her mental balance. Chen was speechless. Li supplied the real agenda. Their four-person entrepreneurial alliance was officially formed, and she had found a ready-made warehouse outside the university. They planned to inspect it immediately and finish just in time for lunch. Chen stared at them. Zhang had discussed a business only yesterday. Today they were already choosing premises. Zhang cheerfully confirmed the pace. If the warehouse suited them, they would rent it today, stock it tomorrow and the day after, then open on Monday. Chen could only marvel at their speed. Yesterday's idea had become a 3-day launch plan, and every one of the 4 women appeared ready to charge ahead. Faced with that much enthusiasm, Chen had no real choice but to accompany them. All 5 left the university together. The 4 partners walked in front, hand in hand across the path, each with a distinctly different presence. Chen followed behind as their spontaneous alliance carried him toward the warehouse inspection. As the 5 of them headed toward the rental outside Yanbei University, Chen Mu's attention settled on Liu Dan. The spider lily tattoo she had received so recently still bothered him. With the 4 partners walking together ahead of him, he quietly activated tag vision. Results were mercilessly personal, but several entries mattered. Liu was tagged as a top-tier seductress, a female player, and someone with a huge financial hole. Her necklace was genuine top-grade white diamond worth 88,000 yuan. Then Chen saw the crucial pairing, Spider Lily Tattoo, God's Hand Tattoo Studio. Chen had never seen a tattoo studio tag before. Other people with the same flower had shown no such information. Perhaps Liu's appeared because her tattoo was still new. That was only a theory, and nothing yet proved she was involved in anything sinister, but he memorized the studio's name. Even without a criminal clue, Liu's other tags were troubling. A huge financial hole sat beside an 88,000 yuan necklace, while female player and top-tier seductress hovered over both. Chen looked away, suddenly regretting the 15,000 yuan he had lent Liu Guangai. Li Chunjiao's results could not have been more different. Carefree, loyal, and financially strapped, she worried about losing weight and carried a handful of harmless health inconveniences, but not one genuinely negative tag. Chen silently revised her into the safest category possible, a completely good kid. Next surname made Chen's heart jump, Jiang. The moment passed when Jiang Meng's own tags opened. Her androgynous air and rare autumn water eyes were only the surface. She feared men, knew modern combat-killing techniques, spoke 7 languages fluently, and urgently needed money. This quiet partner was anything but ordinary. By the time Chen finished sorting through those surprises, they had arrived. Li Chunjiao greeted the landlord and confirmed that she was the woman who had called him. He gave the 5 students a brief invitation and went inside, and the group filed through the storefront entrance after him. Chen surveyed the room. The walls had been freshly painted, and the place looked fairly new and clean, though old cooking fumes still clung to the air. It had clearly been a small restaurant. More importantly, the floor offered over 20 square meters, enough space for the partner's planned operation. With his hands in his pockets and his eyes repeatedly roaming over the young women, the landlord called the shop prime street-front property. It stood diagonally opposite Yanbei University. He reminded them, so whatever business they opened was supposedly guaranteed to make a steady profit. Zhang Xinyan asked the obvious question: if the location was so profitable, what had happened to the last business? The landlord said it had been a breakfast shop. Its older owners had supposedly financed their child's 4 university years, then bought that child a large house in the south before leaving. Li Chunjiao laughed and asked why he did not run such a wonderful business himself. The landlord bristled. He was a long-time Yanbei local, he declared. Fishing and collecting rent suited him far better than suffering smoke, fire, and hard work. The answer was so perfectly local that all 4 women smiled. Despite the boasting, the place itself remained clean and large enough. Zhang therefore asked the question that mattered: the rent. The landlord named a fixed annual price of 200,000 yuan. The partners' approval immediately cooled. For a student startup's first experiment, that figure was far beyond what they had expected. When the students treated the demand as too expensive, the landlord refused to soften. Collecting 200,000 a year was better than selling, he insisted, and if they disliked the number, the discussion was over. He rose as though entirely indifferent and prepared to walk away. Then Chen said, "Wait." Tag vision stripped away the performance. The landlord was Ding Dagwang, an obese, lazy, long-time local burdened with several health problems and a fake agarwood bracelet. More useful were 2 hidden facts. The bank was hounding him for exactly 450,000 yuan, and he was desperate to transfer the storefront. The listing had already sat for 3 months. Ding was not in control at all. Deciding he could slash the price hard, Chen walked to the inner wall and struck it. A hollow thump answered. He smiled and announced that termites had eaten it from within. In less than 6 months, it would crack. Ding's face stiffened. When Chen asked whether the wall was hollow, the landlord could only demand what he meant. But the warning about termites turned his complexion completely. His bluster vanished beneath one terrified question: how had this student seen through a problem he had tried to hide? Chen did not let Ding recover from the termite reveal. He told Yan Yan that repairing a load-bearing wall would cost at least 80,000 yuan. Worse, the shop could remain closed for months, consuming rent while earning nothing. Zhang asked whether this was why the property had gone unrented for 3 months. Cornered, Ding admitted there were termites, but insisted only one wall was affected. To keep them from leaving, he surrendered 30,000 yuan from the annual rent. Chen crouched in a corner and asked whether the buried water pipes were cast iron. Ding's blank stare answered him. Chen warned that one rupture could soak the entire 20-square-meter shop and force them to discard every piece of stock. Complete PPR replacement, Chen estimated, would cost another 15,000 yuan. Zhang sweetly asked whether Ding would pay for it. Sweating, he instead yielded another 20,000. When he demanded Chen's profession, Chen innocently claimed to be a construction engineering student. The aluminum wiring was worse. Microscopic cracks marked its length, and faint arcs sparked at several joints. Chen reminded Ding that the fire department had inspected the street last month. Discovery meant an immediate month-long closure. Winter heaters might mean a fire. Ding cut another 30,000, but threatened to end the negotiation if Chen found one more problem. Chen laughed and preached harmony in business. Then he summarized the damage. The annual rent had fallen from 200,000 to 120,000. Chen proposed renting the whole shop for 4 years and paying everything at once. 4 years at the reduced rate would be 480,000 yuan. He asked Ding to remove another 30,000 and sign for a single payment of exactly 450,000. Ding repeated the number in shock. He owed the bank exactly 450,000 and was being hounded for it. Chen's unreadable smile made him feel exposed, yet no other tenant would pay so generously up front. Before caution returned, Ding agreed. Only 40 minutes later, the contract was signed, and everyone rushed to the bank. Zhang transferred the full amount on the spot. The deposit alert finally let Ding breathe again, though the college students' hundreds of thousands left him wondering what kind of family stood behind her. Outside the bank, Ding handed over the storefront keys, water card, electricity card, and the remaining materials, then drove away. Zhang released a long breath. Their startup finally had a home. Beaming at her partners, she declared the first step complete and announced a celebration. Li Chunjiao said Zhang had looked so impressive paying that she wanted another lottery ticket. Jiang Meng crushed the fantasy. She had recently spent several thousand yuan on tickets and recovered only a tiny prize worth a few dozen. Liu Dan was less playful. How had Zhang won 2 million yuan grand prizes in succession plus so many other prizes? Zhang glanced at Chen, pointed to her left eye and claimed her eyelid had twitched wildly, so she bought tickets blindly. Liu remained unconvinced. Zhang ended the interrogation with a practical truth. If lottery tickets offered a sustainable future, she would not be building a business. From now on, the four sisters would earn with their own hands. She invited everyone to a good lunch, then directed them toward the afternoon's work. After the alliance's celebratory lunch, Chen Mu and Zhang Xinyan returned to their rented apartment. The door had barely closed before restraint vanished. Clothes marked a trail across the living room, and the couple disappeared into the bedroom for an intimate hour. An hour later, they lay close beneath the bedding. Zhang looked beyond the day's storefront work and pictured their future, Chen serving at the Municipal Police Bureau after graduation, while she built a company of her own. He agreed without hesitation. When Zhang asked whether he truly believed she could make a fortune, Chen said yes, but his wandering hands made the answer sound suspiciously perfunctory. Laughing and protesting, she ordered him to behave. She had a serious business question. Zhang named Dandan, Meng, and Chen Jiao. Chen considered them carefully rather than offering blanket approval. Li Chunjiao came first. After meeting her that day, his immediate impression was that the straightforward, slightly chubby girl was genuinely loyal. Zhang twisted around and accused him of studying Chen Jiao too closely after only one meeting. Chen laughed. Why would he stare at a heartless little fatty, he asked, when his girlfriend was a bright, sunny white swan? The compliment dissolved her jealousy into giggles. Chen's judgment of Jiang Meng was more reserved. He did not tell Zhang to reject her, only to keep the relationship at the level of normal friends. Li earned openness, Jiang earned ordinary trust. Liu Dan, however, required a much harder look. Chen reminded Zhang that Liu Dan had asked her to choose among 3 suitors. To him, that suggested the potential of a female player and values unlike Zhang's. Zhang objected gently. Whatever Liu's romantic life looked like, she had treated Zhang well. And Chen asked about Liu's necklace. Zhang thought it was a pretty high-end replica because Liu had said it cost little. Chen corrected her. The stone was a genuine top-tier white diamond, and the necklace was worth at least 80 or 90,000. Zhang could not reconcile a necklace that valuable with Liu's repeated claims of poverty. Chen pulled her close and gave his final advice. Trust Li openly, remain normal friends with Jiang, but keep a guard up around Liu. This time, Zhang fell silent in thought. Silence did not last. Chen resumed his shameless treasure hunting, and Zhang warned that they still had to reach the warehouse. When he refused to release her, she retaliated in kind. Their teasing reignited the afternoon's flames before work finally reclaimed them. At the storefront, Chen took stock of his own resources while the startup work continued. The lightning struck peachwood frames, several pendants cut from the leftover wood, and the ancient bronze weapon should keep his eyes supplied with energy for quite some time. Footsteps belonged to Liu Dan. Wearing the same valuable necklace, she approached with a seductive smile and reminded Chen not to forget tomorrow's 4-person date. He gave the only answer that mattered. If Yan was free, then he was free. Liu called him a high-quality man who knew how to care for a girl's emotions. Chen answered with a dry laugh and nothing more. Internally, his judgment had not softened. The less contact he had with this practiced player, the better. Complaining about the heat, Liu tugged at her neckline and cried out as though the necklace had scratched her. Chen turned at the sound, then immediately withdrew his gaze. Her blush and knowing smile made the performance obvious. As she sauntered inside, his brow furrowed. And the connection struck him. The tattoo shop linked to Liu was called God's Hand Tattoo Studio. Chen pulled out his phone and found its exact location. He now had a distant target and enough energy to test whether his evolving eyes could reach it. Chen drew the ancient bronze dagger from his backpack and gripped it as an energy source. The idea was audacious. Activate super long-range vision, then force layered perspective into it. If the two abilities combined, distance and solid walls might cease to matter together. His visual range stretched farther and farther until the first building cut across the line of sight. Chen concentrated until every other thought vanished. Perspective, perspective, perspective. At one critical instant, his entire body jolted as the two fields pressed against the same barrier. Barrier vanished. Ultra-long range vision and layered perspective had fused, and Chen Mu could now see through the city to God's Hand tattoo studio, at least 5 kilometers away. The rush was incredible. Distance and solid walls had stopped being separate limits. And the client on the tattoo bed looked familiar. Chen stared and nearly swore aloud. It was Liu Guangai lying there while a spider lily tattoo was finished on his butt. The friend Chen had explicitly warned had gone through with it for a date. Calling now would accomplish nothing. The tattoo was almost complete. Worse, this was the same unexplained mark carried by Zhang Xiao and lawyer Kaio Yan. Chen could not prove what it meant, but 3 connected bearers were no coincidence, and nothing about the pattern felt harmless. Chen inspected the tattoo artist, the lively young cashier, the counter, and every visible corner. Nothing stood out. Perhaps this truly was an ordinary shop reproducing a design it did not understand. That possibility was reassuring, but it left the real source of the mark untouched. "What are you looking at?" Jiang Meng asked beside him. Chen snapped his vision back and claimed he was merely looking around. Looking around at what? Nothing. But hadn't he just admitted he was looking around? Her circular questioning left him with no safe answer. Chen tried to turn the moment into a joke. Jiang Meng studied him, decided he was not evil yet, and walked away with a warning. Hold that thing less, or he might truly become evil. The casual certainty in her voice erased every trace of humor. Chen knew the dagger was wrong because layered perspective showed liquid moving inside it, and its field felt deeply unpleasant. Jiang Meng had no such explanation. Combined with her mastery of modern killing techniques in 7 languages, her warning made one question impossible to ignore. What did her family do? Storefront soon became a working command center. The 4 women measured space, sorted stock, identified customers, planned accounts, and discussed procurement. Zhang Xinyan led every stage and supplied many of the strongest ideas. Watching her direct the operation, Chen realized her business ambitions were not empty boasting. They finally stopped after 7 and 8 dinner together. Outside the restaurant, everyone waved goodbye. Chen and Zhang returned to their rental, washed up, and gave in to their attraction again. By the time they collapsed onto the bed, both fell asleep almost immediately. Sunday belonged to Liu Guang and Liu Dan. Chen and Zhang accompanied them, but Chen mostly watched without interest. Liu Dan was the opposite, animated, excited, and plainly enjoying herself with Liu Guang. Whatever doubts surrounded her, the 2 of them seemed to be making real progress. Monday morning brought a different kind of appointment. At the university gate, Zhang Xiao confronted Chen from a car positioned in the flow of arriving students. The weekend's ordinary warmth disappeared at once. Their unfinished struggle had come directly to campus. Chen calmly reminded her of his promise. If she ever used Zhang Xinyan to threaten him, he would destroy everything she had. Zhang Xiao curled her lips and said she remembered. Good. Then he would wait for the day she finally cried and repented before him. Yang laughed that, had she known he was this arrogant, she would never have taken off her clothes before him. Chen answered that it was not her clothes she had discarded, but her shame. For once she had no reply, until he pointed out that her car was blocking the school gate. Jiang took a breath and turned icy. She promised Chen a surprise and warned him not to be all talk. Then she accelerated into traffic. Watching the car vanish, Chen's confidence gave way to a heavy question. What had she already set in motion, and would Jiang Minjuan stop it in time? Zhang Xiao's threat followed Chen Mu straight into class. While the lecture continued around him, he sent message after message. Beside him, his girlfriend Zhang Xinyan watched in silence, waiting until he finally sighed and put away his phone. Chen asked whether she wanted to know who Jiang was. Zhang admitted she did and gently asked if something had happened between them. He denied it, stroked her hair, and promised to explain everything, but only after the matter had a result. Zhang guessed that it concerned the Municipal Police Bureau. When Chen confirmed it, she agreed not to press him. Then she linked her arm through his and asked for one tiny exception, haltingly returning to the sight of Jiang undressing before him. Chen cheerfully confirmed that Jiang had taken off her clothes. Before Zhang could sink, he added that he had invented an excuse about buying a condom and fled. Relief transformed her face. She declared that she trusted him, whatever he chose to do. Chen drew Zhang into his arms, yet his mind stayed on Jiang's promised surprise. He had no family or relatives left. Zhang was the only person who could be used against him, and she was right beside him, inside a crowded university in broad daylight. 2-hour lecture crawled past. During the break, Liu Guangai's messages replaced Chen's darker thoughts with breathless gossip. Liu had taken Liu Dan back late the previous night, ended up at a hotel with her, and been told they could only cuddle. Liu demanded that Chen guess what happened the next morning. Chen told him to stop playing games and simply say it. Liu pleaded that refusing to play along would ruin his excitement. Fighting the urge to throw his phone away, Chen finally indulged him. The answer came in a flood. Liu Dan had noticed his arousal after waking, and the intimacy he had hoped for finally happened. Liu was so excited that he could barely form sentences. Chen understood the madness. He remembered being overwhelmed after his own first time with Zhang. And Liu became sincere. Life suddenly seemed full of promise, and if Liu Dan agreed to be his girlfriend, he swore he would spoil her endlessly. Chen smiled and called that the attitude of a real man. For one moment, the vulgar boasting sounded like devotion. Liu almost began describing Liu Dan's private reactions, then mercifully stopped. Chen broke into a cold sweat at the thought of ever facing them again. When Liu Dan returned, Liu ended the chat with one last shameless compliment about her figure. Bang! A wooden stick as thick as an arm dropped past Chen's nose and smashed into his desk. The impact snapped it in two. Students in front screamed and scattered as Chen recoiled, every hair on his body rising at how narrowly the blow had missed. Chen sprang up and stared into the aisle. The attacker was Liu Guang, but not the friend from the messages. His eyes were bloodshot, his forehead veins bulged, and his face twisted with murderous rage. Cursing Chen, he raised the broken half-stick again. Before Chen could process any of it, Zhang moved. Her fierce protective instinct took over. She rushed Liu and shoved him aside. He lost his balance, and the descending stick smashed into the desk in front instead of Chen's skull. Liu recovered and turned his bloodshot glare on Zhang. He spat the same death threat and swung at her. The courage that had saved Chen gave way to fear. Zhang screamed and covered her head. From the podium, Yang Wenqing shouted and sprinted toward them. Yang was too late. Rage had driven Liu's reactions beyond normal speed, and the wooden half-stick was already above Zhang's head. In that instant, Chen's panic reached a breaking point. The classroom, the attacker, and the falling weapon slowed almost to a standstill before his eyes. Half-stick hung only centimeters from Zhang Xinyan's forehead. Chen Mu had no time to question Liu's motive. His mind emptied, leaving one desperate command: stop the weapon. At the peak of that focus, weak-point strike vision layered itself over the frozen world of slow-motion vision. A grid crawled across the wood. One point flashed with a red X. Chen moved before thought could interfere. He stepped in front of Zhang, seized the top of the half-stick, and drew back his left fist toward the marked weakness. His fist smashed into the red X pop. The solid square wood burst apart, spraying splinters through the aisle. Pain lanced through Chen's hand, and normal time slammed back into place. Released from the struggle over the weapon, Liu lost his balance and stumbled. Students could not even explain when Chen had moved in front of Zhang. To them, he had caught a solid wooden weapon almost casually and broken it with one punch. It looked like an action movie stunt performed at arm's length, and it was undeniably cool. Yang Wenqing did not waste the opening. Afraid Liu might attack again, she stepped behind him, bent low, and locked both arms around his waist. One powerful back-arch throw sent Liu tracing an arc through the air. He struck the floor with a dull thud and screamed. Silence swallowed the classroom. Chen crouched in front of him and demanded to know why he had attacked them. Liu stared back in furious confusion. Attacked them? He had only come to borrow money. Why had teacher Yang thrown him the instant he arrived, and since when could she perform a move like that? Chen, Zhang, and Yang went speechless. 20 minutes later, Liu sat in the Yanbei University infirmary with Chen, Zhang, Yang, and Liu Dan nearby. His memory stopped at entering the classroom and being thrown. The fall had slightly fractured his nasal bone, yet the square indentations across his palms proved he had gripped the weapon exactly as everyone described. School doctor found only 2 odd signs beyond the injury. Liu's eyes remained heavily bloodshot, and his heart was racing. The infirmary had testing equipment and laboratory facilities, but every ordinary check failed to expose a cause. Ghost possession sounded absurd. Hypnosis no longer did. No one knew what to say. Liu Dan had come to see him, but the unanswered violence and talk of possession or hypnosis left the room painfully strained. At last, she made an excuse and left. The others remained with a problem that ordinary medicine could not name. Chen could not accept a random mental episode. The classroom had been full of people, yet Liu had singled out Chen and Zhang with murderous precision. That choice meant something. Liu had not simply lost control, he had behaved like a weapon aimed by someone else. Then Chen remembered Zhang Jiao's promise that a surprise was coming. Was this it? If she had controlled Liu, had she used hypnosis, or something far more underhanded? The timing fit too well, but one question resisted him. Why choose Liu Guang as the instrument? The answer struck Chen, Liu's spider lily tattoo. He had assumed the recurring flower was merely a sign representing some hidden force. But what if the mark was not just membership? What if it was the means by which that force reached into a person and took control? Theory also explained Kaio Yan. Even after Chen warned her about Jiang, the lawyer had still fallen victim to Jiang's bone-knitting herb. Kaio Yan bore the same spider lily mark. If that mark could override resistance, both impossible incidents followed one rule. Chen felt at last that his hand was closing around the truth. After the confusion at the infirmary, Yang Wenqing was not ready to let the matter rest. At her office door, she told Zhang Xinyan to sit down, summoned Chen Mu outside, and led him to the window at the far end of the corridor. Yang asked for the truth. Did Chen have any conflict with Liu Guang? Chen answered no without hesitation. Whatever had driven that attack, it had not grown out of an argument, a grudge, or any hostility Chen knew about. He opened the WeChat conversation from that morning and handed over his phone. He and Liu had exchanged perfectly ordinary messages only an hour before the assault. Yang read every line carefully. Instead of relaxing, she frowned even harder. Chen asked whether she truly believed Liu was mentally ill. Yang did not. Liu's target had been frighteningly specific, and when he entered, even Yang's calls could not reach him. To her, that blank, selective state looked less like madness and more like hypnosis. Chen joked that this was not a movie. Yang wished it were. Movies were fake. Liu's attack was real. Then she changed direction abruptly and asked whether Chen had business with the Municipal Police Bureau. His silence answered before his mouth could. One awkward scratch of Chen's head confirmed everything. Yang erupted. He was only a freshman, so what was the Bureau dragging him into? As her indignation turned toward making a call, Chen panicked, reached out, and caught her hand before she could act. Yang assured him she was not calling, then dryly asked why he was still holding on. Chen released her at once, embarrassed. He had been too nervous to notice. Heat touched Yang's face as well, and her eyes flicked toward the office door. Zhang was only worried, yet Yang felt as if she and Chen had been caught in an affair. Her parents had spent days calling about him as though he were truly her boyfriend. She could not bring herself to correct them, but leaving it alone was hardly proper. At last, Yang asked the question Chen had hoped to avoid. How had he stopped Liu? His reactions normally looked completely ordinary, yet he had caught a full-force swing in his bare hand, then punched the square stick cleanly in half. Yang had inspected the weapon herself. It was 100% solid hardwood, as thick as an arm. Even a hammer would need the wood braced in a heavy blow. Chen could only blink and say he hit it, and it broke. True, but spectacularly unhelpful. As Yang walked ahead, Chen trailed behind with his phone, trying to solve a different mystery, her temper. He searched whether lacking sex, marriage, or childbirth made a woman enter menopause earlier. The medical answer was an unequivocal no. Chen's conclusion was immediate. Teacher Yang was not menopausal. Then why was an unmarried woman in her early 30s so irritable? He typed the far less diplomatic version, calling her an old virgin, and hovered over send, unaware that his privacy had vanished. Every hair on Chen's body rose. Was that killing intent? He looked up and found Yang beside him, neck craned toward the screen. She had seen everything. He did not need eye contact. Violence flashed unmistakably through her classical peach blossom eyes. Chen bolted. He shot into the office, seized the bewildered Zhang Xinyan, and sprinted away with her before Yang could say a word. Yang remained in the corridor, utterly expressionless. Only the sharp popping of her cracking knuckles betrayed what awaited him later. By noon, Chen Mu and his girlfriend Zhang Xinyan had escaped into a corner of the university cafeteria for lunch. Their quiet conversation ended when Liu Dan arrived with her tray, sat close beside Zhang, and anxiously asked what had happened to Liu Guang. He had called her again. She had been too frightened to answer. Chen had no answer. In the infirmary, Tag Vision had found nothing abnormal on Liu Guang. Perhaps the condition only appeared during an attack, like a heart problem that left a normal reading between episodes. Chen had been too busy stopping Liu's violence to scan him at the critical moment. His best diagnostic chance was gone. Zhang wrapped an arm around Liu Dan's waist and told her not to panic. If Liu Guang called again, she should answer. She did not need to confront him, she only needed to listen. What did he want? Where was he? What had he decided to do? Even fear could be turned into information. Liu Dan insisted that Liu Guang had been perfectly fine that morning. His later change had been so abrupt that she compared it to a rabies attack. The wording stirred Chen's suspicion. He quietly activated Tag Vision on her. Nothing had changed. Liu Dan carried no visible abnormal condition either, yet the spider lily tattoo still troubled him. Chen could not exactly ask to inspect such a private tattoo at lunch. The puzzle followed him as he left. Once he was gone, Liu Dan watched him go and sighed that Zhang and Chen were enviable. Why could she not meet someone like him? She had thought Liu Guang was promising, but now she could not even finish the thought. Zhang asked whether Liu Dan truly cared this much about Liu Guang. Cornered, Liu Dan confessed. They had slept together that morning. They had returned late and taken a hotel room, supposedly only to cuddle and sleep. Liu had still been under observation. But in the morning, Liu Dan admitted with a red face she had been the one who lost restraint and initiated it. Liu Dan began offering increasingly private details, including that Liu had recovered from an embarrassingly quick start and become vigorous several times afterward. Zhang stopped her before the description became anatomical. One fact mattered. Had Liu acted abnormal at any point? Liu Dan answered immediately, absolutely not. If he had, she would never have continued. That certainty did not comfort Liu Dan. She muttered that now she felt infected with the same rabies. Zhang nudged her and objected. Liu Guang's condition had not been identified, and calling it rabies only made the fear worse. The women were left with a clean morning timeline, a frightening later attack, and no confirmed cause. At the hospital's special ward, Kaio Yan waited inside while Zhang Minjuan and Dr. Zhou remained beyond the door. Before Chen entered, Zhang pointed at his pocket and ordered him to start a phone call and leave it connected. Zhang needed to monitor what Kaio said from outside. Chen asked if Zhang did not trust him. Irritated, Zhang said he was monitoring Kaio, not Chen. More importantly, cleverness did not guarantee that Chen would notice every detail. Major cases were often broken by something inconspicuous. Chen could listen in person, Zhang could listen from behind, and afterward they would connect what each had caught. Hearing that Zhang meant to pass on his experience, Chen immediately straightened and addressed him respectfully as Director Zhang. He dialed Zhang's number, confirmed the connection, and slipped the phone into his pocket. Then he turned, crossed the threshold, and entered the special ward alone. Once Chen was inside, Zhou quietly asked whether Zhang's impressive speech had been genuine or merely a way to manage him. Zhang looked up, surprised that she doubted him. Zhou answered only with a pursed-lip smile. Her silence invited the truth now that the young man could no longer hear them directly. Zhang chuckled and shook his head. Every word had been true. He genuinely admired Chen Mu. With whatever strength remained in his life, he wanted to support that young man. Perhaps Chen would become someone who shocked everyone. Zhou said nothing, but her expression agreed. Chen was not merely clever. To both of them, he was exceptionally special. Inside Kaio Yan's private ward, the early autumn air conditioning made the room unnaturally cold. Disinfectant hung in the silence. Chen Mu approached the bed and found the once sharp lawyer half reclining there, her hair disheveled, and her closed eyes framed by a face exhausted from poison. Kaio Yan softly asked whether he knew why she had summoned him. Chen said no and activated tag vision. The results were brutal. Fear, severe reproductive damage from the toxins, survival instinct at 100%, killing intent toward Zhang Xiao up 1000%, a scheme against Chen, and total attention fixed on him. And Chen froze. Among all those new labels, one old tag had vanished, Kaio Yan's spider lily tattoo. He checked again, then a third time. Nothing. The mark that tied her to the hidden network was no longer visible even as information. Had someone removed it or had something stranger happened? Chen asked Kaio Yan to turn onto her side. She stared at him, baffled, and demanded a reason. His patience ran out. He stepped forward, supported her weakened body, and urged her to turn over. Mistaking his insistence for concern, she flushed and assured him she could move without his help. Chen activated layered perspective, using the second eye mode as a physical check. The answer shocked him more than the awkward view. The spider lily tattoo truly was gone. There was no discoloration, scar, or trace that a laser had removed it. The skin at its former location was completely unmarked. Kaio Yan abruptly looked back and demanded to know what he was doing. Chen claimed it was nothing, settled her onto her back, and retreated. She studied him, then asked the obvious question. Had he really been helping her turn, or had he been staring at her butt? Chen abandoned the excuse and called for business. Kaio Yan shifted from embarrassment to psychological attack. Chen's confidence in Zhang Xiao, she implied, was naive. She had known Yiao for years, yet had never seen her show sexual impulses before Chen appeared. To Kaio Yan, that unprecedented response was not proof of ordinary love. It was something he should distrust. From her self-appointed superior perspective, Kaio Yan sneered that men were pitiful animals ruled by their lower bodies. Chen answered with shameless bluntness. The last time he met Yiao, only forgetting to buy a condom had stopped them from having sex. The crude certainty punctured Kaio Yan's carefully staged lecture. Outside the ward, Zhang Minjuan heard every word and went rigid. Had Chen and his adopted daughter really gone that far? If Yiao were still the good little girl he remembered, he might have welcomed Chen with an old father's relief. Instead, suspicion and duty forced him to keep listening like an investigator. Back inside, Kaio Yan sharpened her point. Sleeping with a woman did not mean she loved him. Suppose Kaio Yan herself offered to do it right now and promised him a mature woman's pleasure, would he conclude that she had fallen in love? The question was meant to expose his naivete and place temptation within reach. Chen blinked and asked only whether she could really do it with him now. When Kaio Yan said yes, he innocently asked why she wanted to. The lawyer faltered. One careless analogy had become an apparent proposition, and Chen pressed the advantage. Had she summoned him because she wanted to sleep with him? Chen repeated the question with perfect innocence. Was that the real reason she had called him here? Kaio Yan snapped that he was crazy, turned her face away, and refused to look at him. Her warning had failed to control the exchange, but her hidden scheme remained. She still had not revealed the business she wanted. Still embarrassed by Chen's innocent counterattack, Kaio Yan finally returned to her purpose. She wanted to make a deal. Chen asked what kind, then glanced above her head. Tag vision supplied the answer before she did. She intended to hook him with an irresistible temptation. Kaio tried to sit up, but her weakened arms failed. She asked Chen to help. Another tag clarified the tactic, used the body of a mature woman to lower his resistance. Chen supported her arm and carefully raised her, already warned about what she intended. The instant Kaio sat upright, she swayed into Chen's arms and claimed she was dizzy and cold. Then she seized his hand and pressed it to her chest. Her tag offered an absurd theory about maternal associations weakening young men. Chen broke into a cold sweat. Chen hurriedly withdrew and returned to his chair, acting flustered while privately admitting that Kaio was dangerously practiced. He refused to approach the bed again. Then he took out the phone carrying Zhang Minjuan's monitored call, set it aside, and disconnected it. Outside the room, Zhang Minjuan stared at the dead connection. He immediately understood that Kaio had detected the monitoring and wanted privacy for something illegal. He could interrupt before she compromised Chen or trust the young man. After a rapid calculation, Zhang chose trust. Back inside, Kaio was delighted by Chen's apparent embarrassment. Her tag declared him basically manipulated and predicted he would accept her if she offered herself. Chen silently mocked that confidence. Then her plan sharpened. Because he cared for Zhang Xiao, she would destroy Jiang's image first. Kaio began with a name, Lin Feng, founder of the Black Empire. Her account recast Zhang Minjuan's past as a long police infiltration beside the criminal leader. Chen listened without dropping his act, waiting to learn why that dead man mattered to Zhang Xiao. 5 years later, Kaio said, the Black Empire collapsed and Lin Feng was shot dead. Zhang Minjuan secretly took away Lin's 3-year-old biological daughter and raised her. That child was Zhang Xiao. The revelation joined the righteous detective's adoption to the empire he had destroyed. Chen refused to condemn Jiang for her bloodline. The Zhang Xiao he knew was beautiful, intelligent, and separate from her biological father. Kaio answered that the connection might not have mattered before, but it did now. Then she asked about the Zio Wang village massacre. Chen's shock told Kaio he had made the connection. She claimed Zhang Xiao had orchestrated the massacre from behind the scenes. With an IQ of 150, Jiang had supposedly used a little trickery to make Wang Jiankun volunteer as her expendable cannon fodder. Kaio went further. Lin Feng's Black Empire had been revived, its desperate criminals gathered again under Zhang Xiao. An unknown partner had helped her become a hidden new generation godfather. Chen's eyes lit up. Unknown to Kaio, he already had a name for that shadow. Partner, Spider Lily. Chen Mu wanted the identity behind Zhang Xiao's label. Partner, Spider Lily. Kaio could not name the person. She only claimed that this partner had revealed the truth about Lin Feng, then pushed Zhang toward poisoning her adoptive father and reclaiming the Black Empire. That overturned Chen's earlier theory. Kaio was not the instigator he had imagined. She was another tool, disposable despite her public status. He brought the conversation back to the point and demanded evidence rather than trusting her story. Kaio said she had evidence, but Chen's eyes exposed the hook. She wanted him to activate something called the Cleaner. It would kill Chen first, Zhang Xiao second, and leave Kaio free because Zhang Minjuan knew too little to implicate her. For a moment, Chen was speechless. Kaio had summoned him because she believed Jiang had shared dangerous secrets with him. Walking away would keep him alive, but it would also waste his chance to learn how the Cleaner worked. So he hid what his eyes had revealed. Kaio told him to send her the material. She would select whatever could destroy Jiang beyond recovery. Chen asked why he should not simply give everything to the Municipal Police Bureau. Kaio answered that some of it harmed her, and those pieces would disappear first. In return, Chen could expose Jiang, claim meritorious service, and let Kaio help remove Zhang Minjuan. She even promised him a management position in the Bureau immediately after university. The price was obvious: protect Kaio, betray his mentor, and let her reshape the case. And Kaio lowered the blanket. She offered herself, her money, and the prestige of an elite lawyer backing him through university. Chen could imagine the fantasy: financial freedom, social power, and Kaio's lifeline in his hands. For someone else, the gamble might have been irresistible. It was tempting, and Chen admitted that to himself. But he could only enjoy the thought. The evidence probably did not exist, and if it did, Kaio would never leave it exposed. Rejecting her now gained nothing, so he decided to appear interested and keep fishing. When Chen leaned closer and pressed her, Kaio hesitated. Another label refreshed. Her willingness to groom him had increased by 80%. She was considering turning an enemy into someone she could control and bind through sex. Chen found her confidence baffling, but kept asking for the evidence. Chen said he was in a hurry because justice should not be late. Kaio countered that justice could arrive late as long as it arrived eventually. He called that nonsense. Justice that never arrived in time was only hindsight, and he demanded that she finally answer. Kaio sent him to an antique-style eco-hotel in the suburbs called Prince Pinksy's Mansion. At its front desk, he was to recite, "The Tathagatas of the 10 directions hold this mantra heart, subduing all demons and controlling all external paths." He completed it. Yin demons are extinguished, heavenly demons are shattered, powerful ghosts and gods are stripped of their souls and flee. Kaio insisted it meant nothing. It was merely a password that exchanged words for an item. Chen understood the real exchange. Speak it, and the other side would probably kill him. The moment Chen Mu left Kaio Yan's hospital room, Zhang Minjuan approached him. Chen hurried the director into a quiet corner and whispered through the entire bargain, including the hotel, the scripture password, and the death trap he suspected behind them. Chen then asked how Jiang explained Kaio's claim that she had dirt on him. Jiang did not flinch. He accepted the questioning and even invited Chen to report the allegation to the bureau. Satisfied, Chen patted his arm and admitted he had only been bluffing to see whether Jiang would panic. Chen's real concern was the supposed evidence. What if Kaio had never given him a retrieval password at all? He proposed that the scripture might be an activation code, a clearance phrase designed to make him unlock the lethal mechanism with his own voice. Chen mapped out the trap. Kaio lacked confidence that the police could convict her, so she could send Chen to trigger the killer himself. He would die on the spot. The same mechanism, or whoever answered it, would then silence Zhang Xinyan, leaving both liabilities gone and Kaio free to rest easy. Jiang stared at Chen with open revulsion. Chen blinked and asked what was wrong. Jiang said it was fortunate the boy was not a criminal suspect. Otherwise, hearing him devise something so sinister would make the back of Jiang's neck go cold. Chen could only open his mouth, speechless. They filtered every piece of information Kaio had supplied. Only then did Jiang let Chen go. Jiang stayed behind making calls and deploying resources, with one order taking priority: investigate the suburban Pinxi Prince Mansion Eco Hotel before anyone risked speaking the password there. Chen left the municipal hospital and immediately took a taxi across Yanbei. His destination was Fortune Bird Fitness Center, perched on the top floor of a 5A luxury office building in the core CBD. The police operation receded behind him as glass towers filled the window. The top floor, Chen looked through Fortune Bird's entrance and could only think, good heavens. The decoration was extravagant. Even the front desk resembled a five-star hotel. Stranger still, many patrons came and went in masks and hats, as though this gym's clientele had reasons not to be recognized. Security guards stepped out and completely blocked him. Chen was 1.8 meters tall, yet still had to look up. The man had to be around 2 meters, with a build so enormous Chen imagined he could fit inside it with room left over. In a muffled voice, the guard asked what he needed. Chen smiled and asked whether he could look around. Lei answered by pointing to an electronic display showing the interior. If looking was all Chen wanted, the screen was enough. Chen tried again, asking to experience the environment. Lei remained expressionless. Fortune Bird was membership only and did not accept casual walk-ins. Threshold came with a 50,000 yuan deposit. Chen could barely believe a gym demanded that much before even discussing service. Lei saw his hesitation and dismissed him. Unless he intended to apply, he should leave and stop peeking. When Chen stayed put, Lei added that he would not mind carrying him downstairs. Chen looked straight at him and said he would pay. Lei froze, asked whether he was certain, then transformed completely when Chen confirmed it. The contempt vanished behind a broad smile. He introduced himself as Lei Pao, called Chen, Mr. Chen, and promised to take him directly to customer service to discuss membership and private coaching. While raising his phone, Chen casually asked what a year of membership and private coaching would cost. Lei estimated nearly 700,000 yuan. Chen's hand shook so hard he almost dropped the phone. Lei explained, 129,000 for the annual card, plus 3,500 per coaching session, about 546,000 more at 3 sessions each week. Chen stared at the figures and asked the only reasonable question, did exercising here make people immortal? Lei laughed and called him humorous, still holding out the payment code. Chen studied it, then asked whether there would be an invoice. Lei's face darkened at once and he immediately put away his phone. After challenging Lei Pao about the invoice, Chen Mu still gritted his teeth and paid the 50,000 yuan deposit. The gatekeeper who had blocked him now escorted him through Fortune Bird, all the way toward a private reception room. On the way, Chen caught a glimpse of the equipment area. It was spacious, immaculate, and packed with gleaming high-end machines. Even the personal trainers matched the decor. Every man and woman wore the same tight, conspicuously sexy uniform. Then Chen saw a male trainer teaching an older woman a straight-arm pull-down. They were pressed front to back, and the client looked delighted by the close-contact lesson. So that was the point of the leggings. Chen decided he had seen enough and looked away. A membership worker soon entered in an ultra-short miniskirt, heavy makeup, and provocative styling. She and Chen froze at the same instant. It was Lin Feifei, his former classmate. Their first words were identical in meaning. Why was the other person here? Lin immediately turned around and questioned Lei Pao outside. Only after he confirmed that Chen had truly paid did she return, reluctant and silent. Chen watched her sit down and asked whether she had dropped out rather than transferred schools. Lin refused to discuss school and forced herself into customer service mode. The sweetness in her voice was so unnatural that it gave Chen goosebumps. She rolled her eyes and mimed vomiting as soon as the performance ended. Mused, Chen crossed his legs and asked whether she intended to keep the baby. Lin physically shuddered. She glared at him and whispered that he must not talk nonsense here. That reaction told him everything. She was hiding the pregnancy from Fortune Bird. Lin demanded to know whether he had come specifically to torture her, then cursed at him. Chen's smile vanished. One more insult, he warned, and he would report her. Lin swallowed the explosion, took a long breath, and tried to regain control. Chen told her to smile. Lin nearly erupted again until he mentioned her manager. At last, she produced a painfully soft customer service smile and asked whether that was enough. She regretted every day, she said, that she had ever chosen him as a target. Chen admitted that humiliating her was fun, then unexpectedly praised her for truly loving Zhang. Lin rejected that idea at once. She had wanted an abortion. Zhang had begged over his child, and his parents were willing to pay. She refused to dress those practical pressures up as romance. Chen finally told her to sign him up. He explained that after she left school, he had won a large lottery prize. Lin's eyes lit up immediately. Had he won several million? No, Chen said, 1 million. Lin's face fell. After taxes, she calculated that prize meant only 8 or 900,000. Why waste it showing off here instead of living properly? Chen scratched his head. Beneath all the contempt, was she actually looking out for him? Lin denied caring. She called herself a fallen phoenix and admitted she was hardly better off than him now. Even so, she began packing the documents and offered to ask Lei Pao for his deposit back. Then her warning sharpened. Chen belonged at the bottom, not in this social class. Chen thanked her for the harsh advice, unpleasant as it sounded, but said he still wanted the membership. Then he opened his banking interface and held out the phone. Lin frowned, leaned closer, and shuddered. The documents clattered onto the coffee table as she stared at row after row of zeros. The balance on Chen Mu's phone was not merely impressive. It was nearly 10 million yuan. Lin Feifei stared at the formerly penniless freshman and felt the social order she trusted turn upside down. He remembered the poor boy who had once smeared rice soup across her face over a meal. If she had approached him later, perhaps she could have kept her beauty, her parents' money, her other hookups, and still enjoyed Chen's devotion. The fantasy was shameless, but its loss felt unfair to her. Lin abruptly began sobbing and wiping her eyes. Chen merely tilted his head and reminded her that they were there to register. Then she spotted the surveillance camera. Mortified by the explanation she might owe later, she swallowed her emotions, reopened the form, and asked for his decision again. Asked which tier he wanted, Chen chose the cheapest. A cold glint crossed Lin's eyes. She casually tempted him with the highest tier's private instructor, insisting that, for someone with his balance, a little over 100,000 more per year was hardly worth refusing. Chen had intended to ignore the luxury pitch. Then one profile stopped him, Zhang Yulan. The name Aunt Jiang had probably used was Zhang Xinyan. Only one character separated them. Chen's heart accelerated as a dangerous hope formed. Could the two women be sisters? The possibility hit him so hard that his vision darkened and his throat went dry. Lin started asking whether he was all right, but Chen cut across her. Pointing directly at Zhang Yulan's photograph, he said he wanted this instructor. Lin asked whether he was certain. Chen said yes. She warned that she would really process the highest tier package. He told her to do it. The answers came so quickly that Lin could only stare, convinced that something about his behavior had suddenly become strange. Whatever had caused the change, the sale promised Lin a substantial commission. As she worked, the reversal gnawed at her. Chen had entered university as an unknown poor freshman. Now he would be served as one of Fu Guineo's most privileged clients, while she completed his forms from the other side of the table. Half an hour later, the black gold card was his. The one-year price was 1.065 million yuan. Chen paid without blinking. Lin could not understand how someone newly rich could spend so freely, but the payment was complete. Zhang Yulan was now his assigned path into the center's highest tier. Payment triggered an immediate change in treatment. A formal service team entered the reception room, led by a middle-aged woman in a small suit jacket. Before Chen could adjust, the room had shifted from an ordinary sales appointment into a ceremony built around him. Yao Meiyun waved Lin out as casually as if dismissing a servant. Then she turned to Chen, bowed, and introduced herself as Fu Guineo's customer assurance director. Her team, she explained, would present every privilege and experience attached to his new black gold card. Only then did Chen grasp the scale of his impulse. The sight of Zhang Yulan's name had carried him into a 1.065 million yuan commitment, and the black gold card was clearly more than gym access. Faced with an executive and an entire service team, the freshman suddenly had no idea how to behave. Embarrassment could wait. If Zhang Yulan truly had any connection to Aunt Jiang, the expense might buy Chen the first useful lead he had found. He gritted his teeth, drew a steadying breath, and nodded to Yao. Go ahead. He would listen and finally learn what Fu Guineo gave its most privileged members. Yao Meiyun's orientation lasted 2 full hours. Chen Mu sat in Fu Guineo's reception room and listened in mounting disbelief. At last, he understood the saying about never describing ice to a summer insect. This level of luxury lay completely outside the life he had known. Only 50 black gold cards existed in all of Yanbei City. More staggering still, anyone Chen met while using one would be someone earning at least 50 million yuan a year. His card was not merely expensive. It was an entry badge to a circle of wealth he had never approached. Every quarter, the club gathered those members behind closed doors. The program sounded less like gym recreation than private diplomacy. Wine tasting, fully booked golf, a single high-end banquet table, and an overseas sports trip, all arranged for a tiny and carefully protected circle. Even the details were absurdly rare. A winery owner would personally guide them through vintages not yet on the market. The golf course would be reserved in full. A Michelin-starred chef would prepare one table for only those few members. Nothing was public, crowded, or ordinary. The club would even arrange golf and anti-aging treatment in Switzerland, or diving and underwater training in the Maldives. That settled it for Chen. Fuguinea was not simply a fitness center. It was a top private club that used health as the doorway into an elite world. Fitness privileges were just as controlled. Chen never needed the building's public elevators. A separate passage checked both iris and fingerprint, then opened an exclusive elevator running directly to the black gold area. Wealth here did not merely buy comfort, it bought separation. The black gold zone was physically isolated from ordinary members, and no more than 8 people would be inside at once. There was almost no social pressure, no competition for space, and no loss of privacy. Then came the most personal benefit, a 5-person team dedicated to Chen's health. Zhang Xinyan's profile was startlingly exact. She was 29 years old, 172 centimeters tall, and weighed 58 kilograms, with 14.8% body fat and measurements of 86-60-89. The file credited genetics, even preserving her blunt remark that she never trained her glutes. They simply grew that way. Her education was even more intimidating. Zhang had studied sports human science at Yanbei Sports University, then earned a master's from the Federal Royal Academy of Sports Medicine while researching strength and conditioning for female athletes. 7 certifications from the world's leading fitness organizations completed the picture. She was a true expert. Next entries were no less serious. Su Wan, 31, was a master's-trained registered sports nutritionist. Fang Zi, 36, was a rehabilitation therapist with a master's degree who had previously served China's national gymnastics team. Chen was not receiving a trainer alone. He was inheriting institutional-level support. Chen Mu, 29, had researched sleep disorders at Karolinska University Hospital, joined 3 European Union clinical trials, then directed a private hospital sleep center in China. Gu Yanzhu, 42, held a PhD, had led major anti-aging programs, and had personally served entrepreneurs from the Forbes and Hurun lists. By the time the introductions ended, Chen had gone numb. He still cared about one thing, meeting Zhang Xinyan. Yao dismissed the specialists, bowed politely, and transferred him to Xiaolu, his exclusive butler. Tall, beautiful, and dressed in her butler uniform, Xiaolu remained behind with a bright, healthy smile. The smile, Xiaolu asked, "Master, shall I show you around?" Chen immediately stopped her. Did every exclusive butler call every client that? Yes, she replied cheerfully. The title kept 90% of male clients pleased and excited. Chen could only accept the professionally engineered flattery in speechless defeat. Chen wasted no more time. Could he meet his personal trainer now? Xiaolu shook her head. Teacher Jiang worked only in the morning, and Chen's contracted sessions were Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. She was not at the center that afternoon. Frustrated, Chen fixed the next opportunity in his mind, Friday. And Chen abruptly asked where the women's locker room was. Xiaolu froze and repeated the question, astonished that her new male client wanted that particular destination. Chen calmly confirmed it. Strange or not, a client's guide had to answer, so Xiaolu gave him the direction and led him toward the separated locker area. Following Xiaolu into the women's storage area, Chen finally understood why Kaio Yan had dared to hide evidence here. The men's and women's sections were strictly separated and far apart. Fuguinea treated member privacy like a fortress. Even the locks reflected the membership hierarchy. Ordinary members received combination locks. Gold members had another type, while a black gold member like Chen needed an iris scan. Kaio Yan, however, was only an ordinary member. That knowledge barely helped. At least 100 women's lockers stood before him, and not one carried a nameplate. Was he supposed to examine every single door? Chen stopped and reconsidered. Chen changed tactics. He invited Xiaolu into the nearby tea room, ordered lemonade, and casually asked whether she had worked there for more than 3 years. She smiled and confirmed that she had. Chen already knew she had graduated from film school, so he asked why she never became an actress. Xiaolu explained that her family had neither resources nor connections, and her parents refused to let her drift through film sets as an extra. When Chen remarked that she was attractive enough for acting, Xiaolu blinked and leaned closer. Then she asked the question troubling her. Was he a police officer? Chen, genuinely surprised, denied it and asked what made him look like one. Before Chen could continue, Xiaolu blushed and stepped back. Nothing was wrong with his smell. She simply felt awkward being so close to someone who seemed the age of her younger brother. Chen quickly waved the embarrassment away. Chen lowered his voice and asked whether she knew lawyer Kaio Yan. Of course she did. Zaialu said Kaio was famous at the center, beautiful, strikingly built, and constantly approached by bosses who wanted either her attention or a lawyer in their network. Chen kept going. When did Kaio come? Weekends. What membership did she hold? Ordinary. Zaialu's eyes narrowed. His questions, and especially his gaze, were exactly like a policeman's. Was he perhaps a freshman at the police academy? Zaialu finally connected everything. His strange request for the women's lockers had always been about Kaio Yan. Chen admitted it and asked for the number. Zaialu knew exactly which locker it was, but sheepishly refused to violate a member's privacy. Her refusal closed the direct route, not the investigation. Back among the anonymous doors, Chen fixed his evolved gaze on one locker and stared through the obstacle with unnerving concentration. The hidden briefcase inside gave him what he needed. Kaio Yan's evidence was here. Zaialu could only stare. Why was he studying a locker door as if nothing else existed? Was he spacing out? Who was he really? Perhaps Kaio Yan's much younger boyfriend. Her imagination raced while Chen remained silent. Chen suddenly turned, pulled out his phone, and called Director Zhang. He had found the incriminating evidence against Kaio Yan. Send someone to Fuguineo immediately? Yes, immediately, right now. The urgency in his voice sounded nothing like a casual freshman. Facing Zaialu's wide-eyed stare, Chen finally clarified the trick. He truly was not a police officer. Not yet. He was a special recruit for the Yanbei Municipal Public Security Bureau and would report there directly after graduation. That explanation only made Zaialu's face fall. A freshman special recruit had spent more than 1,000,000 yuan on a black gold card, yet spoke on the phone like a veteran handling a case. None of it fit. She felt as though Chen had personally insulted her intelligence. And someone emerged from the yoga room. Chen caught the figure from the corner of his eye, looked again, and froze. He knew her. It was Liu Dan. What was she doing in a place like Fuguineo? Seeing Liu Dan emerge from Fuguineo's yoga room stopped Chen Mu cold. Was she a member too? Even an ordinary annual membership cost more than 100,000 yuan without a trainer. Her huge financial deficit tag suddenly seemed less mysterious, but Chen still had only a suspicion, not an answer. Chen had no time to chase that question. He stayed beside the locker, making idle conversation with Zaialu while deliberately keeping her within sight. If she remained next to him, she could not quietly warn another employee or member. Until the evidence was secured, he trusted no one. 7 or 8 minutes later, the police arrived, and Zhu Zhengyang had come personally. His first act was not official. He drove a hard punch into Chen and hissed, asking whether the brat had known all along that Director Jiang had faked his death. Coughing from the punch, Chen protested that he had only learned the truth today. Zhu did not believe his innocence for a second. He accused Chen and old Jiang of staging tricks together, then mockingly asked whether Jiang had already accepted him as a future son-in-law. Chen could only stare, caught between laughter and despair. Fitness center manager rushed over, and Zhu instantly dropped the jokes. After a brief exchange, he presented documents from the Municipal Police Bureau. The manager clearly disliked violating a member's privacy, but official authority left no room to refuse. In full view of those present, Kaio Yan's locker was opened. Chen's advance tip was exact. Zhu pulled out the black briefcase, then found a USB drive with it. He flipped through the documents for only a couple of seconds before his expression changed drastically. Whatever he saw demanded immediate action. He gathered the evidence and hurried out with his men. Then Liu Dan was gone. Chen guessed that the sudden police recovery had frightened her away. With the evidence finally out of the club, he moved to the lounge, ordered coffee, and allowed the tension to ease, until an excited voice repeatedly called, asking whether he really was student Chen Mu. It was Lin Feifei's father, General Manager Lin Yuandong. He waved from a distance and jogged all the way over, visibly delighted by the chance meeting. Before Chen could rise, Lin seized both of his hands and shook them vigorously, saying he had long wanted another opportunity to talk. Zaialu politely greeted him as President Lin. He answered automatically without even looking away from Chen. Only after the handshake did recognition strike. Lin pointed between Zaialu and Chen, unable to understand why the club employee he knew was standing at this student's side. Zaialu supplied the answer with a professional smile. She was Mr. Chen's exclusive butler. Lin stared at Chen. That privilege belonged to a black gold member. When he demanded confirmation, Chen simply nodded and said he had bought the membership today. Lin's face tightened into stunned silence. Lin himself had never reached that tier. Black gold cost more than 1,000,000 yuan every year, an extravagance sensible only for someone earning tens of millions. Yet health was rarely the real purchase here. The club concentrated wealthy people in one place, and the true product was access to their networks. Lin's enthusiasm was not merely about money. He already believed Chen's uncanny insight had rescued him from a humiliating family deception. Now he joked with shameless practicality that he could not support someone else's child forever, and after raising her so long, surely she owed him some return. Chen had no answer for that. Lin leaned in, lowered his voice, and asked whether Chen wanted to make big money. Chen's suspicion returned at once. Lin clarified that the fortune-telling ability Chen had shown was extraordinary. Used on the right people, it could be worth far more than a single private favor.